This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Shards of Earth, written by Adrian Tchaikovsky, read by Sophie Aldred. Prologue. In the 78th year of the war, an architect came to Berlenhof. The lights of human civilization across the galaxy had been going out, one by one, since its start. All those little mining worlds, the far-flung settlements, the homes people had made. The colonies, as they were known, the great hollow polyaspera of human expansion, exploding out from a vacant centre. Because the architects had come for Earth first. Berlenhof had become humanity's second heart. Even before Earth fell, it had been a prosperous, powerful world. In the war, it was the seat of military command and civilian governance, coordinating a civilization-scale refugee effort as more and more humans were forced to flee their doomed worlds. And because of that, when the architect came, the colonies turned and fought, and so did all the allies they had gathered there. It was to be the great stand against a galactic-level threat. Every weapon deployed, every secret advantage exploited. Solace remembered. She had been there. Basilisk Division, Heaven's Sword Sorority. Her first battle. The colonies had a secret weapon, that was the word. A human weapon. Solace had seen them at the War Council. A cluster of awkward, damaged-looking men and women, nothing more. As the main fleet readied itself to defend Berlenhof, a handful of small ships were already carrying these weapons towards the architect, in the hope that this new trick would somehow postpone the inevitable. Useless, surely. Might as well rely on thoughts and prayers. On the Heaven's Sword, everyone off shift was avidly watching the displays, wanting to believe this really was something. Even though all previous secret weapons had been nothing but hot air and hope. Solace stared as intently as the rest. The architect was impossible to miss on screen. A vast, polished mass, the size of Earth's lost moon, throwing back every scan and probe sent its way. The defending fleet at Berlenhof was a swarm of pinpricks, so shrunk by the scale, they were barely visible, until she called for magnification. The heart of the colonies had already been gathering its forces for dispatch elsewhere, when the architect had emerged from unspace at the edge of the system. Humanity was never going to get better odds than this. There were Castigar and Hani vessels out there, alien trading partners, who were lending their strength to the human allies, because the architects were everybody's problem. There was a vast and ragged fleet of human ships, and some of them were dedicated war vessels, and others were just whatever could be thrown into space that wasn't any use for the evacuation. Orbiting Hiver factories were weaponizing their workers. There was even the brooding hulk of a Neiramathi Locust Ark out there, the largest craft in system, save that it was still dwarfed by the architect itself. And nobody knew what the Locusts wanted or thought about anything, save that even they would fight this enemy. And there was the pride of the fleet, Solace's sisters, the Parthenon. Humans, for a given value of human. The engineered warrior women who had been the colony's shield ever since the fall of Earth. Heaven's Sword, Ascending Mother, and Cataphracta, the most advanced warships humanity had ever designed, equipped with weapons that the pre-war days couldn't even have imagined. As Solace craned to see, she spotted a tiny speckle of dots between the fleet and the architect. The advance force. The tip of humanity's spear was composed of the Partheni's swiftest ships. Normally their role would have been to buy time, but on this occasion the Pythoness, the Acasio, the Shinshi and others were carrying their secret weapon to the enemy. Solace didn't believe a word of it. The mass looms and the 0-point fighters the Heaven's Sword was equipped with would turn the battle, or nothing would. Even as she told herself that, she heard the murmur of the other off-shift women around her. "Intermediaries," one said, a whisper, as if talking about something taboo, and someone else, a girl barely old enough to be in service, "They say they cut their brains. That's how they make them." "Telemetry incoming," said one of the officers, and the display focused in on those few dots. They were arrowing towards the architect, as though planning to dash themselves against its mountainous sides. Solace felt her eyes strain, trying to wring more information from what she was seeing, to peer all the way in, until she had an eye inside the ships themselves. One of those dots winked out. The architect had registered their presence and was patiently swatting at them. Solace had seen the aftermath of even a brush with an architect's power, twisted, crumpled metal, curved and corkscrewed by intense gravitational pressures. A large and well-shielded ship might weather a glancing blow. With these little craft, there would be no survivors. "It's useless," she said. "We need to be out there. Us!" Her fingers itched for the keys of the mass looms. "Myrmidon Solace, do you think you know better than the fleet exemplars?" Her immediate superior, right at her shoulder, of course. "No, Mother." "Then just watch and be ready." And a muttered afterthought. "Not that I don't agree with you." And even as her superior spoke, another of the tiny ships had been snuffed into darkness. "Was that?" someone cried, before being cut off. Then the officer was demanding, "Telemetry, update and confirm." "A marked deviation," someone agreed. The display was bringing up a review, a fan of lines showing the architect's projected course and its current trajectory. "So it altered its course. That changes nothing," someone spat. But the officer spoke over them. "They turned an architect. Whatever they did, they turned it." Then they lost all data. After a tense second silence, the displays blinked back, the handful of surviving ships fleeing the architect's renewed approach towards Berlenhof. Whatever the secret weapon was, it seemed to have failed. "High alert! All off-shift crews make ready to reinforce as needed. The fight's coming to us!" came the voice of the officer. Solace was still staring at the display, though. Had they accomplished nothing? Somehow, this secret intermediary weapon had shifted the course of an architect. Nobody had made them so much as flinch before. Orders came through right on the heels of the thought. "Prepare to receive the Pythoness. Damage control, medical, escort." And she was the third of those, called up out of the off-shift pool along with her team. The Pythoness had been a long, streamlined ship, its foresection bulked out by its gravitic drives and then tapering down its length to a segmented tail. That tail was gone, and the surviving 2/3 of the ship looked as though a hand had clenched about it, twisting every sleek line into a tortured curve. That the ship had made it back at all was a wonder. The moment the hatch was levered open, the surviving crew started carrying out the wounded. Solace knew from the ship's readouts that half its complement wouldn't be coming out at all. "Myrmidon Solace." "Mother," she saluted, waiting for her duties. "Get this to the bridge." She blinked. This was a man. A colonial human man. He was skinny and jug-eared, and looked as though he'd already snapped under the trauma of the fight. His eyes were wide, and his lips moved soundlessly. Twitches ran up and down his body like rats. She'd seen him before, at the Council of War, one of the vaunted intermediaries. "Mother?" "Take him to the bridge, now, Myrmidon," the officer snapped, and then she leant in and grabbed Solace's shoulder. "This is it, sister. This is the weapon, and if it's a weapon, we need to use it." There were billions on Berlenhof. The local population as well as countless refugees from other lost worlds. Nobody was going to get even 1,000th of those people off-world before the architect destroyed it. But the more time they could buy for the evacuation effort, the more lives would be saved. This was what the Parthenon was spending its ships and lives for. That was what the hivers would expend their artificial bodies for, and the alien mercenaries and partisans and ideologues would die for. Every lost ship was another freighter off Berlenhof, packed out with civilians. She got the man into a lift tube, aware of the wide-eyed looks he'd been receiving as she hauled him from the dock. He must be getting a far worse case of culture shock. Regular colonials didn't mix with the Parthenon, and before the war there'd been no love lost. Here he was, on a ship full of women who all had close on the same face, the same compact frame. Human enough to be uncanny, but, for most colonials, not quite human enough. He was saying something. For a moment she heard nonsense, but she'd learned enough Colville to piece together the words. It was just a demand to wait. Except they were already in the lift, so he could wait all he wanted and they'd still get where they were needed. "Wait, I can't." "You're here, Mynheer." It took a moment for her to remember the correct Colville honorific. "My name is Myrmidon Solace. I am taking you to the Bridge of the Heaven's Sword. You are going to fight with us." He stared at her, shell-shocked. "They're hurt. My ship. We jumped." "This is your ship now, Mynheer." And because he was shaking again, she snapped at him. "Name, Mynheer?" He twitched. "Telemier. Idris Telemier. Intermediary. First class." "They say you're a weapon, so now you have to fight." He was shaking his head, but then she had him out of the lift and the officers were calling for him. The battle displays formed a multicoloured array in the centre of the bridge, showing the vast fleet as it moved to confront the architect. Solace saw that they were finally about to fire on it, to do what little damage they could with lasers and projectiles, suicide drones, explosives, and graphitic torsion. But their goal was only to slow it. A victory against an architect was when you made yourself enough of a nuisance that they had to swat you before they could murder the planet. They got Idris in front of the display, though Solace had to hold him upright. "What am I?" he got out. Solace saw he didn't have the first clue what was going on. "Whatever you can do, do!" an officer snapped at him. Solace could see and feel that the Heaven's Sword was already on its attack run. She wanted desperately to be on shift at the mass loom consoles, bringing that ersatz hammer against the shell of the architect. She didn't believe in this intermediary any more than she believed in wizards. Still, when he turned his wan gaze her way, she mustered a smile, and he seemed to take something from that. Something lit behind his eyes. Madness or divine revelation? Then their sister ship's mass loom fired, and Solace followed the cataphractor's strike through the bridge readouts. It was a weapon developed through studying the architects themselves, a hammer blow of pure gravitic torsion, aiming to tear a rift in their enemy's crystalline exterior. Operators read off the subsequent damage reports, fissuring minimal but present. Target areas flagged up for a more concentrated assault. The Heaven's Sword 0-point fighters were flocking out of its bays now and dispersing, 100 gnats to divert the enemy's time and attention from the big guns. The whole bridge sang like a choir for just a moment as their own mass loom spoke, resonating through the entire length of the ship. Solace felt like shouting out with it, as she always did, and kept her mouth shut, because here on the bridge, that sort of thing would be frowned on. Idris gasped then, arching backwards in her arms, and she saw blood on his face as he bit his tongue. His eyes were wider than seemed humanly possible, all the whites visible, and a ring of red around each as well. He screamed, prompting concerned shouts from across the bridge, eclipsed when the fleet exultant in command called out that the architect had faltered. Impossible that so much inexorable momentum could be diverted by anything short of an asteroid impact. But it had jolted, in the very moment that Idris had yelled. The mass loom sang again, and she saw the cataphractor and the ascending mother firing too, all targeting the same fractures in the architect's structure. Smaller ships were wheeling in swarms past the behemoth's jagged face, loosing every weapon they had, frantic to claim an iota of the thing's monstrous attention. She saw them being doused like candles, whole handfuls at a time. And then the architect's invisible hands reached out and wrung the whole length of the cataphractor and opened it out like a flower. A ship and all its souls turned into a tumbling metal sculpture and cast adrift into the void. And it would do exactly the same to Berlenhof when it reached the planet. The Locust Ark was annihilated next, fraying into nothing, as it tried to throw its disintegrating mass into the architect's path. Then the sword's loom spoke, but the choir was in discord now, the very seams of the warship strained by the power of her own weaponry. Idris was clutching Solace's hands painfully, leaning into her and weeping. The architect had halted, for the first time since it entered the system, no longer advancing on the planet. She felt Idris vibrate at that point, rigid as he did something, as he wrestled the universe for control over the apocalyptic engine that was the architect. Her ears were full of the rapid, efficient patter of the bridge reports, stress fractures, targeting, the elegant physics of gravity as a bludgeoning weapon. Damage reports. So many damage reports. The architect had already brushed them once, and Solace had barely realised. Half the decks of the Heaven's Sword were evacuating. "It's cracking!" someone was shouting. "It's cracking open! Brace!" And Solace had to brace for herself, and Idris too. Because his mind was somewhere else, doing battle on a field she couldn't even imagine. There was a terrible impact, and the screens briefly malfunctioned. Then, in the chaos, as the heavens sword died, the fleet exultant gave Solace her last orders. In response, she grabbed the intermediary, the little colonial man who might be their greatest weapon, and hustled him through the wreckage. She bundled him through the surviving sections of the ship to the life pods. She prioritised him even over her sisters, because he'd been made her responsibility, but also because he was hope. The universe now had one destroyed architect. Before the Battle of Berlenhof, that number had been 0. Later, in the vast medical camp planetside, Solace had been there holding Idris's hand when he awoke. They'd been surrounded by other casualties from the Heaven's Sword, all the other lucky ones who'd managed to escape with injuries rather than obliteration. Between the fight and its explosive end, half the fleet and a dozen orbitals had been crippled. Idris had squeezed her hand, and she'd hugged him impulsively, just as she would have hugged a sister. There was more fighting to come, but right then, they were just 2 comrades in arms, a pair who'd stood before the inevitable and still turned it aside, and the war owed them time to heal. 6 years later, the intermediaries would finally end the war, though not by destroying or even defeating the enemy. The architects, after almost a century of hounding humanity from world to world, would simply not be seen anymore, vanished off into the endless space of the galaxy. Nobody could say where they had gone, and nobody knew when or if they might return. 39 years after that, they woke Solace from cold storage one more time and said her warrior skills were needed. Not because the architects were back, but because the Parthenon and the colonies were on the brink of war. Part 1. Roshu. Chapter 1. Solace. Solace had thought her squad would assemble in the shuttle bay, all military precision and gleaming armour, as befitted a Monitor Superior's formal escort. But instead, the Monitor called them to the Grand Carrier's main viewport first. "What you are about to see is an object lesson," she told them. "I am aware that Myrmidon Executor Solace has seen this already, but for the rest of you, this is where you came from. We all came from Earth originally, and don't let anyone tell you any different." It had been a long time, over a decade of Solace's personal history, in and out of suspension, 40 years of objective time, whatever that meant. Nothing had changed. Earth would always be the same now. Earth was like a flower, forever turned towards the sun. An alien flower whose exemplar might grow in some fecund jungle on a distant world. A thing of creepers and reaching shoots, something more than vegetable, less than animal. Earth's mantle and crust had been peeled back, like petals whose tips formed spiralling tendrils 1,000 kilometres long. The planet's core had gouted forth into yearning, reaching shapes, formed into rings and walls, arches, curved arms. 100 separate processes shaped from the living core of the planet as it writhed and twisted, then was left to cool. A flower, 20,000 kilometres across, splayed forever in full bloom. A memorial to 10 billion people who hadn't made it to the ships in time. That had been all Solace had been able to think about, the first time she saw the lost home of her species. She remembered there had been parties, speeches and celebrations that the war was finally over, that they'd, what, won? Perhaps it was survival rather than victory, but sometimes just surviving was your definition of a win. And she'd gone to another big room then, the place where the real diplomats would be talking it out soon enough. She'd stood with a handful of other veterans, looked down on Earth, and thought about how many lives had been snuffed out. It was beautiful, in a horrible way. You couldn't look at that intricately crafted floriform sculpture and not appreciate just how magnificent, how perfect it was. Not mindless chaos unleashed upon the planet. In the sculpture's exacting workmanship, its eye-leading symmetries, there was a plan. Even to human eyes, the glorious lethal artwork that Earth had become was intentional and organised, all the way down to the atomic level. That was why the things that had come to Earth, and to so many other planets, were not known as destroyers or unmakers. The traumatised survivors of humanity had named them architects. This was what they did. They rebuilt. Nobody knew why, but very plainly there was a reason. Because they were exacting and careful in their work. They had stringent criteria. Most particularly, the worlds they made into their art or machines or messages had all been inhabited, as though the final artistic flourish involved something on the surface, looking into the stars and knowing its own doom. Coming back to the present, Solace saw the wide eyes, the taut faces of her squad. These young myrmidons had never faced their history before. She went among them, gently reminding them they were all soldiers together. Or had been, while there was a war. Now it was time to practice diplomacy on Loon Station. They had come to the ruins of their ancestral home in the grand carrier Wu Juao. Not a dedicated warship, but big enough for the Parthenon to remind every other human descendant who had the big guns. The sight of the Wu Juao approaching Loon Station like a vast segmented silverfish would chill more than a few spines. Solace and her squad of half a dozen sisters wore light engagement armour, probably sufficient to take the station if someone decided to declare war while they were aboard. Even light armour noticeably bulked out their short, compact frames. It made them look as though they'd evolved for higher gravities and crushing atmospheres. Monitor Superior Tact had her head tilted back, angled slightly to the left, a polite shorthand indicating she was conducting a conversation over her implant. She, at least, had dressed for diplomacy, wearing a long grey gown of sheer, shimmering material. There was a ring of leaden discs at her neck, and a circlet of similar material at her brow, guaranteed to be packed with electronic countermeasures and some kind of emergency armament. Similarly, just because Tact was a thin, stately old woman, didn't mean she wasn't fully up for hand-to-hand combat. "And we have clearance for docking," she announced to them all. "Executor Solace, prêt à combattre?" "Prête, mother." Ready for combat, ready for anything. An exchange that had so infused Partheni culture that it now covered any confirmation between superior and inferior. Child Solace had responded to her teachers the same way every morning, long before anyone put a gun in her hand. The Wu Juao's gravitic fields carried their shuttle smoothly out of the carrier's docking bay and towards the station, where Loon's own field generator would pick them up. "It's been a while," Tact said philosophically. "Last time I was on Loon Station, it was for our secession." "That was on Berlinhof, wasn't it?" Solace said, before she could stop herself. Correcting superiors wasn't a good habit. "The diplomatic song and dance was later. but we formally cut ties with the Council of Human Interests right here, before an audience of about a dozen of their grandees. No surprise to anybody by then, but you could cut the fear in that room with a knife, daughter. Seeing her soldiers' expressions, Tact added, "Yes, on both sides. Everyone thought it might mean war, and neither the Partheni nor Hugh wanted more war, especially human against human." "We should empty the refugia," one of the escort put in bluntly. "Saving your authority, Mother." Tact's lips pressed thinly together. "Ah, yes, the refugia," meaning a dumping ground for excess genetic variability, meaning all of non-Parthenon humanity. "Nobody is to use that term while on station, or start calling them refugeniks, or anything of the sort, because you can be absolutely sure that Hugh knows exactly how insulting it's intended to be. Est-ce compris?" When the architect had begun its cataclysmic work, Earth's moon had been flung off into space. Nobody had even tracked where it had gone, what with all attention on humanity's desperate attempts to evacuate. One more piece of the past lost beyond recall. Loon Station was named in memory of that lost satellite. As they moved closer, Solace could see the hollow bowl of its central hub, its exterior transparent, so all occupants could see what the Earth had become. Around the outside of the bowl spread great fans of solar collectors, communications equipment, and the arms of the station's bracketer drive. Tact interrupted her thoughts as the Wu took them in for their final approach. "Daughter," she said, "I trust you are fully aware of what your current role entails. You're not just a squad sister now. Est-ce compris?" "Compris," Solace confirmed, as their craft drifted to a stop. In her heart of hearts, she would always be a squad sister. But she'd been around for long enough to know that putting an accelerated projectile into someone wasn't always the best way to defend the interests of the Parthenon. And unlike her younger sisters, who'd never seen the war, she'd mixed with hivers, regular humans, and aliens. They'd all been in it together against the architects. That was why it had been hard to wake up now to find everyone so estranged. The lurch as the Loon Station docking control took hold of them was entirely avoidable. Some colonial controller waving his genitals in their direction as far as Solace was concerned. She felt the shift and sag as Loon's induced gravity engaged, the same Earth-standard 1G she recognised from the Wu. "Remember," Tact informed them all, "put on a good show. Efficiency, discipline, restraint. Est-ce compris? We are the pride of the galaxy, the shield of humanity, the armoured fist, the banner unfurled." Her voice was abruptly hard, ringing from the metal walls like a hammer. "We start no fights here, but make them believe that we will damn well finish them." "Compris, Mother," the escort chorused, standing and forming up. The Council of Human Interests, Hugh, hadn't sent out a similarly pugnacious party to meet them. There were a handful of clerks in knee-length belted smocks, what passed for well-to-do white-collar garb here. The man at their centre was wearing much the same, save that the extravagant cloth of his overrobe fell all the way to his shiny shoes. To Solace, it looked absurdly impractical. But that was the point, she supposed. Here was a man who didn't need to throw his own punches. He kissed Tact on either cheek, the way the Partheni did. She clasped his hand, elbow to elbow, in the colony handshake, all deeply symbolic of the divided fragments of humanity clinging together, or some such nonsense. "Monitor Superior Tact," he greeted her with a bland smile, speaking Parsef smoothly enough. I was expecting some battlefield officer, bloody to the elbows. Commissioner Poulos, and I trust you've had the chance to table the additional motion I sent? Solace caught the momentary evasion in his eyes before the man turned from tact to look over her escort. It's been too long since I saw the infamous Partheni myrmidons, he declared, though Solace reckoned he could happily have gone to his grave without ever seeing them again. He made a show of examining their company badges, stopping at hers because she alone displayed the winged blade and the serpent, rather than the Wu Juao's sunburst icon. Myrmidon Executor Solace, Heaven's Sword Sorority, Basilisk Division. That she was a long way from her assigned ship obviously didn't escape him. "You've brought an apprentice, Tact?" he asked mildly, while Solace squirmed within her armour at his scrutiny. "The sword is for the ship, and the snake, that's artillery division. Angels of Infinite Fortitude, they used to call you. Old nicknames from when the Partheni were humanity's shield against the architects, not the enemy." "No, Menhir." And then, because she couldn't keep it in, "Angels of punching you in the face, Menhir," watching at least an eighth of the poetry in him wither. "Ah," he said, "well, I suppose we'd better—" And they set off, leaving both entourages to jostle for primacy, a contest that the armoured Partheni won. Solace sensed Tact's eyes on her, and felt she wasn't living up to the role of apprentice diplomat as well as she might. "We have a full slate of trade agreements to rubber stamp," the Commissioner was saying. "As for your other motion—" "Yes, as for the other?" Mother Tact inquired, because she hadn't come all this way just to talk about shipping tariffs. "It's been tabled," was all the man would say. The Partheni escort received hard looks on the way to their temporary quarters. Many Loon staff clearly saw them as a threat, but Parthenon armour was proof against hard looks. It wasn't proof against boredom, though, while they waited for Tact to wade through trade permits and shipping concessions with a roomful of Hugh diplomats in impractical clothes, forging towards the one issue that was actually important right now. Tact's message to Solace, when it finally arrived, came in as a series of brief encoded packets designed to avoid colonial surveillance. "Their liaison board has no interest in sharing intermediary program data," Tact confirmed to her. "Their ints remain weapons technology, not to be shared with foreign powers." "But intermediaries aren't designed to be weapons against us, and the architects are gone anyway," Solace shot back. "While our technology exceeds theirs, they'll do us no favours. The ints are the one thing they have that we don't, and those they're turning out these days are under government control. There's no way we could get hold of one for study without starting a war." This might just be the Parthenon's next step, Solace knew. The problem was that not only were the intermediaries the best weapon against any return incursion of the architects, as navigators, they gave their ships the freedom of the galaxy. A warship with an int pilot could turn up anywhere, strike and vanish, uncatchable. And the Parthenon had the best warships, but the colonies had all the ints. "What are my orders, Mother?" Solace pictured breaking into Hugh data stores, kidnapping officials, and punching information out of them. All for the good of the Parthenon, which was the prime good of the universe, but still. "I do not want to be the name children learn when they're taught how the next war started." "I'm sending you coordinates in station. Go there. Someone wants to meet you. Bonne chance." Tact was being uncharacteristically cryptic. "This someone," They want to meet me in particular? Solace was puzzled, as she was neither spy nor diplomat. Not yet, anyway. After waking her, they'd rushed her through basic training. But up to this point, her whole adult life had been spent working behind some sort of gun, whether on a personal or starship scale. That is correct. Maximum diplomacy. Est-ce compris? Meaning no weapons or armour. Compris, mother. And she was shrugging into a belted tunic in the colonial style, the sleeves to mid-bicep and the hem down past her hips, all in Partheni blue-grey with her company badges left of her heart. She reckoned turning up in nothing but her Under Armour body sleeve would be more provocation than the staid colonials could take. Her destination was in the station's underside, the part turned away from the sun where the work was done. Here were docking bays, machine rooms, the cramped quarters of the staff. She ended up on a gantry overlooking a dry dock where a lander was being outfitted. The domed 6-footed ship was mostly complete, with Waldo-wearing engineers and the scarecrow shape of a hive frame moving the final pieces into place. They'd be taking it down to Earth's tortured surface, maintaining a token presence so that some politician somewhere could claim the homeworld wasn't completely abandoned. "Myrmidon executor solace," said a voice close by on the gantry, and she started out of her reverie, cursing herself. The newcomer had arrived without warning. It, was just there. Seeing it, recognizing it, she stood very still and waited to see what it would do. They called it Ash, and the Harbinger. It had come to Earth on a trading ship, immediately before the war, and told everyone that a colossal alien entity was about to reshape the planet. The Castigar crew that had brought it were as ignorant of its meaning as the humans of Earth. What would happen later would be as much a harsh revelation to the Castigar as to humans. Ash told people that the end was nigh, and although almost nobody believed it, that almost gave just enough leeway so that, when the architect did arrive and begin its terrible magnum opus, some vessels were ready. They took on passengers and headed out for Earth's colonies. The Harbinger's warning saved millions, even if billions more were lost. After that, Ash had turned up here and there across the breadth of the human polyaspora, respected, revered, feared. And now it was standing next to her on a gantry at Loon Station. Ash wore a human-type robe, draped oddly across its peculiar physiology. There was a writhing nest of pseudopod feet at its base and 2 tree-like branches at its apex. One of these supported Ash's head, or at least its sense organs, a handful of reddish orbs that guttered dimly with their own light. Beneath them, set into Ash's leathery grey-black skin, were a series of vertical slits, function unknown. Ash was the only one of its kind anyone had ever met, and nobody had been given the opportunity to study its physiology. The other branch was contorted into one sleeve of the robe, a rubbery knot of tendrils projecting from the opening in a creditable mockery of a hand. The other sleeve was empty, pinned across the robe's chest. All in all, not a very good impersonation of a human being, and that head was a good half-metre taller than most humans. Yet it was just humanoid enough that one could stand there and talk to it and pretend there was something similar to you talking back. Some worshipped it, God's messenger who had saved so many. Others called it a devil, part of the architect's schemes. Not that anyone knew what those were. "You again," said Solace, because it wasn't her first encounter with this damned alien. Last time had been at Berlenhof, just before the battle, popping up like the spectre of death. "Me," it said, "again." Ash's rich, deep voice came from its body, nothing to do with its pseudo-head. It had always conversed in whatever language it chose, and now it spoke perfect Kolval, the stitched-together tongue of the colonies. "At least speak something civilized," she grumbled in Parsef, a blend of 3 Earth languages, with added French for formalities. "You'll need your Kolval where you're going," Ash said conversationally. She'd heard the damn thing give rousing speeches, pronouncements, mystic warnings. It had even stolen the punchline of someone's joke. "Where's that exactly?" "The Parthenon seeks intermediaries." Ash pronounced the words carefully. "And you care about that why?" "You know why," it rumbled, cocking its false head at an unnatural angle. "The Partheni Navy is humanity's preeminent military force. Lacking intermediary navigators impacts your ability to travel between stars. Their lack also strips you of a key weapon against the enemy." "The architects?" "Even so." "And if the architects are never coming back? It's been 40 years, right?" "They are always coming back," Ash said. For a moment, Solace felt a chill, presumably as intended. What does it know? Then she thought of a smaller, sadder truth. Ash claimed it was the last of its kind, sole survivor of a species destroyed by the architects long ago. For Ash, the architects were always coming. That was why it had devoted its life to warning others. "There aren't many intermediaries," it observed, "fewer than you'd think. Most human brains can't take the conditioning. The old ones don't last, and the new ones are fragile. The transformation is hard for them." Solace stared at it, meeting those glowing pits with a shock of contact, just like eyes. "You recall Idris Telemier?" Solace blinked. "Dead, surely." "He must be ancient. He was always so frail." "Alive. Alive and free. Not bound to Hugh or its liaison board. Free to make his own choices regarding his allies. If you can win his trust, again." Somehow, the damnable alien injected something salacious into its phrasing. Solace felt herself colouring. And yes, after Berlenhof, the two of them had been together. For a while. Many of her sisters had experimented, and he'd been so vulnerable and alone. To someone brought up within a culture of self-sufficiency and unity, this had exerted a strange fascination. "I wonder if he remembers me." Because if Ash could be believed, this was what her superiors needed. An int who could be bought or talked into coming over to the Partheni. A way of combating the architects should they return. Or a way of cancelling out the colony's one advantage. Her implant offered up data as it spoke, somehow routed to avoid Loon Station's own channels. A ship's name, a location, out on the fringes of human space, where the rule of law ran thin. "Thank you." She wanted to ask questions, but didn't want to hear the answers. A creature like Ash. Maybe it would pronounce her own death, the death of her ship, her fleet, everything. It had been the voice in the night foretelling the fall of Earth. There was no kind of doom that might not follow in its shuffling footsteps. On the way back to the docking bay, she reported to Tact, who showed no surprise. By the time she rejoined her squad, Tact had already made arrangements. Solace was leaving her own kind to take on yet another new role. She was to play spy amongst the refugia, the human stock her people had left behind. And all I ever wanted was to be a soldier. Chapter 2. Idris. In the year 51 after, as colonial reckoning went, in the thick of the war, an architect had exited unspace above the colony world of Amraji. The colonists had begun to evacuate immediately, having seen what happened to Earth 51 years before. By this point, practically every human community across the galaxy was living with flight plans under its collective pillow, a bag packed, and everyone ready to go. On the ground, everyone who'd been able to had boarded every ship there was. Then those ships got the hell off the planet as quickly as possible, fleeing even as the architect's bulk eclipsed half the sky. Some arrived at the nearest colonies, half their passengers traumatized, deranged, even catatonic, because there hadn't been enough suspension beds to put everyone under before entering unspace. Some arrived with parts of their hull twisted into elaborate streamers and filigree, because they'd come too close to the architect at work. Some never arrived. Every evacuation had its tally of lost vessels. Hurry, panic, untrained navigators, badly repaired gravitic drives. There were so many reasons why. The Gamin had been a mid-sized freighter, fitted out to ship live bodies for the evacuation. Not well enough, as it turned out. It had left Amraji with a crew of 4 and over 700 passengers, headed for the colony of Roshu. It never arrived. A year ago, over 70 years since the Gamin was lost, a cartography corps expedition discovered the vessel. Some error in its course had taken it off the known throughways of unspace, and it had come out into the real, so far from home. Its weak distress beacon had gone unheard for decades. The cartography expedition that discovered it reported the find, then continued to reach out into unmapped unspace, seeking new throughways that less adventurous ships might be able to use to reach unknown stars. An antiquated freighter wasn't much use in itself, but it was an important historical artifact. Eventually, the Colonial Heritage Foundation commissioned one of the few independent salvagers with the means to navigate out to where the Gamin could be found. And while the benevolent mission was talked about on all the fashionable mediotypes, the Foundation somehow never got around to mentioning that the name of the salvage craft was the Vulture God, because that might be seen as bad taste. You had to screw your eyes up really hard to make the Vulture God look like any kind of bird. Perhaps a very fat bird, with enormous claws and stubby little wings. The central bulk of its barrel body contained its oversized gravitic drive, which could displace enough mass into unspace to bring back the Gamin. Projecting out at cross angles were the blunt little wings of its braccator drive that would give it purchase on real space and let it maneuver. The actual mass drives for fine manoeuvring were almost inconsequential, a handful of vents about the bloat of its hull. Slung notionally underneath, a direction determined by onboard gravity, was the great clenched tangle of its docking arms. The Vulture could latch onto just about anything and haul it around, and now it had reached the Gamin, it was ready for action. Idris was already awake, as always, though having stared unspace in the eye for the last day, he was feeling washed out and tired. Ready to nap for about 100 years. Not that it was going to happen. He alone had been awake in the deep void, guiding the vulture god across unspace. He'd covered vast, empty light years in moments to emerge, a ridiculous distance from anywhere, near where the gamin had somehow ended up. There was the promised distress beacon, sounding loud and clear. There was the lost freighter, tumbling slowly through space, the beacon its only live system. There had been some suggestion that people might still be in suspension, aboard, but Idris knew cobbled-together ships like the gamin, and they didn't lend themselves to miracles. He made some scratch calculations for an approach and burned some fuel in the mass drives for cheap and dirty momentum. Then he had the Brocata drives reaching out to that liminal layer where unspace and real space met, that quantum foam of transient gravity nodes which their grabby drives could latch onto. The vulture god sheared sideways through space as its inertia was shifted through 30 degrees, scudding closer towards the distant winking signal that was the gamin. Idris tutted at his own inelegant piloting and made a few adjustments, spinning the vessel on its axis, stabilising its drift, grabbing at another handful of the universe to pull them along a slightly different angle of approach. After that, he had the ship's mind reconstitute itself enough to make him a cup of much-needed café. Then he set about waking the others. The vulture god boasted a crew of 7, 5 of whom were human. They made for an odd mix by the standards of ships that stuck to the regular throughways, the readily navigable pathways within unspace that dictated where most vessels could and could not travel. There were no standards for deep void ships, though. There just weren't enough of them. Most species didn't even have a means of navigating off the beaten track, and even where such means existed, they were hard to engineer and needed delicate treatment. Idris certainly felt like he needed treating delicately. He hadn't ever been meant for this. He'd only ever been intended as a living weapon. Long past his use-by date now, Idris was still lurching on like a lot of colonial civilization, most certainly like the vulture god. He'd been on board for 4 years now, so it was hard not to be sentimental about the ship. It had always come through for them, and never quite broken down beyond repair. And if there was one thing the war had taught colonial humanity to become very, very good at, it was patch repairs on failing starships. Unspace had made him sweat unpleasantly, so by the time the rest of the crew was stirring, he'd blasted his body clean in the dry shower and printed out fresh clothes. This was one of the delights of long-range spaceflight on a shoestring budget. They were basically the same clothes he'd taken off, chewed up and reconstituted as nominally clean. White undershirt, black short-sleeved tunic, grey breeches and sandals made up his outfit. When he cinched his tool belt about his waist, he felt almost ready to deal with the universe at large. His quarters were down near the drone bay, which doubled as engineering control. He could hear Barney complaining loudly within about the list of systems that had developed faults since they set out. Ollie would be prepping the vulture's claws, ready to clasp to the gamin, and Medvig would be doing whatever the hell Medvig did when they didn't have anything constructive to contribute. Idris sloped forwards towards the command compartment, where Rollo was going over the initial scans. Rollo Rostand was a stocky, square-faced man, brown-bronzed by decades of low-level radiation exposure, his hair and moustache wispy and dark grey. He had a rare weight-retaining physiology, and the vulture had been doing well enough to keep his paunch over his belt. He supplemented the standard printed crew clothes with a military surplus jacket he claimed had been his father's, the war hero. The details of these heroics tended to change with the telling, but everyone of that generation had done something. Idris, the actual veteran, was more than happy with Rollo's embellishments because it meant nobody would ask about his truths. Well, hola now, my children, the man was saying, as Idris ducked into the compartment. How's it looking across the board? Everything's broken to shit, came Barney's sour voice through their comms. I am sending you a shopping list for when we're back on Roshu. Are you also sending largesse to pay for it? And interpreting the pregnant silence as a negative. In which case, I recommend you make do and mend, like a good son of Earth. Ollie? One of the drones is a lost cause. The remote specialist's slightly distorted tones came in. She'd slept the unspace flight in her control pod, Idris knew, which was not best operating procedure. Make do and mend. I know. Only it's more making do than mending right now. Rollo beamed around at Idris, as though this was the best news he could have expected. We've just matched tumble with our prey, my children. I'm flagging up our access point. Should bring us into the Gammans crew spaces. Maybe. Maybe, Idris asked. When they refitted that bucket for passengers, nobody filed their new plans with the proper authorities, see right? So we do the best we can. Rollo settled back in his chair and put his bare feet up on the console. Since you're here, my son, you do the honours, he invited, and Idris dropped into the pilot's seat. The vulture god was now moving in sync with the gamin, so precisely that they might as well have been stationary. Idris engaged the bricata drive, nudging the salvage ship ever closer, while maintaining all the other vectors of their travel so that they drifted into the shadow of the freighter like a parasite tentatively approaching its host. This close, he opened up the mass drives as well, trimming their motion carefully as they ghosted across the ugly weld-scarred hodgepodge of the gamin's hull. The freighter's crew compartment was set midway into one side. Most of the space above it would be for cargo, in this case the passengers, while the gravitic drive formed a lopsided torus around the freighter's circumference. Lopsided because part of it was missing, a section of the ring torn open and warped into strange spiralling fingers that clawed at the void. Rollo shook his head. Looks like they cut it too fine getting out. There was no mistaking architect-inflicted damage. Idris couldn't imagine what it had been like for the Gamin's crew. Enter unspace with a damaged drive, or stay and risk the architect's attention. Likely he'd have made the same decision. Ollie, he transmitted. Ready for you. On it. His board lit up to show she had control of the vulture's claws and was deploying them to bridge the final gap between vessels. What are we getting besides the beacon? Rollo asked. Kittering, send it over. Kittering's real name sounded like nails on a chalkboard, made with a rapid stridulation of some of his mouthparts. The crab-like alien would be hunkered down in his own compartment, a space entirely adapted for his physiology and comfort. His chief role was managing accounts and logistics. Still, he was a good second engineer, and when a job was afoot, everybody worked. Even Chris. The last member of the crew, Idris's business partner, hadn't shown yet. She made a habit of taking her sweet time over actually reporting for duty, and if it hadn't been for Idris's value to the venture, Rollo would likely have dumped her somewhere along the way. Idris needed her, though, and the vulture needed Idris to get out into the deep void. Otherwise, it was just one more salvager among many, scrabbling for work along the throughways. Kittering sent over what the vulture's ailing sensor suite had gleaned from the Gamin. Aside from the beacon, just some low power readings, a few failing systems still labouring within the otherwise dead ship. You don't think we'll actually... The thought of finding working suspension pods bobbed for a moment in Idris's mind. Fine people. Alive. Be the fucking heroes of the universe, eh? Rollo shook his head. Go on, though. Bet me 1,000 Halma we'll find them. Bet me 5k largesse. Bet me anything. I won't, Idris said quietly, and Rollo nodded. No more would I. The frantic board showed that they had drifted close enough to set off all their collision alarms, but Ollie had full control of the great convoluted mess of the claw. It was unfolding like a mechanical tarantula from the vulture's underside to grope for the freighter's hull. Ollie was a top-notch remote operator with a rare gift, able to run non-humanoid rigs as though they were her own body. Right now, she would be in the docking claw, its 7 articulated limbs stretching and flexing until she had them clamped to the gamin, magnetically locked. Nice work, Ollie, my sweet child, Rollo told her. Smooth as a baby's ass. Now get the cutters ready. You're not going to hail them? The new voice came from the control compartment's hatch. Idris glanced up and nodded as Chris came in. Here on board ship, she was dressed in a variant of the same printed clothes, though she had one of her signature scarves about her neck, same as always. She was a dark woman, a shade taller than him, her hair a carefully shaped mass of fine curls. She was also running from her own trouble, but getting out of trouble was her speciality skill. Nobody to hail, Rollo insisted, but a moment later he grudgingly went through the motions. If they cut through the hull and someone fell out and died in space, at least they could hide behind a trail of proper procedure. This was the sort of trouble that Chris specialised in. They could just have hauled the whole ship off like an unopened present to give to the Heritage Foundation. That was all the contract required. Rollo was always on the lookout for a bonus, though. What if the gamin held some unexpected treasure? What if there really were living refugees? Why give the kudos to the Heritage people when the Vulture's crew could cash in? They could have gone in through a hatch, like civilised people. However, 4 years ago a fellow salvager had been destroyed by actual honest-to-goodness booby traps left by the long-dead occupants of the ship it had opened up. Trapped in stranded ships, the mind went to strange places, especially if it had been exposed to unspace for long. The crew of the Vulture God were taking no chances, and going in through the wall instead, Ollie cut smoothly along some of the pre-existing repair seams until the side of the freighter had been peeled back. There was no rush of stale atmosphere, only vacuum meeting vacuum. Could have been worse, Idris allowed. Right then, let's get this business underway, Rollo announced. Ollie, move your remotes in and have Medvig follow up with his little fellows. And you, shyster, he said to Chris, may as well get a camera drone in there. The mediotypes will be worth something. Double time, everybody, and that does not mean double pay, before anyone asks. The crew spaces of the gamin were adrift with small objects. Back in the earliest days of space travel, nobody would have dared fit out a ship with so much loose junk. But people had been taking artificial gravity for granted for generations before the architect came to Amraji. It was a small side use of the same engines that moved the ships through space. The gamin's gravitic drives were lifeless, though. The view feed from Ollie's drones showed her remotes jetting carefully through a swirl of odd items: data clips, slates, gloves, a gleaming silver locket, a stiffly frozen plush toy. Of the crew themselves, there was no sign, and Idris wondered if they had taken a shuttle and tried to get... where? Emerging unplanned from unspace in the middle of nowhere, drive burnt out, and the nearest star system light years away, where would you go? Atmosphere loss by slow leak, my guess, Ollie's glitching voice came to them. or this junk could be flushed out already. Moving towards the cargo. Check if there's pressure before each door, came Chris's input, following up with her cameras. My hands are in the carcass, announced Medvig, with that tinny edge of jollity that always tinged their artificial voice, no matter what the topic. Like many hivers, they had accumulated a lopsided personality the longer they were separate from the wider hive mind of the assembly. Idris slouched down to the bay, feeling that even if he wasn't doing anything, he should at least be where the doing was done. Towards the ceiling, Ollie hung in her pod, eyes closed, as her 3 remotes cleared the way for Medvig inside the wreck. She was a pale, doughy woman, grown bulky through inactivity, even on a spacefarer's diet. Half obscured in her pod, the most obvious thing about her silhouette was her stunted, near-useless limbs. Her arms ended at the elbows, with a tuft of half-formed fingers. One leg stopped at the smooth stump of her knee, the other absent altogether. Olean Timo, Ollie, had been born so, and without any sense of proprioception, a stranger in her truncated body. But she'd been born to a colony where every single human being was a precious resource, and they'd found where she excelled. Ollie had trained with remotes of all kinds since she was 3. Her mind could mould itself to any body shape, regardless of how its limbs and senses were configured. 3 remotes at once was just another day at work for her. The crew had set up an umbilical, leading the 3 meters or so between hulls. It led down to the Vulture's crew, though its direction was meaningless to the dead spaces of the Gamma. Medvig's armless tripod frame was already squatting at the Vulture end, a metal assemblage of dull bronze and copper, their cylindrical body dominated by 4 square openings. Their long head was featureless, save for a couple of mismatched yellow lights. Humans like to have something to focus on. Medvig's hands could act as his own personal remotes, and he had already sent these small spider-like assemblages down the pipe and into the freighter to help Ollie with the fine work. Chris gave Idris a wave from where she sat on the floor, Kittering crouching beside her. The alien wasn't much more than a metre high, but was half again as wide, lending him a crab-like gait when he moved through their human-designed corridors. High-status Hanalambra back home might lavishly ornament their armoured backs and the shield-like surfaces of their protective arms to show their wealth and status. Kittering's were set with cheap screens that he used to communicate or rented out as advertising space. "Suspension pods," said Ollie. Idris glanced up to the bay's main screen, flicking from one drone feed to another. Here was the main cargo space of the Gamma, lined with suspension beds. Their irregular layout and lack of uniformity spoke of the haste of their installation. None of the drones were picking up any power signatures. "Could be worse," Chris said, and he could only nod. "It will, of course, become worse." Medvig's cheery tones issued from their metal torso. "Next cargo bay, I'm opening her up," Ollie reported, and then, "It's worse." Idris stared dully at the screen, noting that the conversion of the Gamma from cargo to passenger craft hadn't been complete by the time of its evacuation. That hadn't stopped its crew from nobly taking on as many people as they could. There were no suspension pods in the next chamber, just bodies. They were vacuum-withered, dried up like sticks, many with ruptured eyes and self-inflicted wounds. A few desiccated hands clutched makeshift weapons. Idris watched a gun drift past, an old model accelerator that could certainly have put a pellet through the hull. Perhaps that had lost them their atmosphere. The vulture's drones pushed in through the open hatch, sending rigid bodies spinning away. It looked as though there had been a couple of 100 people packed into this hold, and they had not gone peacefully. Idris could almost hear an echo, across time, of the dreadful, all-consuming panic that had swept through the hold like a flash fire, the madness gifted to each one of them alone. It wouldn't have just been the knowledge that they were going to die. People could be remarkably sanguine when all hope was gone. It was that they had gone through unspace, awake. It was something he himself was intimately familiar with, but then he was an intermediary. It was what he had not only been trained for, but extensively engineered for. One of the lucky ones who'd survived the process. Unspace travel while awake wasn't a death sentence. It wasn't guaranteed to drive a person into a stage of permanent madness either, but both outcomes were entirely possible. Unspace was different. Things from real space, such as humans, had a tenuous existence there. It was a terrible, lonely place, until you sensed something other. Then, being alone became preferable to the alternative. Regular navigators retired to their suspension beds after setting a course along the throughways, and their ships woke them when they were ready to exit unspace at their destination. It was only when you went off the beaten track that someone had to keep the lamps burning, gazing into the abyss and having it gaze right back. That was what intermediaries did. That was the invaluable service people like Idris provided to the post-war world, for as long as their minds held together. Things went further downhill after Ollie found the Gamin's lone power signature, the one system still working in the whole ship. She tracked it down to one corner of the hold, finding an antique meteor-type projector bolted lopsidedly to the wall. It was looping through an array of entertainment, brightly coloured figures that were partway between human and extinct Earth animals. They were still capering about, having adventures, teaching vacuum-silent lessons about space safety and friendship and making do, because someone had wanted the children to have something to take their minds off the journey when they left their homes and went into space. Because of course there had been children here. Because of course. After enough time had passed, Rollo's rough voice came through to them. "All right, my sons and daughters. Ollie, Medvig, bring in anything loose that'll fetch a price. Then let's get this tomb back to Roshu. Soonest started, soonest finished. And Barney?" "What now?" the engineer demanded, from wherever he was in the ship. "Run some component comparisons. I know she's old, but there's probably something on that ship that we could reuse on this one." Chapter 3. Idris. Back before, nobody came to Roshu for their health. It was a poisonous planet, the atmosphere full of sulphur, chlorine and arsenical compounds, the ground heavy with selenium and cinnabar. The external temperature could cook eggs, even near the poles, which was where all the habitats were. The initial Roshu colony had been a small mining concern. After Earth, a lot of refugees ended up there. They lived out of their failing ships for a generation, while people built makeshift shelters on the ground or in orbit. Some ships failed, some shelters did too, yet people kept arriving. Roshu had been one of the few colonies that hadn't needed to encourage refugees to leave, but it was never going back to being a little mining colony. Enough people stuck from the polyaspora, and the same throughways that brought the refugees also made Roshu a stopover for merchants and haulers. The vulture god erupted out of unspace, close enough to set Roshu's traffic control systems complaining, and Idris began bootstrapping the ship's systems and waking the others. Roshu wasn't his favourite place in the galaxy, frankly. Just about all human colonies had an AI kybernet to standardise legalities and trade within human space. At Idris's request, Roshu's version confirmed docking privileges at the planet's single ground-bound spaceport, Roshu Primator, and he began their approach. Rollo strolled in, wearing nothing but white long johns and munching on a stick of something purple-flavoured. He scratched idly at his paunch. "You fucked up the approach again? Careless, boy, careless." Heritage had hailed them by then, wanting to take the gamin out of the vulture god's claws. Money changed hands in the ghostly ether where the computer systems meshed. Job done, and Idris was happy to be rid of the wrecked freighter and all its grisly contents, even happier to count the largesse added to the vulture's account. Some of the older colonies still ran their own currencies, but the polyaspora had wrecked any wider human economy. The entire fugitive culture had been living from day to day for decades on a barter economy. Largesse had started when people began swapping skills and services for whatever necessities could be gleaned. Colony kybernets had formalised it into a credit system, at least nominally backed by Hugh. It remained rough around the edges, intentionally shadowy, a cobbled-together system for a cobbled-together civilization. "Well now, my happy little family," Rollo announced to the crew, as they levered themselves groggily from the suspension pods. "I would love to tell you all we just got rich, but take docking fees, repair costs and the usual bribes out of it, and we're all just very slightly better off. Kit, Chris, Barney, Medvig, shore leave, 1 day. Idris and Uncle Rollo are going to see a man about putting bread on the table. Madame Olean, dearest of all my surrogate daughters, has drawn the short straw. She will be minding ship for the first day, during which she will doubtless attend to various niggling matters of maintenance, those that do not require many a Barnier's technical acumen." "Fuck off, Uncle Rollo," from Ollie, not best pleased at sitting out the first round of shore leave. "Oh, yes indeed," Rollo twinkled, cranking the avuncular up to 11. "For the rest of you reprobates, we will be on the ground 2 days maximum. Whoever fucks up worst on day 1 gets to mind the ship on day 2. Rollo took oversight of their landing approach into the docks at Roshu Primator, the primate house, as the city had somehow become known. The docking ring was set around the very apex of the covered city's outer bubble, as if the place was wearing some kind of hat. Under this encircling platform was a gravitic drive, whose ministrations maintained atmosphere over the landing pads, supported ships during the last few hundred metres of their descent, and not least, held up the whole unlikely city's structure. Idris could only imagine the maintenance schedule this demanded, and what might happen if someone cut corners. With the surly exception of Ollie, the crew assembled at the hatch, dressed for shore leave. For Idris and Barney, this didn't require any changes to their printed ship gear. Idris liked not standing out, and Musoku Barnier had probably accepted he wasn't going to win any beauty contests. He'd been caught in some engineering-related mischance long before he joined the Vulture God's crew. Wherever he'd been, the medical facilities had been efficient but utilitarian. Half his face was craggy bronze-brown and deeply lined. The other half was greying pink, smooth as youth, the eye a milky marble. Chris said the true root of Barney's ill temper was that the grafted side looked better than the original. Chris had donned her fancy clothes, the long tunic with white sleeves, the artfully draped poncho. On her slim frame, all that unnecessary cloth served to at least mimic the impression of wealth and good living. The red scarf around her neck was vivid as a murder scene. Anyone seeing them stepping off the ship would take her for a passenger, slumming her way across the galaxy before taking up a position in her parents' company. Medvig didn't dress up. They were a three-legged, armless frame, with a head purely for the convenience of dealing with humans. However, the crew's other non-human member had made his own planet-appropriate arrangements. Hanalambra weren't really like crabs, because crabs came from Earth. Yet, to any human who'd seen a shellfish farm, the comparison was unavoidable. Evolution had designed the Hani to present their armoured backs to predators, protecting a broad body set on 3 pairs of legs that let them skitter in just about any direction. Kittering's focal point was a fork-shaped prong jutting from under the butterfly wing curve of his shell. 5 round amber eyes stared unwinkingly from this, with the bellows of his 2 breathing membranes rising and falling on either side. The sagging sack of his belly was mostly hidden by his shield arms, evolved for defence but co-opted for display. Above the arms, a cluster of mouthparts was in constant fidgety motion. Kittering's eye crown didn't come much past Idris's waist, but the little accountant pushed through his human crewmates with perfect assurance. The screens set into his back and shields displayed a lurid advertisement for some no-holds-fight match. Kittering was always on the lookout for a little extra largesse. Rollo himself had slung a reinforced jacket over his ship clothes, old miner's gear, his one concession to a night on the town. None of them were carrying obvious weapons, because Roshu had strict regulations about anything that could punch a hole in the dome. As the hatch opened, revealing a quicksilver-coloured sky dotted with toxic clouds, Chris rapped Idris on the shoulder. "Eyes open, like they cut off the lids," he agreed. And then the crew were going their separate ways. "Got a call from a cheese man," Rollo explained to Idris. "Deep void work. Wants to see if we've got what it takes." Cheesemen were fixers who matched jobs to skills. They claimed the name came from chessmen after their legendary logistical skills. Everyone else said it came from cheese pairing after their legendary tight-fistedness. Idris nodded glumly. Intermediaries were rare, so being exhibited like some human curio was part of the deal. They were pushing down a narrow corridor cluttered with spacers, miners and colony staff. Here, tawdry establishments sought to bilk the impatient of their currency before they reached the main dens of vice on the lower levels. And Idris had an itch between his shoulder blades. His paranoia told him someone was following them, but then paranoia was one of the things you ended up with if you kept your eyes open through unspace. He shook off the feeling irritably. The crowds had blinded Idris and Rollo to trouble, so they practically bounced off the 2 large men who stepped in front of them. Idris was just making apologies when one of them said, "Idris Ptolemy, you come with us now." He froze. Strangers knowing his name was never auspicious, especially when it preceded an order and not an invitation. The voice wasn't the nasal Roshu twang either, but something heavier with rolled consonants from a planet less cosmopolitan than this. "He's going nowhere with you, friend," Rollo started, and got slammed against the corridor wall for his trouble with a whoof of lost breath. The other man seized Idris's arm in a vice hold. The 2 heavies were just that. Most people who'd come out of the lean war generations were small, clawing to their majorities out of half-starved childhoods. This pair's ancestors hadn't had any worries on that score. They were each a good 2 meters tall and broad across the shoulders. They wore bottle green uniform jackets, busy with gold trimming about the shoulders and cuffs. Their long faces had bristly moustaches and hair worn in wire-bound braids that reached to their chins. Everything about them screamed money and casual violence, and there was only one place that really did the two together so well. Magda. "We don't need any trouble," Idris proclaimed loudly. But everyone was just rushing past, in a hurry not to see trouble either, in case it was contagious.
"Detaining you under Liaison Board Order 3, rogue intermediaries,"
one of the Magdan heavies grunted, like someone reading the words with difficulty from a book.
"Chris?"
Idris tried the radio, but they'd hit a complete dead zone. Worse and worse.
"Whose authority?"
Rollo choked out, more for the form of it.
"Our Lord desires justice," one of them said. "A fugitive intermediary, very dangerous. To be repatriated to colonial service. And you talk too much, fat man. Accessory, we think."
His friend flashed a slate that might or might not display some manner of permit. Idris got as far as, "I'm not," before his arm was wrenched behind his back, hard. Then he and Rollo were being frog-marched away. Solace. Partheni weren't renowned for travelling incognito. When she stepped off the passenger hauler at Roshu, Solace was followed by a fair-sized A-grav trunk that held her armour and weapons. The sight of her Parthenon greatcoat put a good metre of clear space around her, which had its pluses and minuses. The long military coat, marked with her company badges and rank, attracted a lot of foul looks these days. The last few decades had seen the rise of an ugly subculture of nativists in the colonies, who were dead against anything except natural-born humans on their worlds. At the same time, the uniform was notorious enough that nobody dared to give her any trouble. Worst came to worst, the intimidation factor might just start opening doors for her, purely so that her owners could get rid of her more quickly. It struck her that the phrase Parthenon diplomacy might become Colville parlance to describe exactly the way she was behaving, and she wasn't sure if that was funny or not. There weren't many places on Roshu for high-profile guests, but the Aspirat, the Parthenon's covert ops division, had an account with the orrery of man. It was part hotel, part monument to poor taste and gold paint, but at least it was in a good part of the moneyed upper dome. More scowls were evident as she entered the lobby, and that concerned her a little more. The Partheni were always going to be anathema to the grassroots real humans for real humans movement within Hugh. By nativist lights, they were vat-grown genetic freaks, and they'd become a military threat when they left Hugh's control 13 years ago. Hostile stares from snooty staff and the cosseted rich, even in this hellhole, didn't bode well for the future. Fear not the gun, but the finger on the trigger, as the saying went. Soon after, a very different Solace slipped out of a staff exit, dressed in olive-coloured ship clothes and sandals. She retained the bleeding wing tattoo under her left eye, but Roshu's underside was rough, diverse, and full of transients of all descriptions. The Parthenon's Aspirat section maintained a sympathiser in the city administration, a grey-haired woman with the stern demeanour of a vengeful librarian. Solace only needed to say, "Show me the vulture god," and she received a packet of information, delivered hand to hand, the old way, so nobody could pluck it from the cabinet in transit. The Vulture's file held only its most recent flight plan and a crew manifest with images and biometrics, mostly so local authorities could identify any bodies after bar fights. Solace flicked across the pictures. Hostile-looking moustache, good-looking woman with a double chin, half-face guy, better-looking woman with a scarf and an intriguing grin, cheap-ass Hanny, battered-looking hive frame, and there was her mark. Idris Telemier. She stared at the picture below the sparse details. It wasn't even listed that he was an int. Another agent might have queried her superiors. "Are you sure?" Except she knew. As Ash said, this was an old friend, a fellow veteran. Of course she remembered him. She remembered Berlenhof, default HQ of the Council of Human Interests, wealthy and beautiful, even before Earth fell. And she'd never forget the conflict that followed. She'd been with the first Heaven's Sword, a shining new ship with the latest mass loom technology. And after the battle, her surviving sisters had become the core of a new sorority for the next ship to bear the name. Before the battle, with the architect making its graceful approach past the outer planets, the Partheni had met Berlenhof's fellow defenders on one of its orbitals. While her superiors had discussed hard tactics with their opposite numbers, she'd sat with her fellow soldiers and just talked. This was back in the day when the Parthenon was humanity's great hope. The angels with their martial resolve and top-of-the-range technology. Their mission? To hold back the inevitable. She felt a wave of nebulous emotion. A clutch of loss mixed with the soaring nostalgia of when we were heroes. She'd been 25 and had never seen anything more than a skirmish before. There had been Castigar warrior caste members spoiling for a fight, Hanilambra merchant venturers, humans from every corner of the colonies. And there had been a special weapon too. 4 men, 3 women, 1 non-binary. Intermediaries, the first class of them, right out of the labs. The weapon that a little corner of human science had been working on ever since the miracle at Forthbridge. Idris Telemier had been among the group. Later, he'd become the first man she'd ever met. A little younger than she was, dark bronzy skin like most colonials, black unruly hair hacked short by someone whose barber status was definitely amateur. Mostly she remembered how nervous he'd looked, flinching from every loud noise. And he had big ears, really quite outsize for his face. Odd what stayed with you. Now she looked at his image and saw the same man, when she should have been looking at a face that might have belonged to his grandfather. Solace herself had been born over 70 years before, Earth standard, but she'd spent a lot of that time in suspension, a weapon waiting for an appropriate war. Colonials didn't do that. They only put themselves under when they travelled, and for ints, not even then. She could only assume the image was seriously out of date. 3 of the 8 ints had died at Berlenhof, and another 2 had been driven irretrievably insane in the course of duty. Idris could easily have been next. Yet, when she met him on planet after the battle, in the infirmary camp converted from a luxury hotel, he'd been lucid. Shaken, but that was to be expected after you'd touched the vast alien consciousness of an architect with your mind. 6 years later, the war would end, thanks to Berlenhof's hard-won insights. In the Far Lux system, the intermediary program would finally establish contact with an architect. No formal détente, no treaties, no demands. According to the surviving ints, there had just been a noticing. The architects had discovered that humans existed. The war, which had raged for 80 years and cost billions of lives, had been fought without the knowledge of one of its parties. And on becoming aware of humanity, the architects had simply vanished. Nobody knew where they went. Nobody knew where they had come from, or why they'd done what they did. They had never been seen again. When the vulture god came into port, Solace put herself into a position to greet it. That was her initial plan, just step forward and raise a hand. She watched the same faces from the manifest appear, or most of them. Then it was Ptolemy's turn, and Solace simply stared. If he'd had the slightest awareness about him, he'd have seen her immediately. All her training fled. He really hadn't changed. The image she'd seen was up to date. Here was the man she'd known in the war. The man with the big ears and the worried expression from 50 years ago, not aged a day. For a moment, she was back in the war, when things had been simultaneously better and so much worse. Back fighting the architects, which couldn't be fought in any meaningful way. Until they'd wheeled out Idris and his fellows, their secret weapon, the hope of humanity. She stared, missed her moment, and the crew walked right by her. The majority were very plainly out for a night on the town, or whatever passed for it on Roshu. Idris and Moustache peeled off from them, and Solace wanted to just shout his name, go and grab his shoulder. She was a soldier, after all, and he'd been her comrade in arms once. Easy to forget she was a spy now. So she forced down all those easy, blunt ways of doing things and just skulked after them, awaiting her moment, fending off people who tried to sell her things or interest her in their dubious services. Food, games, mediotypes, even forbidden delights of the warrior angels, Menhir. The words actually stopped her, and she turned incredulously. For a moment, a very brief moment, she thought she saw a Partheni soldier soliciting a lurching freighter pilot. Then the garish lights opposite switched orientation, revealing a very risque uniform. The spacer obviously found the look authentic enough because he changed tack and stumbled through the open door of the institution. The young woman posted outside looked speculatively at Solace. "Mesdames, you?" She stretched a smile across her tired face. "Who knows the pleasures of our sex better than the wicked angels of the Parthenon?" Behind her, the frontage of the establishment lit up with decals of wings and phallic spaceships. I should tell her, Solace thought, amused. She was curious as to what counted as forbidden on decadent Roshu, but she just shook her head and hurried to make up lost ground. But she was too late. Through being circumspect, she'd lost her quarry to someone who had just done the soldierly thing and accosted them. Idris and Moustache were now in the company of a pair of decorated military clowns. Given the way the crowd was parting, they were recognised by the locals as having some manner of authority. Or perhaps it was merely that they were big men, plainly kitted out by someone with largesse to spare. For a moment she was going to just wade in, pit her Partheni skills against the brute squad, and show them who bred better soldiers. However, she was in colonial space. These two could be Hugh security services, and that was how wars were started. She brought out a slate and recorded the whole mess, tailing them until they reached what she identified as a bastion of the local administration. This validated her decision not to kick anyone's head in. Yet. So what now? It wasn't as though the Parthenon had any diplomatic sway here on Roshu. She needed allies if she wasn't going to simply storm in like a one-woman army. And the Vulture's remaining crew were the only possible candidates. Wherever they were, they would be spending credit. Her accomplice could pinpoint which dive was fleecing them. Then she could use them to break up whatever the hell was going on with Ptolemy and friend. Solace flicked through the profiles of Idris's crewmates until she found the one she wanted, the woman with the scarf and the grin, and put her plan into action. Her contact located the crew at a gaming den, where their Hanalambra factor was hustling 2 miners and a freighter pilot at landstep. Solace was just in time to see the engineer, Barnier, heading off with a man and a woman. The trio looked very friendly, bound for one of the upstairs rooms. The woman Solace wanted was at the bar, looking far too elegant for Roshu, knocking back a beaker of the notoriously potent colonial moonshine. She glanced at the approaching Solace briefly, then fixed on her. After all, Solace did have the distinctive Partheni face. It was inevitable when you grew your people out of vats from a carefully curated gene line. Solace saw her eyes widen and knew the colonial woman could denounce her to the entire establishment. It was time for her soldier routine, whether Solace wanted to go there or not. "Your friends are in trouble," she said, to forestall a scene. "Your captain and navigator. They need you." Of all the crew, this woman's particular civilian talents were required right now. But because Roshu was that kind of place, and the uniforms had seemed that kind of people, she added, "And you need me." Chapter 4. Idris. Magda was an Earth-like planet, cold but with a relatable biochemistry. Back before, the colony had already been expanding, the original founders becoming an overclass above a mass of new colonists, introduced to run the expanding agricultural industry. Magda was the largest exporter of foodstuffs to overburdened Earth. After, refugees had fled to Magda in their millions, knowing only that here was a planet with room for them. And the planet's landowners, the Boyarin, had taken in everyone, turned not one ship away. Which sounded grand until you understood that to set foot on Magda was to accept the life they gave you, one of service in the factories or fields. It was never quite slavery under Hugh definitions, but then Magda was one of the big dogs of Hugh. Remarkable how the authorities there could end up not quite any number of bad things. The word most enlightened outsiders applied to Magdan society was serfdom. The Boyarin themselves called the system the robot, which seemed to adequately sum up how they regarded the mass of their people. It was one of the Boyarin themselves who came to look in on Rollo and Idris shortly after they were consigned to one of Roshu Admin's holding cells. He looked young, although the Boyarin were certainly amongst those few with the wherewithal for a long life. His clothes were flamboyant, a loose-sleeved shirt of shimmering orange, hand-embroidered at the throat and cuffs, tight trousers and tight boots, a black half-cloak ornamented with gold. His body was lean and fit, his coldly handsome features graced with a small upwards-tilted moustache and a neat scar that curved from the corner of his mouth to his ear. The Magdan elite liked their jewels, Idris had heard. His heavies, presumably Voyeni, house guards, stood impassively after announcing him as the Boyarin Paita Jeva Uskaro. Paita Uskaro was all skin-deep smiles, and he had eyes for Idris alone. "What fortune attends our meeting?" he announced. It was as if his guests weren't stuck in a cramped oven-hot metal box with one clear plastic wall. His tones, heavy with the Magdan accent, came to them through a speaker in the ceiling. "Your Grandness, there's been some mistake," Rollo tried. "We're just salvagers. We're no criminals. I can provide references, work history." Uskaro waved the virtual paperwork aside, still grotesquely pleasant, as though just waiting for a servant to turn up with wine. "Deep void work, yes, which means you have in your possession a rare gem, a commercial intermediary.
Yet imagine my surprise when I asked after the details of your leash contract with the liaison board. And alas, none is filed.
He rolled his eyes, as though they were all just victims of Hugh bureaucracy.
Which can only mean that your man here is a fugitive from his contract, and you have been abetting him. I'm sure it's witless, Captain Rostand. Do I mean witless? Innocent, maybe, is the word. I'm sure you had no idea your man here was a dangerous renegade fleeing the service he owes to his people. Bad trouble, Captain. Very bad. You will, of course, be grateful when I take him off your hands. It is not the first time such a one has been apprehended by the Boyarin's tireless efforts in our drive for justice. We spearhead the advancement of our species, Captain. Our tireless navigators seek out throughways as yet undiscovered, that we may open up a wealth of planets hitherto hidden from us. The future of humanity, Captain. Fresh colonies, perhaps even new originator sites. Treasures beyond imagining.
His teeth were blinding white and perfectly even when he smiled. Idris squinted into the sun of that expression and wasn't fooled. His fight-or-flight response was screwing his body into overdrive. Awkward, given he could do neither.
"What," he managed, "did your last int die of?"
That perfect smile didn't falter.
"It so happened that my family's best navigator suffered a mishap. How lucky for me that we were able to locate a replacement so swiftly. I am just concluding the legalities with Roshu Kybernet, after which we shall be off. And then I shall decide whether charges should be filed against your captain here as your accomplice. Perhaps a residual concern for his well-being will encourage you to accept your rightful lot. It's time you served the species that made you what you are."
"Your Grandness," Rollo started, "he is not under leash. He is a free man. You have no right—" Oscaro gave him the look of a man who can purchase any right he wishes.
"The Kybernet is processing the matter now, Captain Rostand. I shall return shortly to take possession of my new property. What happens to you depends on your decorum between now and then."
When he was gone, Rollo sat on the floor and stared at his sandalled feet.
"Fuck all paymasters,"
he said. Less a specific jibe at Oscaro, so much as a familiar spacer oath. Idris was still standing. He couldn't sit. His skinny body was vibrating with adrenaline which had nowhere to go.
"I will fight," he decided. "I will not go."
And he knew they couldn't force him, not really. They couldn't make him navigate for them. But they could beat and brutalise him, condition him, drug him, drive implants into his brain, until his ability to resist their demands had been pared down to nothing. Mostly with the liaison board ints, the commercial ints, it wasn't necessary. They came pre-compliant, resigned to drudgery, until the horrors of unspace unhinged them. But when one of them went renegade and fled, well, you heard all sorts. And he wasn't renegade. He'd never been on a leash. But it wasn't the first time someone had made the convenient assumption, and this time Chris wasn't here to sort it out.
I won't go,
he said, because the thought had bounced back and forth in his head so much it had to escape.
We'll jump them,
Rollo suggested.
On the way to their ship.
As though Rollo would even be getting out of the cell, Idris thought.
Or we'll come after you.
As though they could, without Idris in the pilot's chair.
We'll... something.
As though there was anything. Around 55 years back, in the heart of the war, the freighter Samark exited unspace to find every wartime pilot's worst nightmare, an architect bearing down on them. They were bound for Forthbridge Port, packed to the gills with displaced refugees. Faced with their imminent demise, the crew started packing people into shuttles and escape pods, of which there was an entirely inadequate supply. Meanwhile, the architect reached out for them, intent on peeling the ship and arranging the hull into a configuration more pleasing to its alien aesthetics. Yet, even as it began to warp the hull, it stopped. For a long moment, the passenger freighter and the colossal alien entity hung there in space, both speeding towards Forthbridge Port. Then, it withdrew. For the first time ever, an architect just went away. What happened on board the Samark became legend. The most popular mediotype showed one of the passengers, a girl of 15, running onto the bridge. She was clutching her head, speaking in tongues, blood running from her nose. What was clear to everyone was that Xavienne Torino had somehow made the architect leave. Her own testimony confirmed she'd forged a link between them, mind to mind. She had been the first intermediary, a natural. Over the next decade, humanity's best scientists would work with Saint Xavienne, as she became known, to try and replicate her abilities. The new corps would get its first outing at the Battle of Berlenhof in 78 after, and would go on to end the war. But before that, everyone had realised ints were good for more than just driving away architects. That same uncanny sense let them tap into the fabric of unspace, to navigate beyond the established throughways in a way no instrument or device could. Some species could manage something similar, the Castigar and the Hegemony, for example, but even with them it was rare, and humanity had abruptly joined that select club. Ints went from being a secret weapon to a trading advantage. So the Liaison Board was born. They took in humanity's unwanted, and they turned out a handful of commercial intermediaries through harsh conditioning and unrelenting surgery. All who survived the programme left under leash contracts, making them nothing but property until they'd paid back the colossal cost of their treatment, which meant, to all intents and purposes, never. Idris was a free man, created before the board existed. But who would believe him? And almost all the other free wartime ints were dead. These cheery thoughts occupied him, until the Boyarin Paita Cheva Uskaro returned, with his retinue, to take possession.
All is achieved,
he said cheerfully to the 2 station guards. One opened the cell so a Voyeni trooper could pull Idris out, the other ensured Rollo stayed inside. Then they hauled him out to the clerk's office, where the staff did their best not to notice what was going on.
Look at your face like thunder,
Uskaro remarked dryly to Idris.
You'd think you didn't want to serve humanity. You don't want people to take you for a betrayer, do you?
Idris noted that the word was given a particular spin, and he suppressed a shudder. The pro-humanity nativists had a strong foothold on Magda, and they talked a great deal about betrayal. By the Parthenon, by aliens, by intermediaries, somehow in league with architects. Anything to explain why humans didn't run the universe. Idris faced up to the man, as much as he could given their difference in heights.
Your Elegance, let it be known that, should you make me your navigator, I vow to guide that ship into the deep void where monsters dwell. I will wake everyone aboard, so your people may experience the nightmares of unspace. Once they've gone mad, torn out each other's throats and driven their own thumbs into their eyes, I will paint on the walls with their blood. Salvagers will find these words. The Boyarin Pater Cheva Uskaro did this, who is no respecter of human freedoms.
He felt a wash of catharsis, then immediately knew he'd gone too far. Uskaro's face had closed like a trap, the fake smile vanishing. A tightening grip on his arms told him that the two Voyeni were going to give him a beating as a matter of honour, and their master would plainly enjoy watching Idris learn his place. But perhaps not before these witnesses. So Uskaro merely nodded tightly and marched towards the exit, the Voyeni pulling Idris along in his wake. Yet the doors didn't open, and one of the clerks called out from behind them.
"Kybernet says to hold the int,"
she explained, when faced with Uskaro's disbelieving stare.
"Administrative matter."
When he demanded an explanation, she shrugged.
"Don't know, Your Elegance. Doesn't say. Just routine."
A movement at floor level caught Idris's attention as he hung between the Voyeni. Like a rodent, a spider, a hand, a scuttling shape of metal and plastic. He knew it, of course. It was one of Medvig's remotes, detached from the hiver's frame, come over to say hello. Seeing that it had his attention, it carefully balanced on 3 of its fingers and curled the rest in until it had made a creditable thumbs up. Bless you, Medvig. Somehow they'd found him. Now, he just had to worry about Rollo. When the outer door opened, it was Chris they all saw, and she already had Rollo free and clear beside her. She must have extracted him from the cells via some other route.
What is this?
Uskaro stared at her.
Why is this man free? And who is this woman?
He was briefly too baffled to be angry.
Your Elegance, I am Keristina Sulin Almier, acting as certified advocate to the Hugh Civil Court for my client Idris Telemier.
Uskaro made a little spitting noise of utter incredulity.
It is not permitted a lawyer. It is under a leash contract.
I am now calling upon the Roshu Kybernet to act as arbiter, Chris announced grandly. Respond, if you please.
The voice emanating from the clerk's console was flat and affectless.
Presence confirmed for the stated purpose. I request the release of my client, imprisoned under false pretences. I have filed a request for damages, plus compensation for emotional trauma and loss of liberty against the family Uskaro. These will be dealt with under separate hearing once my client is freed.
He cannot be your client,
Uskaro hissed at her. Then he protested to the air, as the Kybernet had no physical presence.
It is property under a leash contract.
The clerk, who looked as though she was enjoying herself, threw data up on a wall screen. Idris's birth records from 70 years ago. Idris's war record. Idris's work history. Idris, old beyond his face. Uskaro's own features went slack, realising simultaneously the sheer value of what he had seized and that he wasn't legally able to keep it. One of the original wartime ints, with all those decades of skill and experience, but, for that selfsame reason, out of his reach.
But he's
old enough to be your revered grandpa, Boyarin. Real old.
A grin from Chris, and Idris thought sourly,
"Thanks for that."
I look forward to your depositions regarding compensation, Your Elegance, she finished up brightly. Doubtless your lawyers will be in touch.
She reached forward to take Idris's wrist, and as simply as that, he was out of the Voyeni's grasp. Medvig's artificial spider hand scurried up to sit on Chris's shoulder, and Idris guessed the hiver would have circumvented the office's privacy screens to transmit events to the rest of the crew. Now, let's walk proudly out of Roshu admin like free citizens of the colonies, Chris said quietly. Then let's get the fuck to the ship as quick as we can. She glanced back, and Idris did too, meeting Oscaro's bleak, hungry gaze. I don't think the Boyarin will restrict himself to legal measures. Chapter 5. Idris. Roshu admin's holding cells were in one of the more civilized neighborhoods of Roshu Primator. Reaching the docking ring, and the Vulture God, was going to involve some legwork through districts where a little violence could be overlooked. Idris was painfully aware just how big and healthy those two thugs of Oscaro's had been. Rollo could throw a punch, and Chris was more than capable of looking after herself, but neither of them were professional heavies.
"Listen up, my children."
Rollo was speaking low, sending to all crew.
"Extricate yourselves from whatever foul vices you're engaged in, and hightail it back to the god right now. We are no longer welcome here. Keep an eye out for Voyeni in green too."
Are we fighting now? Came Barney's incredulous reply. I mean, already?
"No, my son. We are flying ahead of the shitstorm, like always," Rollo told him. "Ollie?"
Does this mean no shore leave for me? The drone specialist's voice broke in.
"My poor luckless daughter, it does," Rollo confirmed, "and I need the god ready for a speedy exit, especially if bad neighbours turn up before we do."
Ollie's response to that was anatomically challenging, but probably indicated agreement.
"Kittering?"
Rollo was striding down the dignified street at an undignified hustle, heedless of the stares they were getting. Two dirty spacers plus Chris, whose ersatz finery looked like the imitation it was in this district. There was a rattle over the comms, then the translation chirped, "Scurrying in progress." Converting Hanny to human Colvol was more of an art than a science.
"Tell me we have somewhere to go, Kit."
"Further employment has been secured through my own excellent offices, Captain. Good work, low risk," Kittering's translator yapped.
"Anywhere but here,"
Rollo confirmed, as they hit the seedier side of town and prepared for trouble.
"This way, children."
He bundled Idris and Chris onto a cargo elevator.
"Next time, my daughter, bring backup for a caper like this. See right?"
I did take out some fight insurance, what with you being incommunicado,
Chris confessed. She had authority in emergencies, but ceding control made Rollo twitchy.
Seeing how the Boyarin get violent when they don't get what they want, I hired us some extra security.
At his glower, she added,
"A concerned party who alerted me to your predicament, Captain, and offered their services."
"We are going to have a talk about what your executive authority actually covers,"
Rollo muttered. But then the elevator shuddered to a halt at a loading bay. They bulled their way out through a crowd of spacers and staff, all apparently trying to manoeuvre bulky A-grav crates and trolleys towards it at the same time. Idris caught a flash of bottle-green uniform.
"Trouble,"
he hissed. A couple of Voyeni were shoving through the throng towards them. Rollo nodded and vaulted the next cargo flatbed, heading away. But before Idris could follow, a third Voyeni loomed abruptly beside him. A big man in shirt sleeves, no doubt dragged from some dive by his master's demands. For a moment, he had Idris's collar, hoisting the smaller man off the ground. Then Chris's knife flashed out, its ceramic blade slashing the man's wrist, so he let go with a howl.
"Now we run."
Their undignified hustle abruptly became a flat-out pelt over cargo crates and around startled haulers and loaders. Rollo jinked towards another elevator, but the car was already departing, and Idris saw another Voyeni elbowing towards them from that quarter, a head taller than most of the crowd. There was only a railing in the opposite direction, surrounding a deep shaft. It had been built to transport containers into the bowels of the city from the docking ring above, and also housed the cargo elevator in which they'd arrived. Idris remembered seeing shafts like that as a child. It had seemed that you could step out into empty air and float down, just like those monolithic cargo pods, except that each pod was controlled by the city's gravitic engines. Jump out into that abyss, and you'd plummet to your death. Chris swore and whirled towards the approaching Voyeni, knife at the ready. But her scarf seemed to strike up a life of its own, tugging her towards the railing and the drop. She swore and swatted at the hand-like remote plucking at her.
"Get with the program. On,
Medvig signalled. Their remote sprang from Chris to land on an automated pallet stacked high with containers as it glided slowly alongside the shaft, a ton of stately metal in motion. Rollo didn't hesitate, hauling Idris onto the pallet. A line of nacelles jutted from its upper surface, handles for gravitic steering, and Idris grimly wrapped his arms about one. Rollo boosted Chris up, then scrambled aboard himself. The Voyeni were already running, not seeing the plan but scenting there was one, and they now wielded short, studded bludgeons. Matters had gone past mere fisticuffs. The pallet reversed dramatically, shunting pedestrians out of the way until it hit the buckling metal of the rail.
"Grab on, organics,"
Medvig chattered in their ears.
"Rough transit alert."
Without warning, they broke through the rail, dropping into 5 stories of empty space. Idris heard panicked screams as they began to plummet. A stomach-wrenching second later, and they were climbing back up the shaft, the pallet clawing for purchase against the city's gravitic field.
"Medvig, my children, you better all know what you're doing,"
Rollo yelled.
"In times of stress, have you considered singing happy songs?"
Medvig, as an intelligence distributed across a knot of cyborg roaches, loved highlighting human frailties. They passed the platform they'd just abandoned, and the Voyeni were there waiting for them. Surely they're not going to... But they were angry, and their boss probably took failure out of their hides. One of them, the boldest or maddest, vaulted the crumpled rail. He hit the floating truck hard, one hand closed tight around the gravitic pontoon. Chris slashed the shoulder seam of his coat, drawing a little blood, but he hauled himself up, the truck lurching madly as his weight skewed its lift calculations. In moments, the second Voyeni had gone for the leap. He'd left it almost too late, hands grabbling for purchase and boots kicking as he tried to pull himself up. Rollo fainted at the first thug, who blocked the punch contemptuously, receiving a blow to his gut as payment. Then he was on Rollo, lifting his opponent with the clear intention of just throwing him into the chasm. Medvig's remote jabbed metal finger legs at his eyes, and the Voyeni reeled back. One huge fist caught the spidery machine and dashed it against a container's metal lid, smashing it into fragments. The Voyeni's other hand still gripped Rollo, and the man looked strong enough to lob the captain into the void one-handed. Chris stabbed him. She looked ice-cold for the 3 heartbeats it took to drive her duelling knife into his ribs 4 times, then horrified as the man toppled away. Rollo went with him. Idris twitched to grab him and almost toppled from the wildly skewing container himself. It was Chris who snagged Rollo's wrist, bracing herself with a leg over the corner of the container. All of this had their conveyance skewed almost 45 degrees from level, with everyone clinging to its uppermost edge to keep them from the chasm below. At that point, the other Voyeni hauled himself up. Idris kicked him in the face, resulting only in a snarl from his victim as he reached inside his jacket. Idris saw the stubby barrel of a gun, not a high-velocity accelerator, but a laser or chemical firearm that would be quite sufficient to kill any or all of them. Something swung overhead, and he had the sense of an armoured figure with stubby wings, gravity handles just like the Pallet's pontoons. The Voyeni jerked his arm up, appreciating the greater threat was above. But the flying figure dipped in the air, grabbed the thug's collar, and jerked sideways, tearing the man off the container and into open air. Idris winced, waiting for the drop. But the flyer swung its victim over a railing into a knot of gawking officials and space crew. Its work done, it ascended to hover above them, keeping perfect pace.
"Is that—" Rollo stammered. "Chris, child, what did you do?"
You couldn't mistake that armour. Grey-blue metal and armour plastic plate, a uniform that had been refined since the war, but never really changed. Everyone knew the elite soldiers of the Parthenon, but you didn't expect to just run into one inside the primate house.
"Meet your new crewmate,"
Chris shouted. Then they were up top, outside the dome, and next to the docking ring. Past the lumpy, repair-scarred hull of an ore transporter and another couple of haphazardly parked ships was the reassuringly ugly hull of the Vulture God.
"Yes!"
Rollo whooped. Then their container lurched and tipped them all off. They just about hit the dock, rather than plummeting down the shaft, before Medvig abandoned the Pallet to its fate. For a moment, it was beginning the long, slow tumble towards the shaft's distant reaches, clanging thunderously off nearby traffic. Then, the city's system caught up with it, cushioning its fall with invisible hands.
"More bad guys! Move!"
came Ollie's voice in their ears, and they pelted past the ore freighter towards the Vulture.
"Everyone aboard!"
Rollo demanded.
"Full complement, aye," she confirmed, "or will be when you get your behind through the hatch."
"Ahead!"
Chris shouted. Idris, already feeling at least 3 decades too old for any of this, saw that the ordeal was nowhere near over. Another 4 Voyeni were charging towards them, emerging from the far side of the Vulture God. It hadn't exactly been a mystery where they'd been docked. They had guns, and they had strength and training on their side even without those. What Idris had was a friend, apparently. Even as they ran for the Vulture, the armoured flyer dropped down, blocking the oncoming Voyeni's path. One of the thugs had a gun levelled now, and in response, the Partheni unslung her own weapon from its holding arms. An accelerator, about as absurdly illegal in this system as anything could be. If she'd turned it downwards, she could have sent a hail of gravitically accelerated pellets through the city's dome and a score of its separate floors. Still, there was only one of her and 4 Voyeni, who might also consider themselves the galaxy's elite. not to mention they were all twice the bulk of the woman inside the armour. They began spreading out, grim looks on their long faces, determined to do right by their chief. Then the vulture's hatch opened, and Ollie joined the fight. Ollie couldn't wear prosthetics or take grafts, born without any awareness of how those absent limbs might work. Instead, she had embraced the unnatural. She called the work frame she wore her Scorpion, designed by the Castigar and never intended for human use. It stomped out on 4 legs, 6 tool arms flanking her central pod. A couple of big pincer limbs arched down from the top, and a long segmented tail lashed from side to side behind her. She'd fitted that with a grabber and cutting saw, which struck sparks from the docking platform. In her Scorpion, Ollie was 3 metres tall. The Voyeni looked from her to the Partheni warrior and obviously decided they were outclassed. Mulishly, they backed off as the rest of the crew hustled to board their ship.
"Get us up!" Rollo bellowed. "And fuck docking control if they try to complain!"
"Oh, I think they're very glad to be rid of us," Chris said. Idris could only nod weakly, dropping into the pilot's seat. He set the vulture's drive against the gravity of the planet below, sending them leaping into the sky, if not like an eagle, then at least like an old bird that would live to see another day.
"Right,"
Rollo said, when the vulture god had broken atmosphere and was navigating the orbital debris that cluttered Roshu's night sky.
"My children, let us not do that again. I, for one, am too old for shit even vaguely related to that."
Idris hunched awkwardly in the pilot's seat. He was swinging the vulture hand over hand, using its bricata drives, until it was in an orbit high enough for them to escape at the slightest provocation. The vulture was nobody's idea of a racer, but their foes no longer had an intermediary. Idris would back himself against any pursuit. As part of what they'd made him into, he had an unmatched feel for the contours of space. He just had to open his mind to feel the texture of the graphitic foam that formed the barrier between the real and unspace, that the greedy little hands of the bricata could latch onto to drag the ship about. More than 300 volunteers had been accepted onto the old wartime intermediary programme, so he'd been told. Idris was one of just 30 who'd not only survived, but left sane enough to do the job. The liaison board's post-war hit rate, using convicts and debtors, was only 1/10 even of that. The process was also ruinously expensive, even for successes. Doubtless the boyar in Oscaro had paid well for a fugitive's whereabouts, and now he knew Idris's provenance, he'd be even keener to take possession, legally or otherwise.
"How do we stand with ground control?"
Rollo demanded.
"A crap ton of complaints, but no demands so far, though they've forfeited our docking deposit," Chris told him.
"I want eyes all around. Ollie, my children. A certain boyarin bastard most definitely did not walk here from Magda. I don't want his ship on top of us before we know it. Barney, how are our feathers?"
"Fucking bedraggled," came the engineer's sour voice. "We can fly, though."
"Where to?"
Idris wanted to know.
"Kut!"
The Hanny hadn't decamped to his chambers yet, and his screens were still flickering with Roshu local adverts. A moment later, he was displaying navigation data, ship specs, their new job's contractual details. The financial incentive was circled. Commercial transactions formed the chief common ground for human and Hanilambra dealings. Personal enrichment for them was a matter of life and death.
Heading to Huay-Cavor, Rollo noticed. Pick a path, Idris. Why does Huay-Cavor ring bells with me anyway?
Hegemony takeover in progress, Chris told him promptly. It's going to be a bit turbulent.
Frying pans and fires, and never a break from them.
The captain shook his head.
And while I'm talking trouble, which of my unruly children suborned the city gravitic system to lug us about on that travelling trunk?
Medvig's frame had been standing in the corner like a three-legged avant-garde sculpture. Now, in acknowledgement, they wriggled one of their remotes, currently plugged back into their chest. Rollo scowled at the hiver, but then his expression softened.
I am very grateful, but you can't go about hacking Kybernet systems. It's outside your remit. They'll unlicense you.
Medvig operated under a leash contract of their own, necessary in order to trade with humanity. The colonies, having created the hivers during the war, remained leery of the distributed intelligence now it had declared independence. Medvig's 3 surviving remotes managed, between them, a very creditable spread-handed shrug. Always a pleasure saving your pounds of flesh, came the artificial voice from their chest. The smile that graced Rollo's face was not one of his jovial beams, but something smaller and more genuine.
Just be careful, see right?
And then he looked up, and his expression hardened. Following his gaze, Idris saw that their newest crewmate had entered the compartment. She still wore most of her armour, though the wings were folded and the gun nowhere to be seen. She was short, compact-framed, her skin weirdly pale. And she was beautiful. Or perhaps she was just a well-finished product of the Partheni vats. Their warriors weren't identical, but followed an identical aesthetic. She was looking at him, and he knew her. Idris felt a sudden sinking in his belly, knowing that the universe wasn't done messing with him, still ladling out his own personal ration of trouble.
You!
Rollo addressed her, moustache bristling, as he made a big show of being unafraid.
Pulled out your goddamn Mr. Punch inside Roshu Primator. That is death penalty stuff. I should poop you out the airlock right now.
For a moment, the Partheni's face was blank. Then she translated Mr. Punch as spacer slang for an accelerator, so named because of the inconvenient holes it made in ship and habitat walls alike. I am, of course, extremely sorry, she said. Also, you're welcome. Both statements delivered in exactly the same neutral tone of voice, as though giving Rollo the option of which he wanted to hear. In the end, he decided on neither.
Chris, explain this nonsense to your Uncle Rollo, because he can't make head or tail of it.
She came and told me you and Idris had got scrobbled.
The lawyer was cleaning her knife, not quite meeting Rollo's gaze.
She offered herself as security, wanted to sign on. I took an executive decision. And we did need her.
She's a Partheni!
Rollo gesticulated wildly at the woman, then tried to face up to her again.
My newfound surrogate daughter, do you realise we are a crummy little salvage operation here? We're not going to be fighting any star battles while I'm captain.
Sometimes you get tired of fighting, the woman said. Remembering her, Idris didn't believe it for a moment. He should say something, he knew. He should unmask her as the mysterious woman from his past, here for some underhand purpose that could only relate to him. Except Something flipped inside him when he looked at her, and in the end he took the coward's way out and said nothing at all.
Well?
Rollo ran a hand through his thinning hair.
What do we even call you? Or do you just have a number?
Solace, Idris recalled, just before she spoke. There had been rank and company after the name back then, and she was plainly biting off something similar now. It must be hard to be just Solace, without all that military armour to protect it. And there was something about that moment when she just said her name, bare and alone. She looked suddenly uncertain, a crack in that Partheni facade. Idris, who sometimes felt he was built entirely out of competing vulnerabilities, valued them in other people.
Hoi, Captain, came Barney's voice. Horizon trouble.
One of the command screens flashed up with the image of a ship just getting underway. It was a conspicuous piece of kit with a forked hull like two forward curving claws, the ring of its gravitic drive spread like a peacock's tail. Barney identified it as the Raptorid, Boyarin Oscaro's craft.
Flash bastard,
Rollo decided.
Do we have a road to Hue?
We do, Idris confirmed, eyes still on Solace.
Then everyone get to your couches for suspension, for we're going under, my family. We have a working spare for our new friend?
Captain, I keep all the spares in working order, Barney's voice said bleakly, because all the regular couches are on the point of falling over.
Then further discussion will wait, Rollo decided. Chris, show the angel where she's to go. Idris? Ready.
He saw a twitch of frustration cross Solace's face.
Had her recruitment spiel lined up for me.
It seemed depressingly likely that she was just the friendly face of a deal similar to the Boyarin's.
Everyone wants a piece of me. Well, she can at least wait until wake of war before trying it on.
As he pulled the ship a politic distance from the planet before the unspace jump, he called up a quick lowdown of precisely what was happening on Hue Cavor that had Rollo so gloomy, just in case that meant more personal trouble for him too.
Oh yes, it's being taken over by the clams.
Human colonists, in the hopeful days before, had finally met what they most feared. The Essial hegemony was a genuine space empire, complete with conquered species, all dominated by a race of alien overlords. When humanity appreciated what they'd found, they retreated in fear and disarray. Back then, nobody could imagine anything worse than an alien polity with designs on adding humans to their menagerie, which was exactly what the hegemony seemed to represent. Except, as time went on, no war fleet appeared in the skies over Earth or any of its colonies. The hegemony certainly wanted to talk to humanity, and human xenolinguists' best guess was that they wanted to discuss humans bowing to their almighty alien power or else. Something would happen, some species-wide calamity. But if the hegemony was threatening humanity, they seemed very laid back about it. Refusal caused no offence, just a repeat of the offer, demand or ultimatum at a later date. It didn't help that the Essiel were very alien aliens, and their conquered underspecies weren't much better. So although the Essiel met with human diplomats and sent messages with great pomp and ceremony, nobody was quite sure what they were saying, what threats were being made, what promises offered. Then the architects came, and suddenly many things about the hegemony became clear. The doom that the Essiel had been waving at humanity was not a threat, but a warning. The hegemony was more than familiar with the architect's predatory designs and could shield planets from their attentions. All they wanted in return was a world to swear itself to them, heart and soul. A dozen human colonies joined the hegemony for this reason, accepting the SEL as their unquestioned overlords. That rate of defection had slackened since the war ended, of course, but now the SEL had human underlings to translate for them. Hegemonic diplomats had appeared all over the colonial sphere, pushing their inscrutable master's agenda. Their rule was peace and love, order and harmony, they said. The SEL were the benevolent autocrats our ancestors had sought, but never found, human nature being too flawed. They were a cult, basically. Nobody was even sure if what they spouted really represented what the SEL and their hegemony intended, filtered as it was through layers of mistranslation. The SEL were, in a very religious sense, ineffable. Tchaikovsky, the SEL's latest conquest, was busy with ships. So much so that Idris had a momentary flashback to evacuations during the war. Many were getting the hell off planet with whatever they could carry. Other ships were turning up with diplomats, spies and information hounds keen to mediotype every development for dispatch on the next packet ship. After a planet-wide vote and years of argument, the population of Tchaikovsky had decided to leave Hugh for the SEL hegemony. Tchaikovsky was a big win for the SEL, a prosperous colony. The hegemonic cult had been pushing hard for years, preaching and proselytizing in the open, and likely worse things behind closed doors, to swing public opinion. And nativists and Hugh loyalists had been fighting every step of the way, only to fall at the last fence. Even now, Idris gathered from the news feeds, the ceremonial barge of some SEL overlord was due, come to oversee the ritual obeisance of the colony's government and accept their fealty. And that would be that. Everyone would have to adjust the notional borders of their maps. Tchaikovsky would no longer be a human-governed world. "Just promise me," Barney said, actually there in person, as all the Vulture God's systems were good for the next 24 hours. "Whatever this job is, we're not getting involved in that mess." Rollo glanced at Kittering, who fiddled a little ditty with a few of his mouthparts. His screens lit up with happy human faces. The captain just shrugged. "Our mark is the Umaru. She's out from some hegemony planet I can't even say properly. Freighter, human-built, human-operated. It's in the curio trade. Decent value stuff. She's 39 standard days late and off the throughways. We get her nav data and go hunting the deep void, same as we've done 100 times. Only this time, we might get to be proper heroes and bring back a live crew." Barney nodded, grudgingly satisfied. "We got shore leave on planet." "On station only, and when we're back. Too much shit going down right now. Uncle Rollo doesn't risk his family when there's a whole planet changing hands." Barney accepted that glumly and sloped off. Idris got up and stretched. "Go get some sleep," Rollo advised. "Right, of course." He'd been on the Vulture long enough for them to know that never happened. When he reached his cabin, though, it was already occupied. Looking oddly nervous, Solace was sitting on his bed, waiting for him. Part 2. Tchaikovsky. Chapter 6. Solace. The Parthenon arose, a fully formed fighting force, only a dozen years after Earth was destroyed. A phoenix from the ruins, when the rest of humanity was running and grieving, humanity's miraculous angels in its darkest hour. Truth was, of course, that its founder, Dr. Sang Sian Parsifal, had been preparing for a war brought by Earth. She'd been breeding a better version of humanity, after all. The old model would probably want to file a few objections. An outlaw scientist operating beyond the reach of Earth, her team of like-minded renegades included warship designers, weaponsmiths, and geneticists. Solis always wondered whether Parsifal's martial intentions had been as defensive as the Partheni taught. When you've built the latest in superior military hammers, surely all your problems start looking like inferior colonial nails. All Parsifal's plans had been predicated on the political situation as it had existed before, orbiting about the gravitational centre of Earth. Then, the architects changed everything. Imminent civil war was converted to a story of heroism. Parsifal could spot a greater threat when she saw one, and her warrior angels became saviours. The only human force that could even slow an architect to give a planet a chance at evacuation. Yet their military might didn't end the war. That happened by way of the colonials and their intermediary program. Saint Xavien's chance mutation could never have emerged unaided from the curtailed genetic range of a Parthenon vat. Then the colonies had refused to share their int research, even in victory, and relations had only deteriorated since. Which brought Solis here, to Idris Ptolemy. Of all her sisters, she might be the only one to call an int an old acquaintance. Idris was not just an individual navigator or weapon. He represented a trove of data on how an intermediary was created. With his cooperation, the Parthenon could potentially engineer their own. They could take the fight to the architects if the monsters returned. They could protect themselves against colonial assault too, if it came to that. On her shoulders rested, quite conceivably, the fate of her entire people. Idris was frozen in the doorway, staring at her. That eternal flinch that made up so much of his facial expression was on full display. He looked as though he expected a slap from her, or perhaps from the universe at large. He seemed no more than 22, but had to be more than 70. She couldn't process it.
"It is you, isn't it?"
He got out, voice little more than a croak.
"Berlenhof."
"Yes, and I broke into your room. Can we get past that?" Solis found herself asking. "Except you don't lock your door anyway."
"We trust each other here,"
Idris said, waving away the rest as he stepped in and slid the door shut. A Partheni myrmidon straight out of training had more possessions than Idris. There was a shelf of media types, the lack of formal labelling suggesting illicit copies. A cheap hologram cycled slowly through alien-looking plants, or Solis assumed they were plants. A printer recycler was set into one wall, and the bed, she could attest from sitting on it, was hard as a board. Nothing to wash or crap in, so it was the ship's communal facilities for that. At least that'll feel like home. Except some of her messmates here were men, and some were not human. "We can skip the bit where I announce my ambitions don't include deep void scavenging and you are completely surprised," she prompted. When he still stood there dumbly, she went on, "They put you under afterwards. Suspension via the INT program. Or they used relativistic travel."
"Kind of the opposite,"
he told her hollowly, and finally sat on the bed, keeping as much space between them as possible.
Look, none of us first class out of the program came out right. I'm not right. So it's that. I haven't been on ice, like I guess you have. It's just that...
He was talking to his hands as they lay palm up in his lap.
I haven't slept, Solace. I haven't slept properly since they did what they did to me.
Whatever her next line should have been, it fell out of her head at that. You haven't slept in
50 years. And some. Not slept. Not aged. Like they stuck a pin in me back then.
Is this all Ince?
Me. Just me. They fucked us all up. And no two of us the same. I hear the later classes got it even worse. The leashed ones. I don't know why I'm even telling you this. I'm sorry. You were about to threaten me or kidnap me or something. Don't let me stop you.
His voice had sunk so low, she had to rub shoulders with him to hear his words. And yes, she should be pushing their deal. Not threats, but a proposal, a heartfelt plea. Except right then she just felt cold, as though the deep void was radiating out through him. She wondered if she should put an arm around him or take his hand, as if one of her sisters was having a hard time. The way things had started between them on Berlenhof, two wounded soldiers healing together. I'm not here to kidnap anyone, she said, honestly enough, though her next orders might turn that right around. They sent me with an offer.
And they sent you because we'd met.
We're short on options. And if we'd just liberated some poor bastard under a leash contract, even covertly, that would mean war.
The answer's no, by the way, to your offer.
He was still talking to his hands, but now he was very tense, in case kidnapping was on the menu after all. I haven't made it yet. Solace felt as though the pair of them were having two different discussions, side by side.
I'm not joining you. Do you think I'd be here, on this ship, if I was interested in signing on with any side? I did my time in the last war. I want nothing to do with the next one.
This isn't to fight, Solace started, but at last he looked up at her, not angry so much as accusatory.
I won't be owned. Not by the Magdans, not by Hugh, not by the Parthenon, or anyone else who wants to buy me.
Solace stared. Is that what you think we want?
Doubtless you've dressed it up very nicely, but I reckon joining the Parthenon's a door that opens one way only. Not to mention that I've already had my footnote in the historiotypes. I don't want to go down as the man who betrayed the colonies as well.
He blinked, as though seeing her as herself for the first time.
Hello, by the way.
Solace opened her mouth, found it empty of words, closed it again.
I'm sorry. It would have been good to just run into you again, by chance, catch up on whatever interesting dreams you had in suspension.
Idris obviously became aware he was talking too fast and made an effort to slow himself.
Because I remember, I don't sleep, I don't age, and I don't forget. Not the big things. I owe you my life, and I owe you double, because you kept me sane after Berlenhof, after first contact. But it's you I owe, not the Parthenon. So you can get off at Wake of Ore, or go to Plan B, and we'll see how that works out, I suppose.
I signed on for your next mission, she said, so I guess I'm sticking around for that. Look, Idris, can we start this again?
Not particularly.
Not now. I'll go find my cabin, but next time I'd like to at least start with
Hello? So you can work your way towards your offer again? Yes, because that's my mission. I want to report that I got that far when I go back empty-handed. But also, just hello. It's actually good to see you. You're the only person outside my sisters that I ever met and liked. She wasn't sure whether she was manipulating him or not. When she saw his face soften, even more vulnerable when unguarded, she wondered if she should feel guilty.
Look at that bedamned fancy man, Rollo crowed.
Everyone except Kittering and Barney was up in the control compartment, watching their approach to Hui Kavor's orbitals. It was a long time since they'd been to any world with so much traffic. Its equator was ringed with a jewelled necklace of stations, shipyards, elevator hubs, and the skeletal frames of superdocks for big freight vessels. Past that, they could see the blue-yellow swell of the planet itself. It was azure white at its visible pole, showing copper-saturated ice deposits wisped with sulphur-tinged clouds. Despite the aggressive chemistry, a lot of people lived on Hui Kavor's surface. Pills or body mods enabled people to metabolize whatever the planet threw at them. Once they'd adjusted to local conditions, the regime was as good for health and longevity as a mineral spa. A number of well-heeled oldsters had set up down there over the years, funding much of the planet's burgeoning infrastructure. And now, all that wealth was being ceremonially handed over to alien overlords. Why, if the architects were gone? Solace wondered. Maybe it was because Hui had an older population that remembered the war. Their childhoods had been characterized by the terror that, any day, something could just appear over the planet and obliterate it. They wanted the Essiel's much-vaunted protection. Rollo's fancy man was the hegemonic ambassador's enormous barge. Looking down on it as it descended for landing was like looking into the half-folded petals of a rose made from coral. The barge had no visible windows, engines, weapons, or any recognizable components at all. It fell towards the planet like a slow-motion asteroid. It would have a similar impact upon the planet's political sphere, given a sizable slice of Hui Kavor's population wasn't happy about the change in management. The newscasts were showing riots, bombings, and thousands-strong protests. There would be bloodshed, now and for years to come. Perhaps not the best time to visit, Solace thought. Now the news types were interviewing that bald, white-bearded man who seemed so popular locally. He was wearing a remarkably elaborate robe, red with eye-catching geometric gold embroidery. Its remarkably high curved collar fanned out behind him, visible over the top of his head. He was standing with a few others in lesser finery, all looking serenely pleased with themselves. This was the hegemonic cult, Solace understood. The human faction that had been pushing for the planet to leave Hugh for years. Baldy Beardy called himself Sathiel, because high-ranking cultists tended to adopt names that made them sound religious. Sathiel was apparently a big man from the hegemony, here to assist in a smooth handover. The Essiel liked peaceful, well-run planets. The view changed to show the enormous crowd that had gathered at the landing site. This was mostly excited neo-cultists, keen for a glimpse of their new rulers. "Response from Lungcrow Orbital," Ollie reported. She was reclining in the six-legged frame she used to get about the ship after Idris had persuaded her to take a break from her control pod. She'd been trying to get hold of their contracting party aboard the nearby station. Unfortunately, their new employer was the local administration, who had their plates full right now.
Let's hear it.
Rollo pulled comms over to his station.
This is Vulture God, reporting for duty. Do we have Lung Crow admin? Word is there's deep void work going begging.
On his screen, the Lung Crow hung over the planet like a huge spindle. Within its windowed upper facets, people lived, worked, and did business. From the slot-riddled lower half, ships passed in and out like bees from a hive. Then its image was shunted out of the way to reveal a lean woman, her eyes obscured by a battery of lenses.
Factor Kittering?
She said doubtfully to Rollo. The Hanalambra sent her a feed from his own console, appearing as an inset on the main screen. His mouthparts fiddled some sort of introduction.
Ah, Captain Rostand, then. Admirably prompt.
And looking to be just as prompt out the door, Rollo told her easily. I get the impression you have plenty of bigger holes to patch than ours. You are... A brief glance sideways. Factor Luciel Leng, is it?
Your own factor there assures me you have a deep void-capable ship and navigator. I've seen your certification, but I want assurances that you're not puffing your profile, because that's what I'm paying for.
If you've seen the papers, you've seen how it is, Rollo confirmed. We're good for it.
Solace looked between them, wondering how many of these deals ended in fraud and acrimony. Rollo and Luciel seemed to be happy with just a word and a handshake.
This is delicate and needs swift action. We're after the Amaru, out of
She attacked the alien name gamely.
It's not shipping anything particularly valuable, just hegemonic set dressing for people keen to show our new chiefs just how on-side we are. Tat, basically. Not worth stealing.
But worth blowing up for a political point, Solace suggested. Luciel's faceted gaze shifted to catch a glimpse of Solace, probably wondering if the Vulture really had a Partheni on board and why.
I hope not, she replied. But if you find anything controversial, come back out system. I'll have a coffin on hand to bring both the Amaru and your ship in covertly. We don't want to offend the hegemony or help the nativists score points, right?
I see you, Rollo confirmed. We're good for it.
Luciel Leng seemed as reassured as she was going to be, relaxing back into her seat and nodding at Solace.
She real?
So I'm told,
Rollo told her.
I didn't think they were for hire.
The universe is wonderful and full of never-ending variety.
The captain nodded to Leng.
My factor confirms the money and escrow arrangements. Let's go get your missing ship.
He closed the channel and declared,
Suspension pods, my childer. And everyone run your own checks too this time. Bad dreams to the minimum, see right? New girl, you okay? Need help with your pod?
The engineer Barnier grunted at her. She gave his mismatched features a tight smile. I'm good. She'd checked it over already and fixed a couple of minor glitches with the help of a built-in troubleshooter the crew hadn't ever accessed. The suspension pod and the ship were of very different vintages, and the pod was decidedly older. One by one, the crew shuffled off to their pods, leaving Idris at the pilot station with Solace behind him. He half glanced around, then looked back to his controls.
Better get yourself under. We're going into unspace the moment we're clear of traffic.
Into the deep void.
The abyss that gazes also, he agreed. You've done that before, have you? Stayed awake on a throughway journey?
Part of the training, she agreed. Didn't like it.
Deep void's worse, he said.
with some relish. "I'll bed down when we're in. I wanted to say—" She saw him tense, and of course she'd wanted to repeat the Parthenon's offer. But she was a soldier, not a diplomat, and a few months' teachings didn't change that. So she said instead, "I didn't forget what happened after Berlinhof." "Me neither." His voice was very small. She wanted to put a hand on his shoulder, but he was slumped in the seat, hunched in on himself. He seemed as though he'd break if she touched him. "I guess they train you not to feel things. The scars left behind. In the Parthenon. Rock-hard warrior angels. All that." He sounded wistful. "They train us to talk about it. They train us to heal and not to deny we're in pain. Rock-hard is brittle." "You're going to be doing that around here?" "Among colonials? No." The thought made her feel ill. "You people never admit when you're hurting. Sign of weakness in your culture. Or that's what I was taught." He made a nondescript noise. "It must be nice to talk." Voice no more than a whisper. And then he was gone. The pilot's seat apparently empty, the ship resoundingly vacant around her. She knew they'd entered unspace, and she was the only person left on board, perhaps in the universe. The only person here, but not the only thing, and that way madness lay. It was the same for everyone on board too, or would have been if they'd been foolish enough to stay awake. Hurriedly, she skipped over to her pod and climbed in, setting it to put her on ice the moment the clamshell lid closed. Idris. Then Solace was gone, and Idris felt the familiar infinite echo of unspace. He glanced back, looking for even a fading ghost of her. Already, the control compartment was devoid of all life. Just him and the void now. More than once, Idris had wondered if the secret of his own longevity could be found in these shadowy spaces. Certainly nobody else had an explanation. Everyone was alone in unspace, even on the throughways. But if you stepped away from them into the deep void, you were as alone as any sentient creature had ever been. Except not quite. Not entirely alone. Every species that entered unspace reported the same feeling. Even the hardiest found the transit traumatizing. Some manner of suspension or sleep was everyone's preferred solution. It had been a prime piece of evidence in the case over whether hivers were truly intelligent, that their composite minds reacted similarly to unspace. Unspace responded to intellect. A dumb computer couldn't pilot you there. Before intermediaries, humanity could only navigate the throughways, paths through space that the vanished originators had left behind long ago, along with their enigmatic ruins. The throughways connected populated star systems, which were populated precisely because the throughways led there. Easy enough for a regular pilot to set their ship to travel a throughway. It was like positioning a paper boat in a stream, knowing that soon enough it would beach at a particular turn. Not so the deep void. Idris felt the shift as they left it all behind, not like breaching a membrane, but as though he and the ship were falling into a chasm, away from everything there ever was. Lights receded to infinity, and the only thing ahead was the abyss that gazed also. This was the truth of the void, the thing that had driven the passengers of the Gamin mad. After you'd finished wishing you weren't alone, you realised you weren't, and then you really wished you were. Idris had as much experience of this as any human being alive. There was a comforting body of literature about how it was just a reaction of the mind to the absence of some key sensory feedback. Idris, and every other int he'd talked to about it, didn't believe that for a moment. He guided the vulture god into the untracked spaces, as if steering a ship on a horizonless ocean, past any hope of ever making land. And he knew, with absolute conviction, that far below in the depths, something stirred. It slept, perhaps, but the wake that Idris's mind made on the surface troubled its dreams. One day it would truly wake and rise more wide to engulf whatever unfortunate had caught its notice. Perhaps that had already happened, because ships vanished into the deep void sometimes, even those with trained int navigators. Idris settled deeper in his chair, letting his unique senses unfold. His mind's eye began to draw unhelpful images of benthic abysses, slimy tresses of seaweed, chasms within chasms where lurked something. Amidst all this distraction, he was listening, reaching out. Mind's ear attuned, mind's fingers deft, testing the tautness of unspace as a spider plucks its web. He felt the texture of the cosmos against the tissues of his brain, each pucker and wall a suggestion of mass and its attendant gravitic train. If he'd stayed with the cartography corps or been conscripted by the Boyarin, this would have been his whole life. He'd have hunted down those traces, until at last he found something more than a mere will-o'-the-wisp, an unknown star, profitable new planets, hopefully even a throughway to connect his discoveries to the rest of creation. Yet nobody stayed in the cartography corps for long. You got out after a tour or two, wild-eyed and trembling, or you stayed and something went wrong in your head. Then one day you took your ship somewhere and never returned. Perhaps you finally understood what was behind that brooding sense of presence, and you went to the court of the abyss to dance with its god-king forever and ever. Idris kicked himself mentally. Is it closer now? He always asked himself this, and it always seemed that the sense of something, down there, out there, was rising to meet him. He tried to write off that feeling as one more illusion, and never convinced himself. Idris Tolemier had been doing this for 50 years, wartime and after. He had endured when his peers had gone mad or killed themselves from the horror of it all. He'd outlasted the generation of ints that came after him, and most of the next. He could have written a book, save that the final chapter would have degenerated into mystic ranting. "It has a purpose for me," he could have screamed into the void. He'd once heard another int being bundled onto a ship during the war. "Don't make me go," the woman had been shouting. "It knows me," over and over. He hadn't been into the deep void himself then. He hadn't understood. Idris Tolemier reached out into the solitary infinite, like a man feeling for some precious dropped object in a dark room. And somewhere, in that sightless expanse, he felt something was reaching back to seize his hand and pull. But not today. He'd taken the telemetry and course data of the Amaru and let it sit at the back of his mind. Let his consciousness expand into unspace, and found something that felt like a ship. As he closed the trap of his mind, he could even tell that it felt like a ship of the Amaru's approximate size. It was drifting out beyond the throughways that converged on Tchaikovsky. Not so very far off course, but without an int navigator, even going slightly off the beaten track meant you never found your way back. He felt a spark of hope, because the Amaru hadn't even been lost for that long. Most likely the crew were still in suspension, or they might be calling out for aid. How glad they'd be when the vulture god surfaced beside them, an unlikely Samaritan. With profound relief, he loosened the gravitic drive's hold on the fabric of unspace, sending them bobbing up. He couldn't not think of up and down, despite himself, into real space. He was abruptly aware, somehow, of all the sleepers in their suspension pods around him. Then once more, unspace's great, impassive presence receded into the realm of the imaginary. "Next time," he felt it was saying, but it was always that way. He tracked the blip of mass he'd identified, which might be the Amaru. Then, the vulture's sensors showed him an image of what he'd found. He choked, jolted back in his chair. Heart almost stopped one moment, racing the next. When he tried to send the wake-up signal to the pods, his fingers stuttered over the keys and he couldn't. There was blood in his mouth. He'd bitten his tongue. For a moment, he just wanted to send the ship back into unspace instead, to face the presence. The Amaru was there, but there would be no tearfully grateful crew. The ship had been peeled, flayed, and reshaped into an elegant sculpture of trailing metal, like a flower. It was a sight from the war, but the Amaru had left dock only a few days before. Chapter 7. Idris.
"Tell me one thing only," Rollo said hoarsely. "Is it gone?"
The entire crew had assembled in the control compartment. They could have examined the images from anywhere, but this seemed a good time to be in the company of others. Idris had already engaged his senses, examining real space and its distortions, the same he would use to get the drop on another ship.
"I'd know if it was here," he told himself.
If there was an architect lurking in unspace, its malign presence must have cried out to him. More lessons learned from the war.
"There's nothing," he managed. "It's gone."
"It's gone," echoed Chris. "But they're back." "We don't know that," Rollo said hurriedly. Everyone goggled at him, mutely indicating the evidence on the screens.
"Look, my children," he told them, voice shaking. "We don't know. I mean the architects."
His voice went hoarse and whispery as he tried to say the word, as though it might summon them anew.
"They went somewhere. Maybe the Amaru stumbled on them there. Maybe they were intruders. They were punished and left here. A warning for us, perhaps. Steer clear. But it doesn't mean they're back. It doesn't mean—"
Chris sat down heavily next to Idris, who clasped her arm briefly, all the solidarity he could manage. Kittering was preening his minor legs obsessively, his screen showing nothing but a dimly lambent darkness. Barney reached out to Ollie, who took his hand with the stumpy finger buds at her elbow.
"Do you think they knew, at Lungcrow?"
Solace broke in. She was standing a little off from the others, outside their shared solidarity.
"No," Rollo said at once. "Not a hope. They'd have sent people with us if they had, or used a hegemony navigator to get it themselves. This was routine retrieval business, right up to now.
He mopped his brow, staring at the Amaru's delicately disemboweled hulk.
I want volunteers to suit up and go over there.
Fuck off,
Barney said immediately.
Why?
Because I have a bad feeling about how this job will go, and I want something we can sell, some hard data. Also, we don't know that there are no survivors. Some of the aft compartments look intact.
I'm not seeing anything powered, Idris murmured.
Suspension pods on emergency might not give out enough for us to smell it, Ollie said.
She grimaced.
I'll go in the Scorpion. Who's with me?
Me, Solis offered. Ollie didn't like that, instantly bristling. But the Partheni said, Your frame, my armour. We're best able to get back to the Vulture quick if something does turn up. After that, the crew waited. Idris had guided the Vulture god in as delicately as he could, clasping the most intact part of the Amaru's hull, of which there was little enough. To an onlooker, the two vessels would have looked as if a winged crab was trying to tackle some vastly strung-out jellyfish. He had the gravitic drives running low, but enough to extend a field across Umaru's near end. Solis's armour and Ollie's Scorpion both had gravitic handles that could claw a purchase in that field, allowing them to manoeuvre in vacuum. Idris watched them jockey out of the Vulture's airlock and jink in zigzag lines across the tortured curve of the freighter's violated hull. They were heading for the ragged edge where the architect had exposed the vessel's innards. What if this is it? That's what everyone must be thinking. What if this is the war? 40 years ago, Idris and two of his peers had gone before an architect at Far Lux and made contact. For a mind-splitting moment, human thought and the ponderous cognition of a moon-sized entity had existed in the same frame of reference. The intermediaries had done what they were created for. They hadn't brokered an understanding. There hadn't even been a détente. But the architect had become aware of them. And it had gone away, leaving the colony at Far Lux, mid-evacuation, untouched. And no architect had been seen since. Humanity had been saved. A generation had grown up since, without that terrible, annihilating shadow. Except Idris was of the war generation, and could never forget.
There's no sign of any crew, came Ollie's voice. I can see clear through to the far end of the ship. Everything in here's been architected. The inside's as fucked as the outside. Crew and most of the cargo must have just been blown out. It wouldn't have taken long to do this, right?
A ship of this size. Seconds, Idris confirmed hollowly, trying not to remember all the times he'd seen it happen. Planets took longer. Earth's reconfiguration had taken a whole hour, they said.
What a mess,
Ollie said, and Idris suspected she wasn't referring to the ship's internal structure. Then,
Hey, what are you doing?
Taking samples, from Solis.
Souvenirs, Patho?
Ollie sounded disgusted. Samples, Solis repeated. Architects have a signature, like fingerprints, when they affect matter. If nothing else, we can see if this is one we know, or some new one, fresh out of whatever hell they come from. Barney suggested leaving the ship behind, but Rollo vetoed that.
My child, we have a job to do.
There has been an unexpected complication. That is all."
He sounded very much like a man trying to reassure himself.
"We bring it back, we get paid, we go away and try to forget this ever happened." "Seriously?"
Ollie demanded, slouched back in her walker frame now.
"This may just be an aberration,"
Rollo said mildly, a wave of his hand dismissing the architects and all they had done.
"One incident. It's not—"
"The end of the world," Ollie finished sourly.
"Ready to haul her back, my son?"
Rollo asked Idris. There was a fretting little fear at the back of Idris's mind that when he moved the hulk into unspace, there would be something else attached to it. Something invisible in real space, but manifest in all its ghastly glory in the imaginary spaces beyond. He would have plenty of time to dwell on happy thoughts like that on the journey through the deep void back to port.
"I suppose you'd better get to your pods then," he told the crew.
Factor Leng had asked them to plot an exit point far from any traffic if they found anything problematic. She'd been thinking of sabotage and anti-hegemony slogans, but he reckoned this counted. Idris brought them out well away from anyone who might catch sight of their grotesque cargo and sent a single encrypted image to Lungcrow admin.
"I don't envy whoever gets to make a statement about this," Chris mused, once the crew had woken. "I mean, not our problem, but it's going to be a pain in the ass to do business anywhere for at least half a year,"
was Barney's massively understated contribution. Due to suspension and unspaced travel, a spacer's life usually involved surprisingly little waiting aboard ship. But with their covert approach, it would be a few hours before the Leng's coffin could reach their position. They played Landstep and Bragg, and Chris pulled out a curated handful of mediotypes from her collection. Throughout, Idris was aware of Solace's eyes boring into his back. Her unspoken offer hung in the air, visible only to the two of them. In the end, though, when the coffin was closing in, she just said, "You jumped straight into salvage after the war?"
"Cartography corps for a few years, discovering planets."
He blinked up at her, still not convinced she wouldn't ambush him.
"You ever been to Damasite?" "No, I suppose not." "Well, that was one of mine. Found it in the void, traced a throughway back. There's a colony on it now, onto their second generation."
He found her hard to look at, mostly because she was, if he was frank with himself, very easy to look at. The woman who'd engineered the Partheni genomes had had exacting standards when it came to appearance.
"And then?" she pressed. "Then someone from the liaison board turned up and made me an offer," he told her shortly. "It was a very nice offer, on the surface. I'd have lived well on that offer. But I'd heard by then how they were treating the next class of ints and the hit rate they were getting with conscripts and criminals. I didn't want to be a part of it anymore. I'd done my bit. I ended the war, Solace. Not alone, but I was one of the few."
"I'm amazed they let you just walk out." And this wasn't a Partheni criticising the colonial authorities. It was an old friend, glad for him. He felt broken edges grinding inside him, and stilled those feelings brutally. "No, not doing this. She's just after me for one more goddamn government."
"So, after the cartography corps, you've been bumming about on ships like this for all those years?"
Solace asked, and he winced at the implicit criticism.
"I had a stint in prison, and I was a slave once."
"What?"
"Well, they slapped a leash on me. I fought it, and thankfully it wasn't anywhere like Magda, where the small print of the law's tattooed onto some gorilla's knuckles. But that's the why of Chris.
You lawyered up.
She has saved me from that kind of shit on 11 separate occasions now.
She sounds good, Solace noted. Why is she slumming it with you?
Ask her, Idris shrugged. Not my sunny personality, that's for sure. And now you're looking at me funny.
Harbinger Ash, Solace said. Idris, he sent for me. He told me where to find you. A moment later, she looked as if she wished she hadn't. It was just her making her offer by another route.
Idris shrugged. Changes nothing.
Yet he was keeping a lid on so much that something had to give.
But I'm glad he did. I always wondered, if I'd see you, I should be grateful that I should... something. I'm sorry. I am a failed experiment most days, and a bad human being.
The coffin pilot's voice had been buzzing away quietly, and now it stopped, because the man had finally caught sight of the Amaru.
Rollo snorted. You arseholes get it now? Why I've dragged you out to this hinterland? I'm not here for my health, see right?
There was a ragged noise over the comms. Someone's choked breathing, then...
Yeah, in awed tones. No shit. We're opening the doors. Just get on inside.
There wasn't much call for the vast coffin transporters, only really used to get large and delicate cargo down planetside. Out in space, you could shunt fragile goods around without a worry, due to the inertial dampening effect a gravitic drive could muster. But the buffeting of atmospheric entry meant it was best to fully enclose anything you wanted to take down to the surface. Of course, cargo wasn't usually another ship. But the coffin's size meant they could transport the Amaru to the Lung Crow orbital without sparking a system-wide panic. Just putting off the inevitable, Idris knew. But that was life, wasn't it? He guided the vulture god, with the Amaru in tow, into the great open maw of the coffin. Then the bigger vessel's internal gravitics locked them in place. After that, there'd be more waiting, as the coffin lugged them in-system to the bustle of Tchaikovsky. Barney stomped off, claiming maintenance duties, and Kittering ended up playing a three-hander with Medvig and Ollie instead. Rollo sloped away to get some sleep. Idris looked up at Solace almost challengingly.
So what about you? He asked. Would you like a drink? We can synthesize, actually very little that tastes authentic. But you can at least tell me what you've been up to, if we're doing the old friends bit.
I saw a little action after the war, she shrugged. I was on ice, off ice. You hear about the hostage standoff on Britta Station? That was one of mine. He had, and it was only a few years back. The Parthenon had saved 3 colonial scientists from paranoid nativists with a gripe. They ended up keeping the scientists, and it had nearly started a war.
As long as you're keeping busy, he managed weakly.
It seemed weirdly unreal that every news mediotype wasn't screaming about the return of the architects. Instead, Tchaikovsky was entirely fixated on the hegemonic ambassador's arrival to consecrate the planet. Idris watched the ritual unfold on one of the small screens, grimly aware that the absurdly elaborate process was suddenly a matter of life or death, if only anyone down there knew it. Tchaikovsky was about to move beyond the architect's grasp. The huge barge they'd seen earlier had landed, and a crowd of hundreds of thousands was kneeling for the ceremony. A hatch in the side of the barge had folded into a ramp, and the news feeds were showing the always revered Emnir, the Bastion, and the Gilded process onto the soil of Hway Kavor. Not that the alien luminary would actually touch the soil. That wasn't an Essiel thing. First came ranks of human cultists in bright and impractical robes. Then came a scurrying host of things like segmented metal weasels, with 6 legs and a mouthful of weapon barrels, some hegemonic subject race. Finally, the actual Essiel appeared before its new congregation. The always revered Emnir, the Bastion, and the Gilded was the human cultists' interpretation of its title, of course. And the ceremony that followed, all 3 hours of it, was the cult's doing too. The Essiel just sat there for it, and occasionally waved some stick-thin limbs from its Agrav platform. This was 5 metres wide and made of real diamond, worked into intricate symmetrical arabesques. Human researchers' best guess was that the Essiel had evolved from some kind of sedentary exoparasite that attached itself to more mobile animals and eventually began to manipulate their rides. Physically, they were 2 valved shells, some 3 metres tall when stood upright. Where the shell halves diverged at the top end, a clutch of stalked eyes and articulated limbs projected. The alien overlords of the greatest known polity in the galaxy looked more like barnacles than anything else. Idris tuned out most of the ceremony, although Barney and Kittering followed every move. Kowtowing to a shellfish seemed a small price for lasting security, given recent circumstances. At last, the coffin arrived at Lungcrow. Factor Lucille Leng met them at the gangplank, looking strained and with a handful of security at her back. "Captain Rostand, I commend you on your good work," she said, with a smile that looked tissue-thin. "Obviously not quite what anyone was expecting, but good, very good. You're after some leave here?" "I understand it is the done thing," Rollo said, deadpan. "Then I will require certain assurances," Leng said. She was a short woman, now they saw her in the flesh. Her lenses clicked round, as though hunting out Rollo's weaknesses. "None of your crew are to divulge what you found." "Standard rates for non-disclosure. A contract shall be prepared," came the snappy tones of Kittering's translator. "You think you can keep this to yourself?" Chris asked. "For now, while the celebrations continue. For a little while," Leng told her. "And I don't want a crew of spacers shooting their mouths off about what they found." "You're hegemony now, right?" Chris pressed. "I'd have thought you'd been shouting this from the rooftops. Your new overlords will love the boost it'll give their recruitment drive." "We are considering how best to broach this matter with the divine Essiel. How best to—" Exploit it hung in the air, unspoken. A lot of people might be made or ruined in this transition of power, especially mid-level station administrators. "So I'm holding your ship until I've worked out how to manage this news," she told them flatly. "Go drink and game all you want, but if there's a riot and people start screaming, 'The architects are coming,' I will not release your payment. You understand me?" "Crystally," Rollo told her sourly. "You just hurry up and decide. More than a day in port, my crew get itchy feet." "More than a day, and most ports are desperate to be rid of us," Idris reflected. Chapter 8. Solace. Solace's new loyalties only went so far. She might be crew and an honorary colonial, just like Kittering the Hanalambra, but that didn't mean she'd forgotten whose vat they'd decanted her from. As soon as she could, she broke from the others and sent a coded missive to monitor Superior Tact. The Lung Crow orbital could play its games, but if the architects were back, the Parthenon needed to know. In fact, the rest of the galaxy needed the Parthenon to know. "Keep it secret," she requested, and reckoned that would be in the Parthenon's interest too, for long enough that she hoped she wasn't screwing over the Vulture God. Her duty done, she went to play colonial, which meant shore leave and drinking. Ostensibly, she thought it might help her mission to get to know Idris's crewmates, although Chris Almier was distractingly eye-catching. The dark woman had peeled away to sit at the bar with a decidedly fancier drink than anyone else, and had been doing something technical with a slate. Solace saw it was some kind of game, bright, visually simple, and yet deceptively difficult, like a lot of colonial culture. "So, what's your story precisely?" Chris started as Solace sat down. "What's it to you, soldier?" "Crewmate," Solace corrected without acrimony. "Not really sure what you are." Chris tucked the slate away, as though the game contained the secrets of creation. "Except Idris is weird around you." "We're old friends," Solace said easily, signalling for a drink. "What are the odds, huh?" Solace could tell that Chris was wary of her, yet the woman still squared her shoulders pugnaciously and added, "If you cause trouble for my client, just be aware I'm up on hegemonic law as well as colonial. I can protect him from you wherever the hell we go outside your space, and Rollo and Kit know better than to take a job within reach of the Parthenon." Solace's instinct was to hint darkly that the Parthenon's reach extended everywhere, including right here, right now. A moment later, the words unsaid, she felt deeply unhappy with herself. "We're old friends," Solace repeated, less glibly now. "We were at Berlenhof. And yes, no coincidence running into him. I was sent. But I'm not going to just stuff him in a sack and run off. I have an offer for him, when he's ready to hear it. And if he says no, then it's no, of course. Until I get an order that it has to be yes." "Who are you, Chris? Never heard of a shipboard lawyer before." "Keristina Sulin Almier, certified advocate out of Scintilla." The words were smart enough, but one of her hands twisted her bright scarf. Shimmering gold, this one. Solace hadn't seen her wear the same one on 2 consecutive days yet. "Ice ball," she noted, trying to remember anything else about the planet. They were crazy there, she recalled. Rich, educated, rigid society, weird customs. It was on a list of colonial planets where any Partheni insertion was flagged as dangerous. "Would have thought you could do better than this," she noted, "and I'm not trying to cast shade. Just saying." "Outside the Parthenon, we don't always end up where we expect," was Chris's answer to that. "You could come too, if Idris accepts my offer," Solace said frankly. "In the unlikely event he lets me even make it. Add Partheni regulations to your legal portfolio. You'd be in great demand. Precious few colonials know their way around them." She lifted her eyebrows inquiringly. "You think winning me over's the way to get him to play along?" Chris asked her. "Or," she frowned abruptly, "are you coming on to me, Myrmidon?" Solace had a moment of being taken equally by surprise at the thought, then shrugged. "Well, You colonials can be funny about that kind of thing. But if you were up for it? Chris goggled at her, and Solace waited to see if she had retained her settled world prejudices, or if she'd picked up a spacer's more liberal mores. It was page 1 of the Partheni playbook that colonials were weird about sex in 100 conflicting ways, and you shouldn't ever get into this sort of conversation. But Chris had brought it up. In the end, the woman coloured and looked away, fiddling with her scarf again. Well, it's not my normal thing, but I guess I'm flattered. Solace grinned, despite herself. Offers there. I guess it is just women, for you people, Chris went on slowly, in what Solace felt was an encouragingly intrigued manner. At home, when you get sent out, you experiment. And without meaning to, she glanced across the bar at Idris. When she looked back, Chris was staring at her, wide-eyed. Idris? Seriously? She said. For a moment, Solace thought she was jealous or horrified, but the woman's expression had resolved into something like mischievous glee. Solace found herself entirely wrong-footed, because she'd meant to keep that firmly under wraps. Apparently 1 drink was all it took to unshell her. She was saved from having to give further details when a large man pushed his way to the bar. He sat so close to Chris that he almost shoved her off her stool. The lawyer opened her mouth to reproach him, but he looked bleakly at the pair of them and said, "De Umaru." Solace's fighting reflexes kicked in instantly. Angels of punching you in the face, and she was ready to make good on the name. The man was beefier than colonials normally got, even broader than Magdan's Voyeni soldiers. His hair and beard were cropped to a stubble, and his knuckly face was blotched with blue and purple discolorations. There was something very wrong with him, too. His clothing was slit from the neck to the small of his back, because some creature was implanted there. It was a thing between a lobster and a bee, armoured in parts, bristly with jagged hairs. Several limbs were dug deep into the man's body, the flesh around them warped and lumpy. Its handful of stalked eyes flicked about, scanning the crowd. Solace had no idea what it was, except nasty. Very nasty. Chris very carefully set down her plastic beaker. Umaru, should that mean something? She said. The newcomer regarded them without humour. You brought her back from deep void. His Colville was accented strangely. My employer has an interest in her. Tell me where she is, please. Nope, Chris said. Not our fleas, not our circus, Solace added, which, from their expressions, wasn't a saying that had travelled outside the Parthenon. The man, the symbiont, Solace decided, smiled thinly. She wondered whether the joining of flesh also meant a joining of minds. Do not make a game of this, he continued. My employer is desirous that his staff have access to the ship. This can be a pleasant matter of contractual recompense, or it can lead to matters less pleasant. Take this up with our factor. I'm just crew, Chris said carelessly. The Hani says you are already under contract. I did explain that this was problematic to my employer, but the little crab would not be moved. To avoid the unpleasantness, I come to the crew.
Show me the ship now, please.
He put his big hands on the bar, and Chris instantly moved several steps away. Danger hung about him, like he sweated it. You don't want to kick off any unpleasantness with me, Solace told him evenly. He merely grinned.
You're the patho they told me about. Good for you. You're not the only ones who fight. To the ship now, please.
Solace stood, calm and battle-ready now actual face-punching was imminent. When violence erupted from 2 tables away, it caught all 3 of them entirely by surprise. She aimed a fist at the symbiont out of sheer reflex, and he'd gone for her in the same moment. She twisted aside as her blow glanced off a cheekbone, hard as steel. A moment later, someone in red robes was thrown into the pair of them. Symbiont hit the bar with his elbow, cracking the counter and yelping in surprisingly high-pitched pain. Solace herself went with the momentum and put the bar between them. She ended up half covered by robes, shouldering aside the dazed cultist turned missile. When she put her head above the parapet, the whole room had erupted into fighting, and Symbiont was gone. For a moment she thought Chris had been carried off as well, but the lawyer was also crouched behind the dubious cover of the cracked bar. "What is this?" Solace demanded, feeling as though their own fight should have taken precedence over this random farrago. Even as she spoke, Chris shouted, "Idris!" and was off into the melee, drawing a narrow-bladed knife from her sleeve. Solace vaulted the bar and was right behind her. At a booth across the room were Idris, Rollo and Ollie. Solace's heart sank to see that someone had driven a dagger into their plastic tabletop, because she knew precisely what that bit of theatre meant. The betrayed, with their humans for humans sentiments. Between her and them was a room full of brawling people, either trying to get into or out of a fight, all representing a serious obstacle. A corps of young colonial men were going for anyone wearing cult robes or hegemony regalia. A cultist stumbled into her, robes flapping, and tried to punch her in the face. She blocked and elbowed him in the jaw with brutal efficiency. He spat blood from his savagely bitten tongue and reeled away. She felt absurdly indignant, because frankly, none of this was their fight. However, a man had Idris by the collar, and she remembered that intermediaries were on the betrayed's long list of race traitors. How they'd identified Idris for what he was, she didn't know, but presumably that was why someone was trying to choke him to death. Rollo slugged the man, who let the int go and lurched sideways. He hit an electrified prong that Ollie had jabbed out from her walker frame and fell, shuddering. Then a bulkier opponent appeared, popped Rollo in the nose, and kicked Ollie back into the wall. Solace powered through the fist-happy crowd. Halfway across the room, she had a sudden crisis of conscience and looked for Chris, surely at the mercy of the mob. Except Chris was tight at her back, knife held along the line of her arm. Even as Solace glanced in her direction, the lawyer took a cultist's arm, twisting it viciously to bend the man backwards. She then kicked her victim's legs out from him, her blade remaining unblooded. No need to escalate just yet. A bundle of bodies cannoned into Solace, even as they moved forwards, 2 spacers laying into a cultist. One of them saw her, processed her as an ally, then realised his mistake. He was a particularly ugly customer, his own nativist sympathies on show, with the cross-hilted knife inked onto his forehead. The Parthenon was right at the top of the betrayed's hate list. She swayed back from his right fist's wild swing, and then his left came at her, with a knuckle duster studded with nails. His friend was right behind with a knife. Escalation it is, then. Knuckles came for solace with both fists this time. She caught one, rammed it back into its owner's face, and then deflected the other so the knuckle duster raked across Blade's abdomen. Then Blade rammed into her, knocking her over. She rolled out from underneath him, ramming an elbow into his head. But Knuckles got a grip on her knee and drew back his fist full of nails for a pounding. Chris cut his ear off. For the briefest moment, mid-brawl, Solace and Knuckles both stared at the ear as it flopped to the floor. Chris had stepped back, knife poised, and the back of her other arm presented to block. Knuckles rose, roaring to his full height. Solace forgotten on the ground. He grabbed for Chris and received the Myrmidon's booted foot right in the groin. She reckoned she'd fractured the man's pelvis. She kicked Blade in the head for good measure as Chris hauled her to her feet. Over at the table, Barney had appeared and was wrestling fiercely with the man who'd hit Rollo. Solace punched their antagonist in the back of the head and floored him. "Where's Idris?" Chris yelled. "There!" Ollie had righted herself and was pointing a truncated arm across the room. Solace spotted a knot of red and purple figures with Idris's slender form in the middle. Oh, for... It seemed particularly unjust, in the middle of this fight that was not their fight, that they'd have to go toe-to-toe with both sides. A moment later, Idris was gesturing, apparently unharmed, and they shouldered their way over. Medvig was sheltering amongst the cultists too, Solace saw, and Kittering had been under the table all along. They had sensibly decided against getting trampled by a roomful of mad humans. The cultists were armed with shock batons and koshes, more than ready to give any marauding nativist a run for their money. Around that time, station security finally arrived and started cuffing rioters, or at least any rioters without hegemony colours. Rollo made the call that perhaps they were with the cultists after all. Soon, the bar was quiet again, and security were considerately removing the unconscious bodies. Solace stared at the dagger stuck into the crew's erstwhile tabletop. "So, that's a thing," Chris agreed, following her gaze. "The betrayed. They'll all get rooted out of here sharpish by the cult, now the hegemony's taken over." Solace nodded. The betrayed were a relatively new faction within internal colonial politics. They were officially decried by Hugh, and yet, mysteriously, they'd never been outlawed. The Parthenon didn't care for the legitimate nativist movement either, which was all about returning to one unified human identity. They celebrated old Earth and embraced the rhetoric of humanity's past glories. The betrayed went a step further, preaching that humanity would have been the galaxy's dominant species if allowed to fight the architects properly. But intermediaries had made some sort of sham peace, they claimed, part of a grand conspiracy to keep humans down. Needless to say, the hegemonic cult was right up there in their sights as well, which brought them round to... "Who are your new friends, my wayward son?" Rollo asked. Before Idris could speak, a thin greying woman amongst the cultists said, "Captain Rostand of the Vulture God." "A responsibility that seems to bring only trouble these days," he agreed warily. She managed a creditable smile. "My hierograve has asked me to invite you to dinner, sir." Rollo looked over the ruin of the bar, then back to her. "That so?" he asked, his usual loquaciousness deserting him in the fact of this unexpected development. "He has a business proposition for you. Perhaps you and he—" "Oh no, my friend. It's all of us or nothing at this point. This orbital has a case of the frothing fits on it,
So make sure your table has something fit for a Hanny. Help me out. Rollo bent towards Chris as they followed the cultists through the orbital's quieter passageways. Why wine and dine us when they run the place now? We've got nothing they need, surely.
The cult isn't unified. Right now, various cells will be jockeying to see who gets to be the mouthpiece for their masters, she speculated. The clams, she bit off the slur, the Essiel, are very hands-off when it comes to how they rule, so long as they get what they want. Winning divine favour can get underhand and sneaky fast. Solace had shuffled closer to Idris. You all right? He looked at her warily. For now. Except Barney was shooting his mouth off about deep void work to what turned out to be a knot of betrayed. And deep void work meant ints. You get that reaction a lot? You're going to tell me it'd never happened in the Parthenon, right? She opened her mouth to say, well, it wouldn't. Closed it again. Still not the right time, but what would it take? Just give me a chance, Idris. Let me spiel and then I'll be out of your hair. Give your spiel, he corrected, smiling a little. Your Colvol's slipping. Also, you're changing the subject, she pointed out. He shrugged. Probably. I do that. And then they had arrived, apparently. They'd gone some way into the domestic areas of the orbital, amongst nests of rooms occupied by station staff and permanent residents. These cabins were stacked 3 or 4 high and separated every now and again by high atria and claustrophobic light wells. The latter had probably been intended as public squares, so long as your public was happy to gather in groups of no more than a dozen. Here, though, 3 units had been converted into some kind of eatery, decked out in hegemonic colours. Plainly, this neighbourhood was well ahead of the curve in adapting to the system's new masters. There was a large table ready for them, 6 richly robed cultists already standing by their chairs. Staff bustled past, setting places. They'd even left spaces for Ollie's walker and Medvig's frame, and put in a high, narrow stool for Kittering. All in all, not a bad show. Please, the lead cultist invited them, and the crew sat cautiously. Solace saw Chris adjust the sit of her knife within her sleeve, and Rollo squared his shoulders. Nobody really trusted this development not to go sour at the first opportunity. Then, their benefactor arrived, the hierograve, from the way the other cultists reacted, and Solace burst out, I know you! For a moment, she couldn't quite place him. He was balding with a fringe of white hair about the ears and a well-groomed beard. She found herself wanting to stroke it. It was a novelty to Partheni eyes and looked soft and woolly as a blanket. Colonial men tended to misinterpret that kind of thing, though, so she kept her hands to herself. His high-collared robe was eloquent evidence of his cult standing, but his eyes had a good-natured twinkle to them, suggesting he was as harmless as everyone's favourite grandfather. Solace, who had no male relatives of any kind, didn't trust him an inch, and she reckoned the rest of the Vulture's crew were just as leery. His wisdom, the bearer Sathiel, the cultist woman announced, and Solace abruptly recalled seeing the man in the news media types. He'd been talking about Hui Kavor entering a bold new age, and how his sect had been instrumental in converting the populace to hegemonism. Well, this is a grand honour and no mistake, Rollo said, without enthusiasm. The restaurant staff began bringing out food, a mix of bland but nutritious colonial staples, and weird-looking dishes from hegemonic worlds. Kittering received a bowl of something that looked like coarse-grained coloured sand that his mandibles picked at with gusto. Nobody seemed to know what to do with Medvig, but in the end the hiver just co-opted whatever was going. When they had a pile of assorted foodstuffs in front of them, their insect-form selves swarmed out of their frame and attacked everything omnivorously, breaking it all down into proteins and energy. Sathiel twinkled at Rollo, who smiled right back. For a moment, Solace thought the pair were going to have an avuncle-off right there at the table. Then one of the Hierograve's people bustled forward to remove his high collar and peel back his robe, revealing a thin mauve tunic underneath.
"They look hot, those things,"
Rollo said, around a spoon of algae.
"And heavy. But that's responsibility, isn't it?"
Sathiel smiled, as though faintly embarrassed by all of it.
"Captain, we have a mutual problem, you and I, and it's sitting in Bay 98 right now."
"You have a problem with my ship, friend?"
Rollo asked him mildly.
"You have the problem,"
Sathiel said.
"Right at this moment, a certain station administrator of our acquaintance is looking into impounding it for her own purposes. She wishes to retain control of sensitive cargo you brought back from the deep void."
"This is perhaps the worst-kept secret I've ever encountered in my long career,"
Rollo remarked.
"Some of the administrative staff know how our masters may be best served,"
Sathiel said piously.
"We therefore heard you have evidence of an architect attack, a recent one too. You can appreciate this is of prime importance to the galaxy as a whole, and the hegemony in particular."
"You mean, if you parade our cargo about in public, everyone will suddenly want to wear a fancy robe like yours?" Ollie said sharply. The cultists bristled, but Sathiel took no overt offence.
"Do you not think, Mesdames Timo, that people deserve the chance to save their worlds from destruction? Or should we wait until an architect appears over Ossa or Friedrich, perhaps?"
"Why not just wash your robes at station admin, then?" Medvig's comment was even blunter than customary, perhaps because half of their processing power was devoted to eating.
"I think you've already discovered that we're experiencing some unrest here,"
Sathiel told them.
"And our local admins, who were vociferously anti-hegemony, are now trying to grab power by any means possible. There are also nativist sympathizers in positions of authority. I would rather be in possession of the Umaru and then ask permission to stop anything happening to it."
"Wait," Solace broke in. "Do you have someone on your payroll who has a sort of insect thing plugged into his back?" She exchanged glances with Chris.
"A Tothiat, you mean?"
Sathiel asked.
"Not in my retinue. It's a rare adaptation."
So who was that Tothiat exactly? One more complicating factor.
"What are you proposing, Your Wisdom?"
Rollo asked.
"I am suggesting that your people and my people go down to the bay in defiance of the impounding order. I will ensure that all staff on duty are keen to earn favour with our masters and thereby clear your way. You can then take your ship out and leave the Umaru in full view outside the orbital.
Everyone will see it and know just what happened, Sathiel said, and then we can put all this ridiculous cloak and dagger business out of the way and proceed into the future like grown-ups. What do you say?
Rollo glanced at Kittering, whose arm screens were running with a screed of Colville text, contractual terms and rates. Apparently the only variable the factor was concerned about was not doing it for free. Then the captain looked to Chris. "Factor Leng won't be happy," the lawyer opined.
"A matter of less than no consequence to me," Rollo decided. "Nobody who wants to tie down my ship is a friend. And what about your lot?"
A frank stare at Solace. "Me?
Tell me you didn't skip straight off and tell your people what we had here."
Not angry, but not smiling right now either.
"Parthenon's already taking action to keep this for themselves. Maybe? You tell me."
But Solace found she didn't know. Probably if she contacted Tact right now, she'd be told the secret must be kept for a few more days to give the Parthenon room to manoeuvre. Except the Parthenon seemed very far away, and the Vulture and its crew were right here. And their ship was their entire livelihood, their home, and everything they had. "Do it. Let's go," she heard herself say. She was keenly aware of Idris staring at her. "If there's Partheni trouble, I'll field it, Captain." Rollo's gaze bored into her, and he nodded curtly.
"Welcome to the crew, my daughter," he said.
She felt a spike of utterly misplaced pride that she hated herself for only a moment later. They finished the meal because it was good eating. If you were colonial, dinner invites didn't happen very often. Nobody could get very drunk under the circumstances, but the mood certainly lightened. Rollo and Sathiel ended up swapping anecdotes at the head of the table. Then, after the last platter had been sent back to the recycler, the hierograph stood.
"Let's go get your ship back," he told them, "and spread truth to the universe." "Let's do just that thing, my children,"
Rollo agreed, pushing back his bench and nearly unseating Barney, who'd been sharing it. Sathiel was obviously leery of his grandfatherly face, being seen subverting station authority. Instead, he sent his deputy to appease station security, heading up a little red-clad delegation. Rollo was at her heels, talking with Kit about the next job the factor had lined up. "Anywhere but here," he was saying, and Solace wondered how much of the galaxy was out of bounds to the man. "Hey." It was Idris, unexpectedly at her elbow. "Going native on us?" A sharp answer died on her lips. "I don't know what I'm doing right now," she admitted. "Let's just get everyone out of here first, then we can reset to where we were."
"I appreciate it, though," he said implacably. "Helping us. Ship family matters out here. More than cults, governments, and what planet you come from. It's only when you spend your life planetside that people lose their minds over that sort of thing."
"And you don't want to be part of anything that big," she finished for him.
"I do not, no. No more of that for me, sorry."
The cultists were at the bay access hatch now, and signalling to be let in, but their friendly collaborators inside were apparently playing it coy. Ollie just trundled her walker forwards and found a diagnostic socket she could plug into. An eye blink later she had the door open, with a derisive sound that said absolutely everything about Lung Crow electronic security. There were 3 lifeless bodies on the other side. They wore station security uniforms, and they'd been burned by beam weapons. The lead cultist let out a yelp and shrank back, but Rollo just bulled forward, shouting, "God damn it! My ship!" The door on the far side of the security check was open, and they piled through. There hung the hideous, beautiful flower of the umaru, still clutched in the vulture god's grasp. There were more dead security on the catwalk, plus a couple of ragged-looking spacers, whose co-conspirators were even now at the vulture's open hatch. "Bastards!" Rollo hissed, and snatched up one of the security men's guns, running for the cover of the railing. Solace was already moving, grabbing a weapon for herself, bitterly regretting that her armour and accelerator were inside the ship. There were 4 men at the vulture's hatch, which probably meant some were already inside. Most were human, and their leader was mostly human too. The non-human part was that lobster bee thing that had merged with his back. A Tothiat, Sathiel had called it, and now Solace was kicking herself because she hadn't asked what that meant. She shot him anyway. The security guns were hardly missed a punch, so wouldn't knock holes in the wrong walls. They punched a hole into the Tothiat easily enough, though, right into the left side of his gut. He fell back against the vulture god's hull. Rollo tried a shot too, striking sparks from his own ship. Barney had a third gun, but was fiddling with it, and Solace had to yell how to disable the safety. She risked a glance around. Chris and Idris were just taking cover, which was probably for the best. Ollie was bustling forwards on her walker frame, her eyes fixed determinedly on the ship. Medvig's tripod body stalked after her, their remotes corkscrewing through the air towards the hijackers. The men at the hatch were scattering for cover, and Solace drilled another through the leg so that he landed hard on the gantry, howling in pain and distracting his friends. Barney and Ollie pushed forward at that, clattering up shaky metal steps to a higher railing where they'd have a vantage point. The engineer was grimacing furiously, but hadn't fired a shot yet. What the unarmed Ollie felt she could contribute, Solace couldn't guess. A figure appeared within the vulture. Not a human, but a crab-like Hanny, and it was tracking Barney with some kind of weapon mounted atop its shell. Solace shot it over the rim of its half-raised shield arms, hitting the clutch of limbs and mouthparts below its eyes. The creature's many legs jerked, and it toppled limply out onto the gantry. "Go!" said Rollo, taking his own advice and making a run for his ship. Solace registered a growing shudder throughout the bay and realised that someone on board had engaged the vulture's mass drives, ready to rip the vessel and its salvage free of the station's hold. The hijackers in the hangar opened fire upon Rollo, then Medvig's remotes were on them, slapping, gouging and generally making a nuisance of themselves. The hiver's body frame was motionless, worryingly out in the open, as they devoted all their concentration to the task. Solace ran to back up Rollo, then shooting erupted behind her. She whirled and saw that the hijackers had friends who'd been elsewhere, probably dealing with the docking controls. They'd just unloaded their weapons into the knot of cultists and cut them down. Worse, they had Idris. Chris was facing the human newcomers, her knife out against their guns. What had Idris was a Castigar, though. They came in all shapes, both natural and engineered, but this one looked the standard model, a 4-metre black leech whose body terminated in a host of squirming eye-tipped limbs. It also sported a metal hood equipped with pincers and weapon barrels. The pincers had closed about Idris's body, lifting the int part way off the floor. "Bring him! Get in the ship!" someone yelled, and Solace saw numbly that the Tothiat was back on his feet, despite the lethal hole she'd put in him. He wasn't even favouring his unhurt side as he grabbed his comrade with the shot leg and practically threw him on board the Vulture. "Stand down, or your man gets torn up," he yelled at Rollo, facing down the captain's levelled gun with equanimity.
"You get off my ship!"
Rollo roared back furiously, gun shaking, but not lowering an inch. The Castigar surged forward. Rippling muscular waves swept down its body, sending it eeling along the gantry at the speed of a running man. Idris went jolting along in its vice-like grip. Solace had her weapon levelled at it, but it was deliberately keeping its victim between it and her. She didn't know enough about Castigar physiology to be certain of taking it down. Medvig's remotes hovered about it like flies, not daring a landing.
"My employer regrets this," the Tothiat boomed, "but we need your ship to move that piece of junk. Maybe we'll sell it back to you."
His confederates had left cover to scurry over to the Vulture. Rollo took another frustrated step forward, right out into the open, his face purple with rage. The Tothiat levelled his gun as the Castigar and its fellows raced up a parallel gantry, with Idris still jerking about like a doll.
"Fuck you!"
Barney suddenly shouted from on high, finally getting his gun to work. His shot clipped the Tothiat's temple, almost spreading the symbiont's brains across the Vulture's paintwork. Solace's gun took out one of the men at the hatch as the others returned fire. She heard Ollie's cry of grief and froze. Then Barney toppled over their walkway's railing, buckling the gantry below with his dead weight. All hell broke loose. The Castigar and friends were entering the ship now, the Tothiat gesturing frantically for them to hurry. Then something burst out of the hatch, a thing of legs and arms with a whipping saw-edged tail. The sight was sudden and monstrous enough to even startle a yell from Solace. It was Ollie's scorpion frame, and it moved like monkeys and spiders, claws and saw tearing into the nearest hijacker and ripping him apart. Up on the high gantry, Ollie was slumped back in her walker, eyes closed, as she remotely wrangled the scorpion into a frenzy of destruction. Then the Castigar's headmount jolted as it unleashed a searing beam of energy against the scorpion, followed by a rattle of accelerator pellets. They punched a dozen holes in the frame without slowing it, but the distraction allowed Idris to twist out of its grip and run for his life, heading back down the walkway towards the crew. One of the other hijackers tried to retrieve him, and Solace put a bullet in the man's head on her second attempt. The Tothiat rolled his shoulders, then laid hands on the scorpion's far greater bulk. Before Solace's incredulous gaze, he crouched and just tipped the half-ton of machinery over a broken rail, leaving it flailing and clinging to the twisted metal with half its limbs. Then he leapt inside the Vulture, perhaps about to abandon his comrades and make off with the prize. Medvig's remotes grabbed him, all three of them, latching on like hands. As they jetted away, they dragged him halfway out of the ship. The Tothiat shouted and tried to bring up his gun, but they wouldn't let him, yanking him left and right and spoiling his aim. Then the Castigar had lumped its long body up to the hatch, despite Solace putting a bullet into some part of it. Its weaponized hood swung round until it found the hiver, and its beam lashed out again. Medvig's chest unit glowed red as their outer layers ablated away. Something inside them blew, showering molten metal and sparks. In the aftermath, Solace saw blazing insectoid bodies crawling frantically out from the hole, dropping to the ground and spinning on their backs as they crisped and died. The Tothiat and a handful of his followers were aboard the Vulture now, and the Castigar snaked aboard after, turning to spray the bay with a salvo of accelerator shots. They drilled through walls and stanchions without significantly slowing. Solace felt the familiar shudder of an atmosphere bubble contending with unplanned apertures. Then the Vulture's hatch closed, and the ship was on the move. It slid sideways out of the bay with a roar of thrusters, pulling its terrible cargo, forcing Rollo and the rest back. Solace instinctively tracked it with her purloined gun, but it wasn't designed to puncture a ship's hull. A moment later, and they were left in the ravaged bay, staring at Barney's corpse and Medvig's burnt-out shell. Chapter 9. Havea. Havea Mundi, one of Hugh's much-feared intervention board, wore clothes badly. It was as though they weren't quite right for his size or shape. It was a common colonial problem, born of too many generations of malnourishment and unreliable manufacturing. Make do and mend. Even with an orbital office over Berlenhof, Havea's tunics still seemed as ill-fitting as an itinerant spacer's. That he had a face designed by evolution for suspicious and mistrustful expressions had perhaps exercised some form of determinism, because he had ended up in a suspicious and mistrustful job. His features were gaunt and hollow, hung off big slanting cheekbones. Above them, his narrow eyes seemed to question everything. In his career at the Intervention Board, familiarly known as Mordaunt House, because of the planet-side district their office had once inhabited, and because it sounded just sinister enough, he had driven 3 subordinates to confess misdeeds they hadn't even guessed at, just by sharing a room with them. Today, Havea wasn't feeling too sinister. He was looking forward to getting to grips with some unchallenging intel reports on a smuggling operation. A cartel had been bringing the hegemonic drug Esh into a handful of colony worlds, and he suspected preventing it was a lost cause. Still, his job was to do, not to set policy, and current policy was to draw a hard border and try to control access to the stuff. Midway through his morning, though, he was called in by Chief Larry. She was hunched like a spider in an A-grav chair behind her desk. Her brittle-boned limbs were like narrow pipes, slightly thicker at the elbows and knees. Her neural link threw images and holograms across her desk as she addressed him. "Might have a problem at Tchaikovsky." Havea gave his chief a look. "The hegemony takeover isn't news, surely. We can't do anything about it, unless we really do want to butt heads with the Essiel." Some of the more nativist in the department had been pushing for just that. Hugh should take a stand against these damn aliens poaching their colonies. "It's not the hegemony, believe it or not." Larry's head shifted on her fragile neck, and more information began to appear over the desk. A ship just brought in a packet from a Tchaikovsky informer. Supposedly something special docked at an orbital there. Undercover, but someone reckoned they could make a little largesse by selling us the news. Havea was scanning through the report. More architect gossip. This is nonsense. Almost certainly, and not the first time someone's tried to spread this particular rumour, Larry agreed, then paused expectantly. "I thought they were going to repeal Standing Order 4, Havea complained eventually, when he saw which way this was going. "Still in committee," Larry agreed with a thin smile. "Likely it'll be done by the time you return from Tchaikovsky. Then they'll use it as a reason not to pay you overtime." Standing Order 4 came out of the period when any rumour of the architect's return had caused immediate panic. Whole teams of Mordaunt House agents had been dispatched by the swiftest routes at vast expense. But those days were past, and Hugh was seeking to cut back on costs. Crack squads of veterans, led by hard-faced people like Havea, cost money. especially when they kicked in doors, kidnapped and interrogated witnesses, boarded ships, and almost set off whole chains of subsidiary wars in their fervour. Apparently, someone had seen a salvage crew drag in a wreck that looked like it had been architected. Hevea shrugged inwardly. A ship could explode in a variety of ways. You could get some pretty spectacular effects if a gravitic drive went wrong in the instant of transit. And these days, who'd ever seen an architect's handiwork firsthand? He already had his final report half composed in his head before he stood up. On Larry's desk, the details of his berth to Tchaikovsky flashed up. He frowned. "This looks a bit roughshod," he said uncertainly. Roughshod was an old operational term, combining the word's actual meaning with rough and slipshod. It was the way the service used to operate back in the old days. You got things done, however, and lived with the discomfort. They were shipping him out on a Castigar vessel, which made scant concessions to human passengers. It was definitely the quickest way to Tchaikovsky, using one of their near-mindless savant-cast navigators to speed them through the deep void. "Chief, is there something I'm not seeing here about this job?" Larry held his gaze, expressionless. "On paper, of course not. Just another nonsense fire we need to stamp out. Just come back and tell us we don't need to worry about it, Hevea." "And off paper?" She shut off the holographic display, and he knew that she'd also killed the recording of their meeting. "The Harbinger Ash is involved," she said. Hevea wasn't important enough to have met Ash, but he knew it was still around, ageless and pointless in equal measure. Yet it kept turning up, and sometimes it said something. When it did, you listened. "I didn't need to hear that," he muttered. "You haven't. Not officially. Just a routine mission." His heart was speeding, and he had his internal dispenser give him a shot for it. "I'll go pack then, Chief." The Castigar woke him at Tchaikovsky, just in time for him to discover everything had already gone mad. Even being shipped roughshod through the deep void hadn't been quick enough for him to get ahead of this. The Castigar ship's bridge was a tube, inclined at 45 degrees and half submerged in milky liquid. The worm-shaped aliens lounged in fat loops on the slope, their many-limbed heads buried in their instrumentation. A human-style display was set towards the high end of the space for his benefit, because industry-cast Castigar tended to be helpful to a fault. The Tchaikovsky system was in uproar, the hegemony takeover almost forgotten. Hevea's target had arrived unnoticed, the ship hidden within a coffin transport. However, when the vulture god left Lungcrow Station at speed, it had apparently been towing an architect's leavings, there for all to see. Further investigation revealed that the ship had used force to escape the station, leaving a wake of deaths behind it, including station staff and the ship's own crew. Nobody was sure who controlled the vessel now. Speculation abounded. He looked at the recorded vulture god and its twisted cargo, cross-referenced the images on his slate to wartime wrecks. He gave himself another shot to slow his heart. All around him, the Castigar were flashing warning colours across their slick, segmented bodies, twining their tail tips together in agitation. The air stank with the acrid scent of their worry. He was entirely in agreement with them. He contacted the handful of Hugh and Mordaunt informers on Lungcrow and sent them his credentials, requesting full cooperation and an introduction to station admin. He'd have to hope that Hugh Ritt still carried some weight, despite the recent regime change. Then the Castigar craft was spiralling in towards the station, its speaker delegate requesting docking permission. Hervea Mundi retrieved his dossiers and reviewed his knowledge of the Vulture God and its crew. Chris. After their arrest, Chris had expected them to be framed for the security staff's deaths. She'd already prepared legal arguments by the time his wisdom the bearer Sathiel pitched up at their cell. Part of her was numb after seeing Barney and Medvig die. However, she was still the crew's lawyer, and she had to protect them. Sathiel changed all of that, and it didn't hurt that he was pushing his own interests as well. He had a serious throwdown with station admin, accusing Leng of trying to hide the truth about the architects. He also took responsibility for the Vulture's crew being in the cargo bay, and Leng was plainly unwilling to arrest him or his people. Everyone ended up being turfed out of her offices onto the street. Sathiel rushed off to capitalise on what he had, given that the actual evidence had been whisked away from him. The Vulture crew, if that was what they even were anymore, were left abandoned, as the station resounded with the agitation of people still getting to grips with a possible return of everyone's worst nightmare.
"Right,"
said Rollo, and led them off to do their duty, to drink, brood, and toast their lost companions.
"Masoku Barnier,"
Rollo said somberly. They'd muscled everyone else out of an alcove in the nearest bar, and now he stood while they sat. Even Solace, who'd never been at a Spacer's wake before.
"Born 92 after," he declared to them. "On Tchaikovsky orbital over Lumbali."
"Complaining son of a bitch,"
Ollie put in promptly.
"Bad sore loser,"
Kittering's translator declared. "Drank too much," Chris added.
"Couldn't keep money,"
Idris rounded up. Rollo nodded, satisfied conventions were being followed.
"My son, he was. My brother. Loyal to his ship and safe hands. Died in orbit. Who should have died in space, where he belonged. One of ours, he was."
And they chorused, "One of ours," with Solace a beat behind, caught out.
"Asset Medvig 99622, the captain went on. "Instanced 116 after, and provided to us under a medium-duration leash contract out of Peace Hive 3.
"Bad sense of humour," Chris said.
"Finicky standoffish type,"
Idris followed.
"Never put my stuff back where it belonged,"
growled Ollie.
"Very expensive to maintain,"
Kit contributed.
"My children they were, and comrades,"
Rollo said.
"Good company and safe hands. Died amongst us who should have gone back to their own. But they were ours."
"They were ours," the chorus came back to Rollo, and Chris saw tears making their tortuous way down the creases on his face. Safe hands. For colonial spacers, whose lives were strung from one mechanical failure to the next, for whom there would never be enough replacement parts, and every little thing might be made to serve as something else just to get them into port, it was the greatest valediction.
"Now,"
Rollo said quietly, hands on the table.
"In this time of grief, I have a favour to ask of you, my daughter."
And he looked Chris in the eye. "Oh, I know," she agreed. "I'm on it, Captain. I will find out who the hell those waste makers were." Rollo's smile was bleak. What, after all, could they do with the information? A handful of spacers who didn't even have a ship. But if all they could do was spread word to their peers, they'd do that. Chris stood to go, shaking her sleeve slightly to make sure her dueling knife was hanging right. For a moment, she thought to ask Solace to accompany her. You couldn't get better backup than a Partheni soldier. The woman looked distracted, though, and Chris wondered if she was planning to leave them soon. Instead, she glanced at Ollie.
"Oh, yes," the remote specialist said. "Wouldn't miss it."
"Bring the scorpion," Chris told her. "Stay back, don't loom, but bring it." And if they actually met any of the symbiont's confederates, Ollie would ensure they properly rued the day. Chris had done this sort of thing before. It was a development of the work she'd carried out as a student lawyer back on Scintilla, when the thought of a spacer's life would have set her laughing hysterically. Students did the beat work on senior advocates' cases, investigating witnesses, digging up dirt, which meant getting their hands dirty. She hit the Lungcrow's cabinet with her credentials until she found a way in, then set automated seekers into the station's records. Next, she and Ollie went around the docks, talking to spacers and the orbital's ground crew. Where people recognised her ship name, she took their sympathy and used it ruthlessly. The rest of the time she played whatever role seemed most apt. Creditor, debtor, abandoned lover, old friend. Always her queries circled the identity of the Tothiat. Perhaps a Tothiat who palled around with a vermiform castigar with a beweaponed head mount. The station records gave her some detail on Tothiats as a class. None of it good. They were from the hegemony. The actual Tothir, the insect thing, was technically a subject race of the Essiel. You didn't see them much outside a fish tank off-world, because they were very dependent on their planet's chemistry. However, the Essiel had many ingenious subordinates, and someone had felt it worth putting a great deal of effort into giving the nasty little critters the freedom of the universe. The solution had been to graft Tothir to other creatures, modified to produce the toxic chemicals the things needed. The results, so she read, had gone some way beyond the hegemonic scientists' intentions. What came off the surgeon's table was neither host nor implant, but a conglomerate personality, seamlessly mixing both. Unsurprisingly, there were few volunteers for the process. On the other hand, Chris discovered grimly, the resulting hybrid had considerable conscious control over the host body's metabolism. The merged creature could push itself far past its usual limits and repair damage very swiftly. They could even survive hard vacuum for an uncomfortably long period of time. A super symbiont. Great. Chris had never expected to end up here. Not the young Kerestina Sulin Almier, who'd won a scholarship to the law schools of Scintilla. She'd been brought up within the Harmaster asteroid belt, home to colossal resource-stripping factories. Her parents had been members in good standing with the iron co-ops, whose collective bargaining and strict union lines had turned poverty and hard graft into relative comfort and affluence by the time Chris was born. Harmaster expats were turning up all over the colonies by then, bringing their work ethics and iron coin bursaries with them. That had been enough to get her onto Scintilla. A lucrative white-collar future had beckoned. Scintilla was difficult, though. The planet was old money rich, like Magda. It had the old families to go with it, those left to their own devices since before Earth fell. It was a cold world, with cities carved into the sides of snow-swept mountains. The older students stalked the sparse high halls of its best law college in black furs. Their junior assistants wore monkish robes and were forbidden to talk in the corridors. And then there was the dueling. It was constrained by all manner of legal restrictions, But students were expected to argue their way out of any repercussions if caught carrying the knife. That was part of the training. And if you didn't carry the knife, you weren't anyone. You could buy the knives legally, train openly, and everyone obsessed over the careers of the top fighters. Even the tutors. They harangued their classes on the evils of the atavistic and reprehensible practice, yet their eyes twinkled in encouragement, even as they lectured. And it was hardly ever fatal these days. Chris had picked up the knife because it was plain she'd never walk in the right circles unless she did. She held on to it because she found she loved it. Not the spilled blood, especially if it was hers, but everything else. It was a stupid, aristocratic piece of bravado, yet she turned out to be very good at it. Up to and including the point where she found her knife painted with the life's blood of a very promising young boy of very good family. It hadn't been the legalities that got her, of course. She'd argued her way out of those in a way that would have made her tutors proud. But the family, they wouldn't forget. Vendetta was a serious business amongst the legal dynasties of Scintilla. Life gave her two choices then: get off planet, or spend her days fending off challenges and assassins. She often wondered if she'd made the right choice, especially now, shipless and penniless.
"We know this individual."
Her benefactor, after a morning's inquiries, was a hiver. This one resembled a metre-tall birdcage, with 6 evenly spaced legs, and not even the pretence of a head. They were an asset leased to the station dock crew, and Chris suspected they didn't socialise with their human peers much.
"We hear he killed your companions."
2 crew down and our ship gone, she confirmed, and we've no idea who they were.
"The absence of knowledge is a wound that will not heal."
This hiver's designation was Yuri, just another random label plucked from a list somewhere.
"Of course, I am not permitted to provide you with confidential station records under the terms of my contract."
Their voice vibrated reedily from the cage of their body. She could see a host of little insects within, whose constant communion produced the conscious entity that called itself Yuri. "Well, look," Chris told them. They were in an abandoned cargo bay, next to a tangle of wiring that the hiver was desultorily repairing. "I can probably work up a good legal argument for why we're entitled to this information, then spend all day getting it past the Kybernet and station admin," she said. "Or I could find the shady outfit I damn well know exists somewhere on board and have them hack the system. But I'd rather take the largesse my factor has made available and transfer it to you. You can't tell me you don't have your own account separate from your leash." Yuri managed a creditable chuckle.
"We won't do it for the money," they said, "although we will take the money, just to clarify. However, we will do it for your loss. We have looked you up on the tally. Your asset spoke highly of you."
Chris went still, parsing that. Yes, hivers kept a record of who did right by them and who did not. She hadn't ever thought of Medvig doing that, but that was because, to her, Medvig had been people.
"Your Tothiat goes by the name of Mesmon. He shipped in aboard the Sark. The Sark itself departed peaceably after your ship was taken, not connected by security with the theft. Mesmon seems a spacer freelancer, but to one who has worked here under leash for many years, patterns become clear. He is a sworn man with the Broken Harvest Society,
Ah, said Chris heavily, taking that in. The mob. She had been expecting nativists, maybe, opposing Sathiel's cult, perhaps even Hugh spooks. Yet the vulture god had been stolen from them by actual thieves. It was nothing personal, was her guess. Nobody on the crew had tangled with the broken harvest, as far as she was aware. She set her covert search agents in motion once more, and precious little they brought back was good. It looked as though Broken Harvest operated in the hegemony as much as in the colonies. If they'd taken their prize across the border, or rather, deeper into hegemonic space now, the Vulture's crew would be powerless to intervene. She took a meagre lunch with Ollie in a nearby canteen and went over what she'd found. The remote specialist nodded. Her capsule opened up so she could feed herself with the scorpion's smaller arms. "Where's the sark out of?" "Registered in a place called Gmurk or something, in the hegemony. Not that it means anything," Chris told her. Ollie frowned, chewing mechanically. "And if we knew where they'd gone, what then?" "Depends where that was. Maybe we could go after them. Book passage there? I don't know. If we wanted to butt heads with Broken Harvest, anyway." "Rollo would," Ollie decided. "Rollo is pissed. Don't know if it's the ship or Barney and Med, but he's in a mood to cut the throat of God if he has to." "What about you?" Chris blinked at her. "The throat of God?" "Oh, this Mesmon Triggerman, anyway. Are you ready to do the same?" Chris felt within, and found the same urge that had led to her carrying the knife on Scintilla, now tempered and hardened by 2 dead friends. "Maybe," she allowed. "Then let me link to the station and I'll show you a trick." Ollie gave her a fierce smile. It was simple, really. Chris almost laughed when she found out. It was the packet trade. Everyone carried news after all. That was how word travelled from one planet to another through unspace. Everyone made a little money on the side by downloading encrypted communications to deliver at their destination. But to do so, you had to say where you were going. The vulture god had obviously not taken on packets in its violent exit from Lungcrow. On the other hand, the sark, given its innocent departure, had. It was just what you did when you travelled, natural as breathing, second nature to any crew. The sark crew had taken on the packet for Tarakuma. Maybe it had been an elegant piece of misdirection. Maybe they weren't even heading for the same destination as the stolen vulture. But it was all they had to go on. Chapter 10. Havea. New screens lined the corridors leading from the passenger bays. Kicking his heels at Lungcrow Customs, Havea had plenty of time to see 20 different pundits making hay over the flight of the vulture god. Some of the talking heads claimed the ship's captain was responsible, but the prevailing opinion was that parties unknown had hijacked the vulture god and vanished it away. There were several recordings that certainly seemed to show an architected wreck clutched in the vulture's claws, and there was some panic, but there was also denial. Nobody wanted to admit what everyone was thinking. So, a fragile calm prevailed at Lungcrow. No screaming exodus yet. In fact, now the planet was under hegemony rule, maybe prices for a berth to Hui Kavor would be climbing. Public opinion might sway towards the Essiel, here and elsewhere, when this news spread. All the more reason to find the truth about the wreck. At last Havea was let through, and he dusted off his credentials as media-type opinionator, under which guise the office supplied a handful of articles a month below his byline. Later that same day, having pulled some local strings, he met with His Wisdom the Bearer Sathiel. The man was urbane, grandfatherly, and opulently dressed, surrounded by worshipful followers. He clasped Hervea's bony arm warmly in the colonial fashion as they ordered a cup of the caffeinado that humans drank in the hegemony. It tasted like the best parts of coffee, lemon, and almonds. Hervea gave the man his attentive smile and decided he didn't trust Sathiel an inch, but then the whole cult business gave him the creeps. To his mind, inventing a religion venerating extraterrestrial barnacles was a ludicrous response to meeting an alien species. Except, he admitted, it did seem to provide a framework for human-Essiel interactions. "You've been very vocal about the Amaru rumours, Your Wisdom," he commented diplomatically, channeling his persona of highbrow media-type reporter. They were in a small eatery, and most patrons were wearing cult heraldry, from a simple badge to full-on robes like Sathiel. Hervea's long-sleeved charcoal tunic, trousers and slip-ons were standard kit for someone out of the richer settled colonies, but in this mishmash place he stood out amongst both the spacers and hegemonic types. Sathiel lifted his beaker. "Caffeinado," he breathed, as though the drink was rare and precious. "Serendipitous child of humans, trying to adapt coffee to the soil of an alien world. Now one of the most widely partaken of beverages known, a major import into the colonies, as doubtless you're aware. And Warcast and Breedercast Castigar can't get enough of it, which is an unlooked-for benefit. Goes to show what can arise when humanity travels to the stars and welcomes the alien with open hands." Hervea tried his smile again and made notes on his slate. "Well, Your Wisdom, you'll understand that I'm not really here as a potential convert." The cultist nodded understandingly. "My point, Menia Mundi, is that there are those, even here, who don't drink caffeinado because of what it represents, especially here. There are those who would do everything in their power to throw up hard barriers between humanity and its neighbours, even if they have to murder their own to do it." Hervea blinked, nodded, noted. The whole act. "Alleged proof that the architects have returned has been taken from us by unknown persons for unknown reasons. But are you making specific accusations here, Your Wisdom?" Sathiel's pleasant smile broadened, and he looked down into the dark liquid before sipping. "I'd risk giving you, a media typist from the inner colonies, something you cannot use, your audience being less pro-alien than some." "My audience is cosmopolitan," Hervea assured him. "I mean, I'm no fool. I can see this could be controversial. If we hinted that humans tried to hide evidence of architects for selfish reasons, no doubt we'd get lots of angry responses, but that won't be the majority. I cater to an open-minded base. Well then, let me be frank. There would be nothing more fatal to the nativist pro-human bloc than proof that the architects have returned. Not only because the divine Essiel have within their power the ability to protect entire worlds from their depredations,
but simply because when the architects were a present threat, that was when humanity existed hand in hand with our neighbors. Right now, there are those in power who would rather push them all away. How would that be perceived if there was a new architect war on the horizon?
Sathiel fixed Hevea with a gaze that abruptly had all the grandfather sucked out of it, nothing but steel remaining.
My point, Menia Mundi, is just that. And if you do pass this shocking news on to your audience, you'd be acting in their interests. I appreciate that people within the colonies find all this— He picked at his richly embroidered sleeve— unsettling. Our ritual relationship to the divine Esiel looks like idolatry, perhaps even brainwashing. But I'll let you into a secret, Menia. I'm not religious, not in the way you probably believe. However, the Esiel have the power to accomplish things that, try as we might, humanity cannot replicate. Humanity cannot proof our worlds against the architects using originator regalia. We might happen upon a planet with originator ruins, allowing us to keep the monsters away from only that world. But the hegemony can ward their worlds at will. And if the architects come back, as I believe they have, if the architects keep coming back, what is best for humanity? To ignore the rest of the galaxy and sing stories of our greatness until our last world is just some monstrous sculpture commemorating our end? Or should we accept that we are not self-sufficient and take the help offered at what is a very reasonable price?
Hevea recorded it all, thanked Sathiel profusely, and made his retreat. The caffeinado had been very good, he agreed. Hard not to develop a taste for it. Out of the cultist's presence, even he found himself a little shaken. Not a madman, Sathiel, but a persuasive one. It would be profoundly unfortunate should he turn out to be right. Like most colonials, Hevea had no wish to be ruled by alien overlords, but better than dying. After that, it was time to find the vulture god's disinherited crew. When he set out, he'd assumed the whole architect business was a hoax and the vulture crew was at the heart of it. Now, with 2 of them dead and their ship taken, he wasn't sure what to think. Hevea's contacts eventually tracked them to a maintenance bay by the freight docks. It was a cavernous space, with the stripped shells of 2 shuttles hanging overhead like whale carcasses. A Hanalambra Envoy-class craft sat below these on uneven legs, as 6 crab-like aliens and 8 station engineers tried to scavenge sufficient parts to fix her gravitic drive. At the back of the bay, sitting on dented crates, were 3 of the vulture god's survivors. The broad man was their captain, Rostand. The Hanalambra was the factor, and the skinny youngster was their pilot, Telemier the Int. It set Hevea's teeth on edge to think of such a valuable asset rusting at the fringes of colonial space rather than serving Hugh. Rostand glowered up at him as he arrived.
"Are you Pilchern?"
From the man's expression, this Pilchern was going to have a bad day when he did turn up. For a moment, Hevea considered saying yes and just winging it, but there were too many unknowns. "Captain Rostand, I'd like a moment of your time."
"You and every other fucker,"
Rostand growled. He was well on the way to drunkenness, Hevea decided, red eyes and a reddening face. Though there was likely grief involved for his lost crew. "I'm not Rag," Hervé replied, which he hoped was still spacer slang for newsmongers. He decided to ditch his media-type persona, as the crew hadn't given any interviews so far. He pulled out his Hue Intervention Board ID, the real one, and triggered its authenticator with his thumb. The little square of plastic confirmed his biometrics and bona fides. Rostand stared belligerently at it, then shrugged.
You're out of your jurisdiction, or haven't you been keeping up with current affairs around here?
Spacers were notoriously prickly about Hue interference, mostly because they were usually doing something illegal. Hervé hooked over an empty box and sat down, smiling. Captain, I've no official power here, no backup, just a man investigating. You can imagine what.
Word gets to Mordaunt House quickly these days,
said Tolemier, not looking at Hervé. He'd pulled into himself when the ID came out, and Hervé could understand that. Under other circumstances, the man would be the focus of any Mordaunt operation here.
We heard you brought something in, Hervé said frankly. Then I arrived to find it's been taken from you. Along with a lot else, Rostand spat. What do you want from us, many a spook? Confirmation that we found what they say we found? Yes. Verification that any proof disappeared with my damn ship? Yes again. So, there we have it. That's all there is. See, right?
You're colonial citizens, you two. Hervé looked to Rostand and the Int, ignoring the Hanny for now.
Doesn't mean we do what you say, rejoined the truculent Rostand. Especially not here.
I'm just hoping you have some loyalty to the Council of Human Interests. Being human, Hervé went on patiently. I'm not trying to be nativist, just concerned. If what you found really... Tolemier broke in.
It did happen, and it was recent. I expect you've seen the Amaru's departure logs. Something pulled her off course into the deep void and did that to her.
Hervé tried to meet the man's gaze, but the Int's eyes just kept sliding away, as though fixed on a distant horizon. Standard for intermediaries, though. You couldn't see what they saw without developing the abyssal gaze.
Mynheer Tolemier, would you be willing to... No. I haven't... No, I will not come and answer your questions about what I might have sensed or not sensed, felt or not felt, in unspace or real space, or in the reaches of my imagination. Tolemier told him flatly. I don't do government work anymore. I've served. I've earned the right to be left alone.
Hervé hadn't quite believed the file on Idris Tolemier. Crossed wires, surely. Couldn't be the same man. Not enough years on the face for a start. Must be some escapee from a leash contract, so technically still the property of the state. Except Hervé could look into those two young features and see the extra decades lurking beneath the surface like a rot.
I can promise you I'm not going back, Tolemier said,
and Hervé prepared to push the matter. He only caught the iron behind the words in retrospect, as Tolemier burst out again, I'm not going back! He stood so suddenly that he kicked over his crate, fists balled abruptly. The Int was the least imposing physical specimen Hervé had ever seen, a true child of the polyaspera. But the air about him seemed to flex, and one of the gutted shuttles above creaked warningly. A coincidence. It had to be just coincidence. But Tolemier was one of the oldest Ints out there, junior only to Saint Xavienne herself. Who knew what they might become? In time. Hervé smiled at him, which was hard, but he was practiced.
Understood, he said easily. I'll leave you with my details, in case you recall something and want to pass it on. Anything will help. This isn't about you. It's about saving lives. Anything
he trailed off. A woman had joined them. Havea put a great deal of effort into maintaining his mild, friendly expression. She was Partheni. He noted the badges on her regulation grey overcoat, the service and loss tattoo beneath her eye. But he'd have known her without those signs. Soldiers of the Parthenon all had a certain look to them, literally. Beautiful and deadly, like highly polished knives. He nodded cordially to her and stood. "Thank you for your time, Captain." The Partheni was standing protectively by Ptolemy, regarding Havea with narrow-eyed belligerence. She didn't return the nod. On his way out, Havea was already composing his report in his head. Parthenon involvement. Request further instructions. Idris. Colonial tradition was for grieving to be brief. The living needed to move on. It came from when the dead had outnumbered the living, and there just wasn't time for protracted mourning. And it wasn't as though the end of the war had cured death. Spacers died. They died hard, and they still died often. They were the lifeblood of the human sphere, from the crews of the huge dilapidated freighters whose timely arrival with holds of food was the difference between plenty and starvation, all the way down to the packet runners who carried nothing but information and barely stayed out of suspension for longer than it took to download. They died when life support failed. They died crazy in the deep void. They died when decades of careful maintenance ceased to be enough to hold their aging ships together. They died on both sides of pirate actions, of hereditary conditions, in impromptu brawls in sordid brothels or orbital bars. And their friends moved on. But you couldn't move on without a ship to move you. Losing a ship was a disaster that you literally could only walk away from. Kittering had been searching for opportunities for the crew all morning, without success. No vessel would take them on as a group. Rollo was fiercely adamant that he'd take nothing less than a shareholding second, and Idris privately thought that he wouldn't want to be the captain who took Rollo on as a subordinate. At some point, Idris knew, the crew would simply part under the stress of the situation, so that they would all drift outwards and probably never meet again. He certainly wasn't going anywhere without Chris to fight for him. He felt a cold shiver at the thought that she might turn to safe work on planet as an advocate. She'd been running a long time, after all. Around that point, the spook turned up, which didn't improve anybody's mood much. And Idris had overreacted, of course. Too much stress and grief over too short a time. He'd let himself off his own personal leash, and that always left him feeling tired and sick. Probably the man really wasn't here with ulterior motives, but then solace had arrived. He would worry later what conclusions the mordant houseman would draw about Partheni involvement. Hugh attention was never welcome. Yet right then, he'd never been so glad to see anyone as he was to have Solace beside him, and the spook had cleared out almost immediately. Solace's proprietary air should have got on his nerves, but with Chris absent, he clung to the thought that someone was looking out for him. That's wretched, Idris. Just wretched. But he felt rubbed raw, as though every new development was salt on open wounds. "I thought you'd left. Gone back to..." Rollo made a vague gesture, presumably intended to indicate the whole institution of the Parthenon. "I've been seeing what I can do," Solace told him, "as a member of your crew." "And are you? Still?" She met his bleary-eyed belligerence head-on. "Do you still have a crew?" Rollo dropped his gaze first. "I don't know, my daughter." "If you do, then I'm still on it. Until the next job, when we can negotiate all over again. And I have something to say. But where are Chris and Ollie? Rollo glanced at Kittering, whose screens informed them that they were inbound with word. Solace nodded. Then, let's hear what they have for us.
My ship's headed for Tarakuma?
Rollo echoed, after Chris had rattled out their news.
That figures, my children,
he sighed and said again,
Tarakuma. It's a goddamn armpit.
Explain? Solace asked, and Rollo rolled his eyes at her.
Not having to know about or go to Tarakuma is a profound incentive to back the Parthenon.
He rubbed at his face, as though trying to scrub the alcohol out of his skin.
It's a shithole, is what it is.
Back before, Chris filled in, there were plans for a big colony there. It was going to be a grand terraforming venture. Rocky planet, bad chemistry. But they had all the time and money in the world, didn't they? And what the place did have was location. 7 throughways meet at Tarakuma. Then the architects happened, and then the war. Whole lot of refugees ended up in Tarakuma because it was so easy to reach. What didn't end up there was money or terraforming kit. People came there from everywhere. Aliens too. Gangs, warlords, cults. They got the vertical cities running, bought atmosphere modifiers, kept out most of the bad wildlife. Even now, Hugh's got only the loosest grasp over what goes on down there. Way I hear it, that's how they like it, Ollie put in sourly. Gives Hugh a place to bend their own laws. Gives their spies a place to meet other spies. All sort of shadowy ballsack stuff. Kittering chittered, his screens responding to a query Chris had raised. She read off the information. There are maybe 100 major players on Tarakuma and any number of off-world cartels and syndicates who've got fingers in the pie. The Broken Harvest are some kind of criminal enterprise from out of the hegemony, Chris reported. Wouldn't have thought their perfect paradise empire would have gangsters, Idris said mildly. I don't pretend to understand it myself, Chris replied, but the Essiel have a strange attitude towards outlaws and crime. They hate it and openly fight lawbreakers, and yet it's also a recognised part of their system somehow. So yes, the Broken Harvest are some mob out of the hegemony, but if they're on Tarakuma, they obviously stray beyond its borders.
So why, Rollo demanded ponderously, do they want my ship?
Maybe we were just unlucky, said Ollie. Surely they want the Amaru, not the Vulture. Plenty of people would pay to control that evidence. Either hide it or shove it up a flagpole. Ollie eyed Solace. You fuckers, for instance. The Partheni met the accusation without a frown. Honestly, not our style. Harvest'll have a sale lined up for the Amaru, or maybe they'll auction it, but the Vulture, I mean, it's a decent ship, but it's not the prize. Maybe we could even buy it back off them, cut a deal, work for the mob to secure it. Idris looked from one to the other, seeing how Ollie's suggestion sat. Not well, but not beyond anyone's personal morality, was his conclusion. During his years with the Vulture, they'd never worked for criminals directly. But you might have only had to go one step down the chain to find dirty money. On the other hand, working for the Broken Harvest meant clasping wrists with Barney and Medvig's killers. Not something to be done lightly. The same dilemma had probably played out in Rollo's head, for he said, We could go there. See if they haven't already sold or scrapped her.
work passage over to Terracuma and see how things lie. And if there's a chance for revenge..."
His face went hard at that thought. He could be a vengeful man. Dangerous waters, Idris knew. Am I getting cold feet? Icy cold. But he couldn't abandon his crewmates.
"Kit," said Rollo at last, "hunt down berths Terracuma ways, as passengers or crew, whatever it takes."
He looked round at them.
"Anyone wants out, then get out. No hard feelings, for I am in the mood to do some truly stupid things."
Solace coughed slightly. "Idris?" He looked at her warily, and for a long 2 seconds, she just met his gaze. Then she asked, "How long does it take to get from here to Terracuma on the throughways?" Kit crabwised over, presenting a reckoner on one arm screen and highlighting the most useful routes.
"Bear with me," Idris said, checking the displays, and then, "Can't get it down to under 3 days by any route."
"And if you were to pilot us from here yourself, off-piste?"
"Off? You mean deep void?"
He hadn't realised the Partheni had their own term.
"Somewhere between 19 and 23 ship hours,"
meaning the hours old Earth had used.
Rollo grunted. "You think we can charter something?" He sounded dubious, and Kittering was already cautioning about expense.
"Listen," Solace told them. "I want you all to come with me, right now. I want to show you something." She stood, and after a moment Rollo did too, and then Chris. Ollie and Kit were already on their various feet. Solace looked at Idris, not a challenge so much as an entreaty. He shrugged, feeling tired and vaguely anxious about whatever the woman had in mind.
"Whatever it is, I'm not going to like it."
Solace took them towards the dock levels, a ring of small private jetties. The great and the good kept their launches and yachts here. Idris bleakly enjoyed the mortified looks they received from liveried technicians and flunkies, seeing this motley mob of spacers slouching through their pristine corridors. And then they were at a door, with 2 Partheni myrmidons outside, in full armour and armed with accelerators. The crew shrank back as one, fearing ambush, Kittering practically disappearing behind Rollo's legs. Solace just nodded to the soldiers, and the women stepped smartly aside with a mutual, "Myrmidon executor?" Ollie swore faintly as the door slid open.
"What treasonous shit have we gotten ourselves into?"
"No idea," Idris lied. He was half expecting to be grabbed and bagged right here, and the rest of them shot. There was just one ship in the bay. It was a segmented teardrop, half the size of the vulture god and entirely lacking in the thrown-together look that was practically colonial aesthetic. Its surface was silvery, and some of the jutting nodules that flanked its nose were probably weapons. There was a column of Parsef characters on the side, along with its company badges. Kittering's screens helpfully translated its name as the Dark Joan.
"What's this, my child?"
Rollo asked cautiously. "Captain Rostand, I have a proposal."
"Crew to captain? Or Partheni to a poor colonial?"
His moustache bristled, but his eyes kept sliding back to the Dark Joan. "I went to the embassy," she told them all, and abruptly there was a distance between Solace and the rest of them, a gap of status as much as physical space. "This is one of our packet transport ships. I've requisitioned it." They stared at her, or at least their stares were split between her and the shining perfection of the ship.
"You mean," Chris said slowly, "you said, 'I want this ship,' and they just let you have it?"
"Borrow it," Solace agreed. Her hands were wringing at each other. Idris wondered if she realised. Maybe Partheni didn't get nervous around each other, so she'd not had his practice in hiding it. Rollo was suddenly very sober.
My daughter, he said flatly, the guards called you executor. What are you?
Executors are trained to go outside the Parthenon sphere and do what must be done.
You're an assassin, Ollie said flatly.
Ollie,
Chris reproached her.
She's what? A spy? An agent?
An agent, Solace confirmed. So, when I say I need the use of a ship, I have a ship, which here means you have a ship, if you want it. Now Idris can get to Tarakuma ahead of the Vulture, so you can get your ship back. There was a long silence in response to that. It was Rollo who put all their feelings into words.
And why would you do such a thing, honoured executor?
Solace licked her lips. She looked a decade younger than the captain, shorter, slighter of build. Idris had to remind himself that she was even older than he was and could likely kill the lot of them with her bare hands. Because it's in the interests of my government that I learn everything I can about the Amaru. Getting to Tarakuma, and fast, is the first step in doing that. She swallowed. And because I think you're good people.
Ollie made a disgusted noise. Forgive me for saying this, my friend, Rollo said, with that polite distance he put between his crew and others, but that does not sound very Partheni to me.
Solace's brow furrowed. What's the Parthenon, Captain? She seemed to have reluctantly accepted that distance. How did we come about? Do you know?
A bunch of clever women decided that they would go grow a whole load of other women in test tubes because they hated men,
Ollie said, going from a standing start to staggeringly undiplomatic in record time. Wasn't that it? Rollo shot her a look, but Solace held up a hand. That's how the nativists tell it. Maybe that's how they tell it all over the colonies. She shrugged. The Parthenon was founded because of good people. Parsifal and her fellows looked at the way Earth had gone and saw inequality, exploitation, divisions, hatred and ignorance. They wanted to start again and do better. And if you're boosting your population through vat parthenogenesis, it's easier just to work with the female line. Idris reckoned that was both a simplified and sanitised explanation, but perhaps it was what Solace believed. Ollie scowled, but Rollo glared at her.
One last thing before we clasp arms on any deal, my friend. Why did you pretend to join my crew?
For a fraction of a second, Idris caught real hurt on Solace's face, before she covered it with her usual martial impassivity. I did join your crew, Captain. I worked my passage. But you're right. I had another motive too. She glanced at Idris, probably wondering if he was going to spill the beans. He wouldn't, he decided. She pressed on anyway, laying it all bare. I was sent to make an offer to your pilot, on behalf of the Parthenon. An offer I still intend to make, when I can get him to take his fingers out of his ears for long enough. No doubt he'll say no, and that will be my duty done. Now the Amaru is out there too, and that changes things. I'm using my discretion right now, doing what I think is best while I wait for orders to reach me. But I also want you to get your ship back, because that is fair and just. Hence this. A flip of the hand towards the dark Joan. Take it or leave it, Captain. I'm going anyway. I won't say I don't care either way, but it's your choice. Rollo looked at his crew. Kittering was displaying 44%, which suggested he was ambivalent in the extreme, and Ollie was looking outright angry. Chris was nodding, though, and Idris found himself agreeing. Left with the casting vote, Rollo let out a deep breath.
Then, my friend, we would be delighted to get our asses over to Tarakuma as fast as Idris can plot the course there. Assuming our asses will even fit in that pint pot thing of yours.
Idris felt a rush of excitement. It would be grand to steal a march on the hijackers. But he was mostly thinking that he'd never in all his days flown a ship as elegant as the Dark Joan. Part 3. Tarakuma. Chapter 11. Idris. Monitor Joy, the Partheni's stern diplomat, looked as though she might be Solis's aunt, though she had likely been born at least a decade afterwards. And the close-mouthed Partheni technician who came to perform some last-minute modifications to the Dark Joan might have been the executor's younger sister. Her expression showed a marked difference, though. She didn't approve of a pack of ruffians commandeering their ship. Still, she was plainly in awe of Solis, and worked for 2 hours to get everything flight-ready. The Partheni packet transport was indeed short on space. There were 6 suspension beds in a central stack within the ring of the graphitic drive, and the pilot's seat was hard back against them. There was nowhere to be except the actual beds. Hold space was almost entirely filled by some new gear of Solis's and Ollie's Scorpion frame. The packet transport was intended to lug data after all, not goods. Idris wondered if Mordaunt House knew the things could be fitted out as emergency squad transport at a pinch. "Reminds you of wartime?" Solis asked, at his elbow. "Berlenhof?"
"I think we had more space in wartime."
"You did. You were never in the racks. Picture something like this." She tapped the cluster of pods, but for 100 people at a time. Civilians had luxury accommodation.
"I never knew. Although I'd have been too busy being scared out of my mind to appreciate it."
He tried to look at her properly, and still couldn't. Not quite.
"Thank you, by the way," he mumbled. "For helping. For the ship. Getting us to... The others probably won't say it."
"I've heard all the things they say about my people across the colonies, Idris. Probably they think I'm a monster who'll come and kill their menfolk and make regular humanity a footnote in our triumphal histories, right? Or else we're sex-starved sirens who just need to meet a good man to forswear all our Amazon ways."
"You've seen some media types,"
he observed. "Executor training means exposure to some weird stuff. I'd rather have stayed a simple myrmidon." Idris cocked an eye at her, squinting sidelong. Something about her was still too much like staring into the sun, and he was worried that it was because he liked her.
"Why'd you go for it, then?"
And in the blank pause that question evinced, he realised.
"You didn't, did you? They just told you. Why? Not just for me."
She shrugged. "Probably not just for you. The aspirate does some pretty twisty thinking sometimes. I think it was because I'd been through the war, so I'd met people from outside the Parthenon." She was closed up, abruptly, hugging her own arms. "Seems kind of mad that being a soldier made me write for something completely different." "Myrmidon Executor?" The technician came out of the Dark Joan. "Prêt à combattre?" She cast what Idris could only characterise as a scandalised look towards Rollo and the crew. Solis nodded, which turned out to be a dismissal, because the younger woman left the bay immediately, ceding the field. "It's time." Myrmidon Executor Solis turned to the crew. "Everyone on board and in the—" She stopped herself, and visibly reconsidered her approach. "Captain Rostand, your ship is ready." Rollo's truculent expression softened by a hair.
"Thank you, my good benefactor."
He put his nose through the hatch, clucked at the cramped conditions.
"Get yourselves to bed, my children. Not much else for it."
They filed aboard, and Chris stopped to put a strengthening hand on Idris's arm. He found a smile for her from somewhere and watched her pull herself up into the Jones confines.
"You and her?"
Solace asked him. Idris felt his expression turn wary again, but there didn't seem any hidden rocks to the question. Seeing his look, she waved away an answer.
"Just thinking you'd be lucky. Definitely outranks you, that one."
Her grin was natural, far too young for her, the way she'd smile with her Partheni comrades, perhaps. Then she'd taken his elbow and boosted him up. He took the aid automatically, without flinching, but once in the pilot's seat a moment later, he wondered, what just happened? Solace was already behind him, getting into one of the top pods. Then she paused and leaned over.
"You remember how it all—"
Sudden chagrin showed on her face. "Do you need me to take you through—"
"I recognise most of this from the Pythoness."
The Partheni console had a dozen small screens, each devoted to separate metrics, and he looked them over one by one. 2 were military enough that he felt he didn't need to worry about them.
"You didn't fly the Pythoness."
"Who do you think got her back to Heaven's Sword at Berlenhof?"
He felt his hands shake a little with the thought. Solace must have seen it.
"You're good, Idris?"
He was silent, staring at the controls. They were a clear evolution from those he remembered from the war, but he could do this. Eventually, he said in a small voice,
"I'll be fine."
The dark Jones slipped from Lungcrow orbital, like the dreams of a fish, as the saying went. It was swift and subtle, its departure cloaked by whatever standing arrangement the Parthenon had with the Kybernet. Idris checked the sleep pod's vitals and threw the graphitic drive into a low-activity cycle, extending its shadow into unspace to plot out the conditions. From there, he could calculate their departure from real space. He glanced back at the neat rack of suspension pods behind him. 4 occupied, 2 empty, plus the incompatible aesthetics of Kit's garish red globe sticking out like a sore thumb. Then, he had committed them, and the dark Joan fell into the liminal void beyond the real. It hadn't been like this on the Pythoness. He'd been surrounded by motion, running women performing desperate triage on the vessel's abused systems. There'd been blaring alarms and rapid orders and confirmations in Parsef, all as the vessel unleashed its weapons against the unthinkably vast face of the architect. The pilot's chair had been sunk part-way into the floor there too, because even a Parthenon warship held space at a premium. The body of the original Partheni pilot, and a good dozen other casualties, had been hauled away with grim efficiency. Idris had dropped into the vacant seat, as though this was some bizarre dream. His elbows had been tucked in, his shoulders hunched forwards to avoid the women's booted feet. He'd been glad that he was smaller than the average colonial starveling. All around him, the injured vessel lurched and bucked, its brocata drive clutching at the gravitic substructure of real space for purchase. And beyond their hull, the colossal, invisible hand of the architect was reaching, deforming space as it tried to remake its enemy. The dark Joan was not the Pythoness, of course. But her controls and the cramped pilot's seat recalled the old wartime vessel to him, the appalling chaos of their flight from the architect after the ship was crippled and half her crew killed. And then he was in unspace, strapped down tight, and utterly alone with all those bad memories. The remembered architect to one side and to the other, patiently biding its time. The presence had been waiting for him. It was going to be a long trip through the deep void. Chris. You look rough. Chris was understating the case, but dealing with Idris in this kind of state was always hard. Honestly, he looked like he'd been disinterred, standing in the close-walled orbital dock outside the dark Joan, with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders bowed. His skin looked pallid and clammy as he used his slate as a mirror, propped against the curve of the Partheni ship's hull. He was lasering away a shadow of stubble, which would be back within a few hours.
"Where have you brought us, my boy?"
Rollo stretched and rolled his shoulders. Ollie was having the Scorpion lift her into its cradle.
"Some kind of Partheni channel opened up when we quit Unspace," Idris mumbled. "Set a beacon for us to dock here. I mean, Tarakuma's not the safest place to just hang about in orbit."
"This is our safe house." Solis had unpacked new armour and was adjusting the fit of individual sections using an interface on her slate. The gear was devoid of company badges this time. She had a new accelerator weapon too. Tarakuma had no interest whatsoever in restricting the arms its visitors carried. "There's no embassy here, but there are groups we just about trust to do business with us." "Even the Great Parthenon gets its fingers dirty, eh?" Ollie remarked. Chris shot her a look. Back when Solis had first showed, everyone had been prickly with her, but Ollie seemed determined to carry on the feud, even though they were relying on Solis bending the rules for their benefit. Chris wasn't sure why, but something about Solis had got under the woman's skin. The Partheni just shrugged. "From here, it's your play."
"On our own now, is it?"
Rollo chewed at his moustache.
"Well, you've done right by us, my friend. We owe you."
"No," Solis broke in. "You don't understand. I will continue to back you. I just don't know what should come next. I don't know how this place works." "Leave that to me," Chris broke in. "Me and Kit, anyway. Ready to spend some credits?" The Hanalambra threw up some obscene human images from his library, showing exactly what he thought of that. But he displayed their largesse account anyway. "All spending kept to a minimum," came the translation, after some fiddling of his arms. "Do not negatively impact my retirement fund." Which sounded funny, but really was a matter of life and death to the Hani. They were docked at one of the elevator orbitals that ringed Tarakuma's equator. The planet's actual surface was harsh, scoured by radiation, high winds, and without enough atmospheric pressure for unprotected humans. Ancient geological tumult had left Tarakuma riven with chasms, some up to 5 kilometres deep. The air was thicker there, and conditions were more conducive to both native and visiting life. A dozen cities across the planet were built into the walls of these rifts, extending deep into the rock for vast vertical distances. Each habitation was home to millions of humans and other species, living like termites in constant close proximity. They were linked over the surface to the various elevator cables where the ground-based factions jealously controlled access to orbit. All real business had to be done planetside, no matter how inconvenient that was for anyone up above. It was just about the only thing every gang leader and petty overlord agreed upon. Orbitals that tried to cheat them were disciplined with extreme prejudice. What Chris could do from here in orbit was research her quarry. She could also make some initial overtures, and for that, she'd need to spend a little of Kit's retirement fund. Nobody here was going to help her out of the goodness of their hearts. Not even Prosecutor Threnokos, who was practically an old friend. She'd crashed out of Scintilla's Inns of Court, barely snagging her credentials as she ran out of the door. But Livo Threnokos hadn't even managed to qualify after they'd caught him stuffing bribes into his pockets with both hands. However, Tarakuma didn't care about official credentials, only malign ability. The place was a weird sort of meritocracy like that. So it was that her old friend had somehow ended up here, with a hastily conferred practicing certificate from a Tarakuman law school that probably hadn't existed 5 minutes beforehand. Then Threnokos had been put to work to magically transform the underhand into the legitimate. He took her comms call readily enough. She was expecting... She didn't know what, to be honest. It had been years. Would he have grown bloated and corrupt with overfine living? Or maybe have an eye patch and a cybernetic hand? As it happened, Prosecutor Livo Threnokos looked far better than she expected. His long-chinned dark face had grown prosperously fleshy without losing its strength, and he was sporting a moustache of remarkable curling richness. His eyes lit up when he saw her, which was reassuring. Maybe he wouldn't fleece them too much for his services. "Nalsvisnia orbital, no less," he exclaimed, seeing where she was transmitting from. "What brings you to my humble hemisphere, Kerry?" Because back on Scintilla they'd put the stress on the first syllable of Kerestina, so the name had worn down differently on repeated use. "Information? Introductions?" "Setting up business here." He raised an eyebrow and flashed brilliantly white teeth. "Would it threaten you if I did?" Despite herself, she smiled back at him. He'd always been utterly amoral, and she guessed that hadn't changed. He'd definitely been more fun than her fellow students, in a variety of interesting ways. Wouldn't bring the price down, but she found herself wondering if he'd make a nice diversion once the current problems were sorted out. "Come work with me," he said, apparently sincere and without hesitation. Chris found herself genuinely touched. "Tempting," she replied, "but my ship's captain has a Terakuman issue and we're here to sort it out." "That covers a lot of ground. Is this the sort of issue that leaves bodies?" "God, I hope not," she said, honestly enough. "No more than we've had already. We need contacts and we need an introduction. Beyond that, we'll sort ourselves out. No dirt on your doorstep, Liv. Can you help?" "Let me look at you." And he did for a while. And she wondered about him. Was he married? With children? How much of a life could you carve out on a planet splintered into gang territories and ruled by criminal fiefdoms? Probably quite a good one, if you were careful. At last he smiled, a little sadly. "Who are you in the shit with, Kerry?" "Hopefully nobody, but we need to talk to Broken Harvest." His face went into professionally blank mode as he thought about that. Likely Threnokos had no direct links with the Harvest, given how many factions had a stake on Tarakuma. But he'd know someone, or someone who knew someone, or he'd sell Chris and her crew out to them. She was banking a lot on their old association. "That should be possible?" His professional face was still on, but he was nodding. "They're hegemonic, which makes it hard to get to them directly, but I can scare up a minister to make the necessary introductions. That do you?" "That would be perfect." "There's the small matter of our factor will liaise on the fee, both yours and this minister's."
You're fine with coming down the line for the meeting. They like their face-to-face contact here.
I know, she confirmed. It'll be good to see you again, Liv.
After that, the crew had a near ludicrous argument about who was going to the surface. Chris said it would be just her and Kit, but Rollo said if he didn't get to save his own ship, no one was going. Then Rollo wanted Solace along, in case it was a trap. Ollie said that she wasn't going to just wait around with Idris. Even Idris was riled by then, and said he'd just been alone in unspace and wouldn't repeat the experience in orbit. Chris brought the whole business full circle, saying that if they appeared on Threnokos's doorstep mob-handed, he'd probably call the authorities. And given this was Tarakuma, those would basically be trigger-happy criminals. So Chris decreed that she, Rollo and Kit would go, and everyone else could loiter in the neighbourhood. Threnokos's offices were a quarter of the way across the planet in Coaster City, so they all piled back into the ship. Kittering took over the comms and fielded what must have been 20 different demands for ID and tolls, from whichever groups controlled individual slices of sky. Some were paid and some weren't, based on what Kit could glean about their relative status. Threnokos had recommended a planet-side dock, where they could be relatively sure the ship would still be there on their return. On arrival, Solace activated all the security the Dark Joan had, though Chris reckoned that Tarakuma's best ship thieves could outplay the order-loving Parthenon's locking systems. Kit grudgingly pledged some largesse to the dock owner for added surveillance, and Ollie left a camera remote on watch. Other than that, they'd just have to hope that Threnokos was as good as his word. On Tarakuma, the poorest districts were closest to the inhospitable surface. High-speed elevators conducted the better class of criminal into the chasm, where radiation was less of a threat and the air actually filled the lungs. So it was in that first trip, they didn't see much of Coaster City's worst side. In fact, the law and order of the docks and the glitzy retail outlets they passed were as civilised as anything Chris had seen. With Threnokos vouching for them, they got to use the scenic elevator. The clear-walled car rushed them down an inertially dampened rail on the outside of Coaster City, with a view of the local flora and fauna. Tarakuma's macrobiology flourished within the chasms, simultaneously reaching for and shrinking from the solar radiation above. What they saw looked like something from a children's story, where a gem merchant had planted his stock and found it growing in the morning. Vines crawled up the chasm's sides in a riotous profusion, budding and fruiting with faceted nodules. Leaf-like plates spread to sieve the distant sunlight, which fell in increasingly impoverished rainbows to the tiers below. Chris saw mobile life there too, jewelled beetle forms and lurching baubles with a spidery leg span of 10 metres or more. Nothing looked familiar, or even organic. Here and there were cages, half hidden in creeping foliage, that writhed visibly. Many of the governing gangs and cartels liked to make a public show of their displeasure. Most of the human body couldn't be metabolised by the native life, but salt and water were potent lures. It wasn't the animals that got you, she understood, but the diamond-sharp tips of the questing vines. What lovely places we end up visiting. Within Livo Threnokos's reception rooms, there was a good span of armoured glass, looking onto exactly the same vista. But he was low enough down the chasm that noon outside looked like twilight, and the whole serpentine jungle glowed and glinted with a constellation of gleaming bioluminescence. It really was very pretty, if you could forget its lethal potential.
The remaining crew had found a fairly genteel eatery where they could wait. They departed, grumbling that they couldn't afford to eat there, but Chris's waspish thought was that it had been their choice to come in the first place. The life of a Tarakuman prosecutor agreed with Livo, Chris had to admit. He was wearing a suit cut in the Berlenhof style, with plenty of pleating and wide sleeves. Tarakumans valued show, though, so instead of drab yet expensive greys, Threnikos wore russet, with lines of gems set into lapels and cuffs. Chris would have preferred to dress up as well, but her wardrobe had gone with the rest of the vulture god. Livo met her with a fond smile and a wrist clasp that became a brief slapping match as each went to tug the collar of the other. An old student habit from Scintilla, where your honours grade was worn as a coloured flash at the throat. Despite his years of easy living, he actually beat her to it, but paused, hand on her scarf. He was one of the few people who knew why she wore it. She stretched up on her toes and lightly kissed his cheek. Then he ushered the three of them into his office, making sure everyone got a good gawk at another glimmering view. A table had been set with finger food for 3 humans and 2 Hani. The minister they'd come to meet was already seated, one of Kit's conspecifics rolling a few nuts around the tabletop with his smaller mandibles. Chris had to stop herself staring, because this was a rich Hanalambra, and she hadn't seen many of those on the Spacer circuit. His shell was encrusted with organic gems in complex spiralling patterns. A half-dozen bejewelled critters, the size and shape of human thumbs, were tethered to his shield arms with gold chains. They were in constant motion across these armoured surfaces, scattering the light with their faceted backs. Advocate Almier, Livo introduced Chris, and Captain Rostand, Factor Kittering. This is Minister Shreem. And with that, he had earned his payment, save for a little light hosting and pouring the wine. Chris considered that although he'd been kicked out of the Scintilla law schools while she'd left with her dignity intact, Threnikos had certainly landed on his feet. Minister Shreem's legs chirped and rattled against each other, and a translator bobbing on the swag of his soft belly said,
I am, of course, delighted to make your acquaintance. I wish you all prosperous endeavours.
The voice was an old man's, rich and husky, with a slow, assured cadence. Chris wondered how much he'd paid for it.
Now, I understand that you're desirous of an introduction. To Broken Harvest, Rollo broke in. A matter of some urgency, my friend.
Shreem settled lower on his stool by a delicate rearrangement of his 6 legs. His quintet of eyes gazed calmly at Rollo, the spikes above them capped by a jewelled diadem. Minister Shreem, it seemed, did not wish to be hurried. Then Kit chirped something, and the minister shifted again, leaning forwards. There was a staccato exchange, mostly shorn of any context Chris could follow. Kittering seemed to be bragging about something, or at least he was raising his shield arms. This generally meant a Hani was establishing his credentials in some way. Then the two of them just left the table and went to play landstep on a virtual board projected by the minister from one of his gem clusters. Rollo and Livo seemed equally wrong-footed by this, but the Hani were a competitive species amongst their own kind. Chris had seen business deals concluded over wrestling matches, impenetrable puzzles, and even dance-offs. The Hani didn't wage war, funneling all their disagreements into a myriad of contests. That left the 3 humans to make small talk for an hour, as the Hani became more and more absorbed in their tournament. Chris kept casting a worried eye over, in case Kit was wagering anything they couldn't do without. But his screens were cagily blank as he placed his tiles with rapid assurance. Livo dropped more than one hint that Chris could leave the spacer life for a while, perhaps come and do business with him, or partner up in other ways. He was in a stable relationship, with 2 other men and a woman, with 3 children between them, but there was always room for more. It was the sort of communal arrangement that had become common after Earth, when families had been shattered and people clung to and nurtured whoever they could find. To her surprise, Chris found the idea of settling down not quite the anathema she'd have thought. But she wasn't ready to quit spacefaring just yet. "You've got a good thing going on here, Liv," she said, surprised at the envy in her voice. "There's always a better thing." And he rested 2 fingers on her hand, just lightly. Rollo coughed loudly, and Chris shot him a testy look. Thankfully, at that point the game broke up. Kit's screens showed a cascade of bright colours and images that looked triumphant. Chris glanced worriedly at Shreem, in case Kittering had caused offence. The minister seemed entirely satisfied by the clash.
"A price has been agreed,"
Shreem's old man voice announced, and Chris assumed Kit's landstep prowess had earned a discount.
"Captain Rostad, given your urgency, is it convenient for contact to be made with the Harvests Factor immediately?"
Rollo nodded vigorously.
"You must understand that there are many layers of hierarchy within the Harvest, as with the Essiel,"
Shreem went on pedantically.
"Navigation through lower ranks will be required before meeting some mid-grade overseer, who might or might not have sufficient authority to make a contract. You may find the process aggravatingly drawn out."
All said with grinding slowness and no apparent irony.
"All the more reason to get started,"
Rollo replied through clenched teeth. Chris checked in with the others while she waited, and Rollo started to pace. Then Minister Shreem made a surprised sound, like a string section thrown into disarray, and scuttled in a backward circle. It was a display of discombobulation she'd never seen in a Hanny before. "Hold on," she told Idris over the comms. "Something's happened."
"Well?"
Rollo demanded of the minister.
"What then? Some flunky will see us at his own damn leisure?" "The matter has developed in an entirely different direction."
Shreem's artificial voice sounded calm, but his limbs were flurrying with agitation.
"Invitation is made to the court of Aklu himself. Aklu being the title of the Harvest's undisputed ruler. You are going straight to the top."
Chapter 12. Chris. This is not going to get weird. The word from Aklu's minions was that Rollo should bring someone to speak for him. The hegemony firmly believed that leaders had menials to do the talking for them. Chris volunteered for the honour. It was, after all, her job. Kit handled the money, she handled the people. There is no reason this has to be weird. She'd sat with urbane killers in tailored shirts with ruffled fronts, who had sipped from tiny glasses and talked theatre and ballet engagements while ordering the deaths of faithless minions and minor civic functionaries. They liked her overall. She knew the line they wanted women to tread. She'd gone before a broken-nosed man whose huge frame was 50% augmented artificial muscle. He'd conducted business at an arena so he could watch his stable of gladiators tearing apart robots and sometimes each other. That had gone okay too. She knew a thing or two about the fighter's form, and that had endeared her to the man. She'd been granted an audience by a Castigar Don warrior caste, a segmented worm 5 meters long, each ring of its annular body bristling with spines. Its tentacled head had been painted with jagged symbols, suggesting violence to human eyes as eloquently as to its own kind. Each squirming arm of its crown had been capped with a chattering set of mechanized blades mounted below the reddish bead of the eye. She had faced up to that horrifying cutlery drawer and outlined the drop-off the vulture god wanted to make. She'd offered a cut of their paycheck, and they'd made a deal. There was always a deal. Some criminals were sadists or psychopaths, but most weren't. Even the ones who were generally preferred largesse to killing potential contacts, and she'd never caught any of them on a bad enough day. It had never turned weird. Yet. The broken harvest was holed up in a crumbling dormitory, in the wretched upper levels of the same city where Threnokos lived in such luxury. It was a sprawling, heavily rad-shielded eyesore of a building, erected for the first constructor crews back before. The blocks around it were slums, filled with those who couldn't afford anywhere else. No hulking mercenaries patrolled these streets, and 1,000 little gangs and fraternities formed and died there nightly. The harvest itself was no major player on Tarakuma, as far as Chris could tell. It was based within the hegemony, a thorn in the shelly at of the Essiel. Probably this Aklu was not the actual leader of the gang, or sect, or suicide cult, or whatever they actually were. Aklu might just be their word for a branch manager. But even if Tarakuma hosted only a fraction of their power, she soon realised that still meant something on these streets. When she and Rollo left their taxi shuttle, one of this Aklu's people had turned up to meet them. She wore an unimpressive old tunic, bulked out with some sort of armour coating, but Chris stiffened when she looked closer. The woman's armour was slashed down the centre of her back, revealing the articulated lobster thing rooted to her spine. Another Tothiat, like the murderous son of a bitch who'd stolen their ship. And weren't they supposed to be rare? And this Tothiat carried an actual standard, a pole with an honest-to-God flag hanging from it. It boasted a crooked black sunburst on grey, or else it was a figure with many arms poised in some manner of dance. Whatever its meaning, people crossed the street or dived into alleys when they saw that flag coming. This might just be the Broken Harvest's fingertip here on Tarakuma, but these streets were under the Society's shadow. Their guide was Haramon, she said, and Chris recalled that their hijacker, of unfond memory, had been Mesmon. There was no other family resemblance beyond the lobster. Still doesn't have to get weird, she thought, as Haramon led them to that hideous concrete eyesore. Then they were inside, past a dozen humans and a couple of Hani crowding out the atrium. They descended rough steps, still uneven and walled where they'd been inexpertly printed, and came out into a big chamber, ranks of pillars propping up the ceiling. One wall was lined with desks of humans and Hani at work, probably doing nothing more sinister than double-entry bookkeeping. Another wall was lined with armed guards, humans and Castigar molted into oddly proportioned humanoid bodies. At the far end of the room, however, Chris blinked. It had got weird. At her side, Rollo swore softly. Heremon stepped forward, and her voice rang from the bare concrete walls. "The unspeakable Aklu, the razor and the hook." There were actually two entities coming forward. One was a hiver frame, like no other Chris had ever seen. Their torso was open as a birdcage, revealing the seething knot of biomechanical roaches that made up their composite being. Their head was a golden human mask, set into a contemptuous laughing expression. They walked on long digitigrade legs like a bird, waving 6 slender arms. The whole looked like a surrealist take on an ancient god. None of this was what had caught Chris and Rollo's attention. Behind the hiver was the unspeakable Aklu, without a doubt. It was gliding forwards on a great mechanized couch that curved in silvery wings either side of its occupant, held a half-metre off the floor by its own agrav engine. Aklu was one of the Esiel, god-rulers of the hegemonic cultists, lord of the hegemony itself, and apparently a gangster. Chris remembered the august Esiel diplomat sent to Huay Cavor. It had possessed a string of titles too, revered this and wonderful that. They were human labels, she knew, but they were supposed to reflect some deep Esiel truths. So what did it mean for an Esiel to be unspeakable, a razor, and a hook? Aklu was primarily shell, the two curved halves hinged at the base and overlapping for most of their 3-metre height. They divided towards the top, cupping the motile parts of the creature. Its hard exterior seemed to be inscribed with complex geometric runes, picked out in what looked like channels of mercury, constantly flowing in defiance of any native gravity. A wrinkled holdfast projected from its base to wind around the couch's projections and hold the creature in place. From the top of the shell, a multitude of thin arms opened like a fan, bristling with hairs and pincers. 3 eyes, like red pearls, moved at the end of jointed stalks, viewing Aklu's visitors from all sides. Chris was very afraid now, and not entirely sure why. If it was a gangster, and the Broken Harvest a gang, this should be like any other negotiation. Except she'd never dealt with an Esiel before. Nobody she knew had. Human representatives of the hegemony like Sathiel were the closest anybody ever came. Esiel were not supposed to be squatting in concrete bunkers, surrounded by desperados. At the same time, some screaming part of her was telling her, "It's a giant clam. What's the worst it could do?" Except she'd always dismissed those cultists who fervently attributed divinity to their shelly masters. Standing in the presence of this creature now, there was something about it. The unspeakable Aklu's arms flurried through a complex sequence of postures, and Chris felt a rumble through the soles of her feet, resounding back from the walls to her body without ever reaching her ears. Only in retrospect did she realise that Aklu was being conversational. The hiver started into motion, making an elaborate leg like a dancer, then straightening up. Chris noticed that they had 2 faces, one smiling gold mask facing them, and one with a downturned mouth facing away, a mask of tragedy. Then their 6 golden arms adopted a series of elegant poses, and their bell-like voice rang out. "So step the sanctified within our halls, who walked with eyeless tread the hidden glade. Peruse them,
linger on each page of theirs, and verdict give on how they have transgressed. The only operative word in all of that was transgressed, as far as Chris was concerned. She froze, ready to fight, as Heremon came forward with some kind of device pointed right at them. For a wild moment, she considered the ultimate sacrilege, leaping up on that couch with her knife, threatening oyster suppers for everyone unless they let her and Rollo out. But what Heremon was holding didn't look like a gun. The symbiont woman shook her head slightly in her direction. A cue for her to be silent? Then the hiver adopted a new posture with their many arms, briefly mirrored by their floating master, before gesticulating again. Sweet tones of innocence attend for these, the masters of the carrion bird, have not defiled the sanctuaries of God, nor placed a hand on that which is forbidden. The hiver's beautiful voice rang out against the cracked and filthy walls, and a dozen armed thugs and murderers listened raptly, as though it all made perfect sense. Then Rollo nudged her, none too gently. Chris had absolutely no idea what mad etiquette held sway here, but she cleared her throat. We are but poor supplicants to the unspeakable Aklu. We are the masters of the carrion bird, the crew of the vulture god, the ones that recovered the Umaru. Aklu's arms semaphored, and she stopped. Speaking over the unspeakable was probably a faux pas of epic proportions. The gilded hiver adopted another sequence of ritualistic poses, pirouetting again to show them their frowning, tragedic face. Our ark, our rightful casket, treasure fleet of all our dreams, explain how you, a nithing, with desecrating tread, defiled our joy. Which sounded bad, however you sliced it. Chris shared a look with Rollo, then described their brief involvement with the Amaru. It was a broken harvest ship. That hadn't been in the brief, but it wasn't as though most gangs made things easy for Hugh law enforcement by putting their criminal identities on the owner's manifest. When she described the wrecked Amaru's appearance, Aklu moved again, and she let her account slow. The hiver melodiously asked her to repeat it, and then again, in more detail, and again, until Chris just about ran out of ways to say the same thing. It had been peeled. We've all seen how it was from the war. Melted and reformed, made into a sculpture as they do. You know what I mean. How sour false witness falls upon the ear, the hiver remarked. Then abruptly, Heremon did have a gun, and it was pressed to Chris's temple. 3 of the thugs tackled Rollo to the ground in a struggling heap, and in the distraction, Chris whipped out her knife and slashed Heremon's throat. Before her eyes, the shallow cut healed up. Heremon didn't seem to be remotely bothered, her gun hand steady. Rollo was hollering furiously, and with a Herculean effort, he dragged his whole tangle of aggressors 1/2 metre closer to the couch. I just want my ship! He was howling. My ship, you fucking barnacle! You killed my people! You stole my ship! Chris felt all possible chance of salvaging the situation falling out of the world's ass, as the saying went. She met Heremon's gaze past the glint of her knife, still at the Tothiat's throat, and saw only unfriendly disinterest. For her, exploding Chris's head with a bullet would be a mildly disagreeable task, akin to scraping something off her sandal. Chris felt it was all over. They weren't leaving here alive.
But Aklu must have had something more to say, because the hiver chimed, "Compounding sin with sin, bad faith with faith, to stand before the unspoken throne and claim a right to hold the ark of the divine." Chris was hit with a sudden jolt of inspiration. They'd raced here before Aklu's people, so the gangster wouldn't know how things had gone down. And so they'd misunderstood her explanation. Hardly surprising, given its unusual nature. "We don't mean the Amaru," she managed. "Rollo, be still. We don't lay claim to that. We want our ship. When your people reclaimed your property, they grabbed the vulture god to transport theirs. The Amaru, it wasn't going anywhere on its own, see? We just came to ask, to very respectfully ask, when the unspeakable Aklu has reclaimed its ark, property, whatever, might we have, maybe, our own ship back?" She bit down on any further pleading and waited, body still taut as a wire. Rollo had called the Essiel a barnacle, but nobody seemed to be shouting about that. Possibly it had been translated as something more complimentary, and she hadn't mentioned Barney or Medvig, who couldn't just be returned peaceably to them. However, right now, coming out of this alive themselves seemed a long shot. The unspeakable's arms waved as though in a breeze that touched nothing else, and its eyes popped up and down. Its hiver mouthpiece was still, balanced perfectly on one foot, the other drawn up mid-pose, and their fan of arms motionless. Chris guessed that it was plugged into Tarakuma's kybernet, sending out inquiries to confirm her story. Then the hiver jolted back into motion, saying, "You carry in your hearts the go-between, who stands between destroyer and destroyed," which could only mean Idris, the intermediary. Chris wondered if she was starting to get the hang of this. The arms waved again, hypnotically. "What once the gods have seized on, none may claim, and yet divine benevolence is such that all who kneel devoutly at their feet and hold the cup of charity aloft may live in expectation of reward," the hiver pronounced. Abruptly, Heramon had stepped back, and the goons were allowing Rollo to stand again. "What, my child?" the captain growled softly. "What, frankly, the fuck did any of that mean?" And a silence stretched out, a cue for her to answer in some way. "I think," Chris replied very quietly, "they mean that they've got our ship, and so it's theirs. But if we work for them, maybe we can have it back eventually. I think. And they were talking about Idris. So they want him for deep void diving?" "Is that all?" She saw Rollo's face twitch with all the rage he was holding back. "And my 2 dead children? Do we get them back too, after we've bowed and scraped and done their filthy work? Did they say that? Rollo, we become their lackeys and just forget they murdered our people, my daughter. And if we're very, very good and kiss their shellfish ass, they might just let me have my own damn shit back someday." All said with white-hot fury, and yet still in the merest whisper. Despite everything, she was impressed that he was being so restrained. Chris cast a glance towards the motionless hiver and their floating master. She was all too aware of the expectant killers on every side. At the desks, the clerks continued with their work, diligently defrauding, counterfeiting, or whatever their duties involved. "Say what you've got to say," Rollo ground out, and Chris took a deep breath. "We are, of course, honoured by your offer to serve the unspeakable," she declared brightly. "We will take this to the rest of the crew immediately. Thank you for your munificence." Ordinarily, she'd have been overdoing it, but right now she was in the asylum of aggrandizement, and no praise could be too much. She even bowed. If she was echoing a scintillant fencer's respect to an opponent before somebody got cut up, nobody there was likely to recognise it. "Consider all you will," the hiver said. "The vulture's leash shall not be lightly shed. But we have faith that you shall come in all humility to pledge us service and begin the path to restitution." Chris looked sidelong at Haremon and the heavies. She was seeking confirmation from any of them that they found this bizarre show even a little odd. She wanted to burst, like a child calling out a naked emperor. But there was not the slightest crack in their masks of respect. She felt as though she'd fallen through the wrong side of the mirror. 2 minutes later, she and Rollo were on the street, hides miraculously intact, save for the odd bruise. The captain's expression was thunderous as she called the rest of the crew. Somehow, Chris didn't think a long and mutually profitable partnership with the Broken Harvest was on the cards. After they'd returned to the Dark Jones docking bay, Rollo sat by himself and brooded. Chris had expected him to explode. A quietly seething captain was somehow worse. Chris had explained the situation to everyone else, especially Idris. He had a right to know that yet another unscrupulous bunch of thugs was interested in him. She half expected him to start plotting a course to anywhere but Tarakuma, but instead he kicked his heels on the ramp to the Jones cockpit and watched Rollo unhappily. "This might be it for us," Chris said, meaning for them as a crew, a surrogate family. "I don't imagine the Parthenon'll let us pal around in this speedster much longer." Idris nodded, eyes still on Rollo. "You've heard Solace out yet?" "Not exactly," he said softly, "and to her credit, she's not pressed it. But all this that she's done for us is just to sweeten me up." "You could do worse, you know." He glanced at her in surprise, almost betrayed, and she hurried to add, "I'm not trying to get rid of you, Idris. I'm just saying, if they made me a good offer, I'd go." "Do you want to go?" "I want to have options. And if the Parthenon want a colonial law advocate, well, they'd be interesting employers. For a bit. And if it's not just for a bit, nobody in the Parthenon is employed, Chris. They don't have jobs. They have duty. And you don't get to pick and choose who you do duties for. I'm sure you don't get to say, 'Well, nice doing my duty for you. Now I'm off to work for the colonies again.'" His face twisted unhappily, and he looked at his feet. "I guess I should hear her out, though, then send her away." "You like her?" "We went through a lot in the war. We were close after Berlenhof, before she rejoined her unit. I needed someone, and I don't know what she wanted." "Why not just the same as you?" "I don't think Parthenia are like that, are they? Or that warrior spirit and selfless sacrifice. I don't think they need shoulders to cry on, like regular human beings. They edit that shit out of them in the vats. Or what's the point? What's the point of making better people
if they're still sad and afraid and lonely.
Chris saw the signs and put her arms around him, letting him sag into her. A half-minute later, and he was fine, backing away, his expression all apology. She smiled, squeezed his shoulder to show she didn't mind. It was that continuous lack of sleep, she knew. Things that the mind would normally disarm and dismantle built up inside him, and he couldn't bar the door against them forever. Then he shifted hurriedly to one side because Rollo was coming through. He marched up the ramp into the Joan with such a grim purpose that Chris thought he might just fly the ship away himself and leave them all behind. To seek vengeance, to find the vulture. Who could guess, in his state? The others were clearly worried about him too. So when Rollo put his head back out, his whole crew was waiting.
Right, my wastrels, he addressed them. These pods, all this nonsense.
A jab at the rack of suspension beds the Partheni technician had installed.
They come out right? They're just bolted in there.
Solis nodded, cautiously. Rollo grunted thoughtfully. A man stalking a mad idea through dense brush.
Idris, how long before the vulture comes in system?
Idris slipped his slate out and ran a few hurried calculations.
Any time from now to 12 hours' time, depending on how tight their nav is.
There's no Partheni embassy on Tarakuma. Not a formal one, Solis started tentatively. But I could...
No,
Rollo told her sharply. He pressed his lips together and went on apologetically.
Not to disparage what you've done for us, my child. But no. This is spacer business, our business. Too much gratitude starts to look like ownership. I'm sorry.
Understood. Although from her expression, the Partheni plainly didn't understand. Chris considered that she came from a place where everyone was pointed in the same direction, and everyone helped everyone else. Or maybe they were all horribly competitive all the time, and Chris's fond idea of Partheni life was entirely bunkum. Rollo took a deep breath.
This you can do for me, though, my adopted daughter. You tell me what weapons this bird here has. Talk me through it.
Chris felt a lurch inside her. Rollo, she said, overlapping with Ollie's, Captain!
Let's call it an academic exercise. See right?
Rollo said with false joviality. Solis looked from him to the rest of them and stepped up to lean into the cockpit. Twin accelerators here. Not much against any serious defences, but good. Good for light work. Ready ammo's limited, but there's a mass stripping system that'll keep them fed at the expense of, well, mass. Mass from the end segments. There's a single narrow beam laser that can be powered from the reaction drives. I think 7 minutes continuous burn at full power before you're dry. The gravitic drive isn't adapted for offensive deployment, but it's good for shielding. And segmentation defences are built in too.
I don't even know what that means, Rollo told her briskly. Quite the little gunboat you've loaned us there, child. Right now, you're the favourite of my family.
His smile was bleak. Captain, what's the plan? Ollie asked him. He stood on the ramp, irresolute for a few moments, and then sat at the edge of the Jones hatch to confront his crew, hands clasped in his lap.
Chris told you all the nonsense we went through down there. Crazy shellfish wants to own us. Let us earn our own ship back by doing its shit work. Wants to own Idris too. And I know how those deals go. You never do earn out on a contract like that. Once owned, always owned.
Chris nodded, and everyone else was of the same mind. If you got in with the mob, you didn't just walk away. Not unlike what Idris had been saying about the Parthenon, but she knew where she'd rather take her chances.
So, my vulture comes in system in a few hours, most likely. So says our Idris. Then they bring it here, repurpose it, strip it, who knows? Who knows what they want with the Umaru even? Which crazy shellfish says it owns? None of our business. We don't want it, that much I do know. But the vulture is my bird, and I am getting her back. Because the Parthenon, all gods help us, has given us a fighting ship.
They stared. Probably most of them had seen the direction he was pulling in, but to hear it said out loud was flat-out madness.
Idris, you flew in the war, Rollo said. And Solis, you were a pilot.
Gunnery, the Partheni said soberly. But I can fly.
We strip out this junk.
A thumb jerked at the suspension pods.
We tool up with what we can get. We intercept the fuckers, hack the vulture's doors open, cut with a laser if we have to. We take back our ship before it hits orbit and piss right off out of this system and never look back.
Kittering raised his shield arms urgently. Also, Broken Harvest are made enemies forever.
They killed Barney and Medvig,
Rollo reminded him flatly.
They are no friends of ours. And I want my ship back.
His shoulders sagged a little.
And this is dangerous stuff, my kiddos. My fry. Nothing you signed up for. You want to make your own way? We can drop you at an orbital. Ships go from here to everywhere, every day. Kit will cash you out. You'll not go hungry. You can cash yourself out too, Kit, if that's what you want. I'll hold it against nobody. None of you told me, pirate, when I asked you what skills you brought.
I'm in, Ollie said, almost before he'd finished.
Captain, I will cut that Tothiat bastard a new asshole. I am in.
It'll just heal up again, thought Chris, recognising a thread of hysteria within herself. She looked at Idris, surely the least martial of all of them. He was looking back at her. They came as a pair, after all.
Think about it, Rollo told them. Nobody's arm gets twisted on this. No shame in walking away.
Though every one of them who dropped out would be a hole below the waterline in the plan's chances of success. There was a spacer's dive near the Castigar patrolled dock where they'd holed up, and Chris and Idris retreated there to mull it over. Ollie stayed with the Joan, already ripping out the suspension beds, so they'd have somewhere to muster prior to the proposed action. I think Kit will bail, Chris told Idris, when they ducked into a corner booth with beakers of acrid fake cafe. He nodded, not looking at her, or at anything really, just staring into infinity, in that way he did. So she continued. I think the Partheni... I don't know. I mean, she probably trained for this sort of thing. All second nature. She, Rollo and Ollie could likely do this with blood to spare. Not her fight, though. But I think she really wants to be one of us, you know. Which is weird, given she's basically a secret agent for a foreign government. She's a terrible spy, Idris said, with the ghost of a smile. Chris took a slug of cafe and instantly regretted it. Too hot. Way too nasty. Idris, I will walk away with you. If you don't want to do this, I'll go. We're a team. But... He eyed her cagily. I don't want to walk. She couldn't read him at all in that moment. Then at last he said,
I thought you'd be pulling me the other way. I thought, of all of us, you'd have the good sense to have nothing to do with this. I thought we'd be having this conversation in reverse.
You mean you...
I want to back up Rollo. I want to get closure on Barney and Medvig. I don't want to kill anyone, but I want our ship back too.
A lifetime of trouble's going to come out of this. Aklu seemed to feel pretty strongly about this whole business. Idris gave her a frank look.
I give not the least fuck what some renegade Essiel wants with a torn-up wreck. I just want to do right by Rollo and be back on the Vulture.
When Rollo returned to the bay, with a crate gliding along behind him, he found everyone there but Kittering. The absence hit him. Chris saw it in his wry smile.
Not bad, though,
he admitted, looking at the remainder of his crew.
Children, I have toys for you. Dangerous toys. Not many, but it was short notice. And we need a plan of attack. Battle Daughter, can you do that for us?
Solace tapped at her temple. I've been working on it already, Captain.
You are the favourite of all my brood,
Rollo told her, trying for his old good nature, but the sharp edges were showing through. Then there was a rapid pattering of feet, and Kittering scuttled in, screens showing clashing, alarmed colours.
Kit?
Rollo asked. Vulture in system, Kittering's translator barked, and he lit up with simulations, telemetry and projections. Barely 3 hours had passed since Idris had made his prediction.
Ollie?
Rollo barked.
Beds are almost out. Nearly ready.
The remote specialist loomed at the hatch. She was already in her Scorpion for the heavy work and would be taking up half the available standing room behind the pilot's seat. Attention, Kit announced. Another vessel has launched on a course for the Vulture Omaru. More lines arced across his display. Chris took a moment to work out what she was seeing. The Vulture had exited unspace, but it wasn't hauling its prize anywhere near Tarakuma or the orbitals. It was staying discreetly out of the way towards the system's further reaches. Aklu must be sending a ship to get whatever he wanted off his ark, the Amaru, without the architected wreck causing an outcry.
Can we outstrip them? Rollo demanded. Ollie, finish up double time. Don't worry about sharp edges or loose wires.
They're going out full burn. Solace had taken in the figures Kit was streaming.
We can outstrip them.
Idris's voice was flat. He looked a little sick at whatever idea had just come to him.
We'll do this, Rollo. Now, before my nerve goes. Kit?
Rollo looked at the Hanny. Yes, my captain, Kittering confirmed. His screens displayed a sequence of complex patterns, oranges and pinks and greys, but his eloquence was beyond human comprehension this time. Then Ollie had dumped the last of the beds out the hatch and backed up to give them room. With his brisk, many-legged stride, Kit pattered up the ramp into the Joan. The rest of them followed. The game was on. Chapter 13. Idris. I don't like the look of it. Ollie had brought up an image of the speeding Broken Harvest vessel. Is she armed? With hegemony ships, who the fuck knows, right? Rollo grunted an affirmative, then looked at Solace hopefully. She leant in to get a look at Ollie's display. That put her elbow in Chris's ribs and almost ended up with her stepping on Kittering. The Partheni ship was still cosy, even without the pods. Ollie was being mulish about letting Solace look, but eventually gave up, and the Partheni stared at the specks somberly. She's armed, Solace confirmed after a moment. The Broken Harvest ship led with a spiky 8-pointed crown, the rest of the vessel a 3-lobed bulb behind it, and the whole finished in dull grey, ornamented with geometric lines in gold. I see 4 big accelerators, and maybe that thing in front and centre is a focusing iris for its gravitic drives. On a ship that small? Ollie demanded. Hegemony tech is good, Solis shrugged. Like I say, can't be sure. And I'm wondering why it even matters, given they're so far ahead of us, Rollo growled. By the time the refitted Dark Joan had cleared the planet, the Harvest's interceptor had a commanding lead. Working on it. Idris had the maths at his fingertips, making quick and dirty calculations upon which nobody should stake a shipworth of lives. Almost there. My misbegotten son, Rollo rumbled in his ear. I know you magicians do not like to let lesser mortals see how the trick is done, but maybe this one time you could show what's up your sleeve. See right? Any of you ever hear the term stutter jump? Idris asked them. Oh! Solis had, of course. Nobody else. It wasn't a thing sane people did with a gravity drive. And while he was thinking that, all the maths came together, perfect as a gemstone. Yes, that will do nicely. Except nicely was absolutely not the right word. You all need to hang on to something, now, not each other. Hang on and keep still. Idris? Solis actually sounded worried. I scared a Partheni. Something to cross off the life list? Just close your eyes and don't worry. We're going to drop out of the reel for a very short period of time. He was mortified to discover that a tiny sliver of him was enjoying itself. Oh, no, Rollo started. But Idris had already set the gravitic drives into motion, shunting the ship into unspace. In the split second before they dropped, he heard everyone start to shout at him. Then the shouts were gone, and so were they. Nothing but utter quiet came from the empty space behind him, alone as he was in the little Partheni ship. It's like a foreign country. They do things different here. Then he was already bringing them out again, a heartbeat later, and even in that instant, he felt something flowing up from the appalling abyss to infest that vacancy his friends had left. He remembered Berlenhof. He'd been on the Partheni launch Pythoness, like the Dark Joan writ large. They'd been crippled by the architect, the surviving crew gamely discharging their weapons at the vast crystalline spears of the enemy. He'd tried to drag them away from the architect's path, feeling its invisible grasp, seeking to finish them off. In desperation, wanting to live, he had engaged the drive and just ripped the entire broken vessel into unspace. Even as he did it, he was regretting it, knowing it was a terrible idea. He tore them free, back to the reel, fully expecting to find the architect right there again, descending upon them. Except they had been half the distance back towards Berlenhof, and clear of the enemy. He'd looked about the deck of profoundly shocked women, some doubled over, others clutching their heads at the shock of sudden transit. But alive, all of them. And if he accomplished no more than that, at least he'd saved them, along with himself. Only an intermediary's innate feel for the screwed-up spatial relationships involved had made it possible. Idris was an old int now, perhaps the oldest. Old, but never tired of running. Only this time he was running towards. In the eye blink after they ceased to objectively exist in the physical universe, they were back again. The Harvest Interceptor was far behind them, still hauling its bulk across the intervening space the old-fashioned way. And ahead of them was their goal, the Vulture and its prey. From behind came a chorus of complaints, Chris choking, the staccato stridulation of Kittering making his displeasure known. Let them think on what they'd just experienced, and remember it next time they had a 2-day crossing with only him awake.
"Never do that again, you famey bastard,"
Rollo hissed in his ear.
"I will cut your throat one of these fine days."
And he didn't mean it, probably, but there was still a jagged edge to the captain's voice. Possibly Rollo was one of those people who reacted spectacularly badly to unspace. Certainly, he'd always made sure he was abed before any regular transit. Idris found he didn't have room to be contrite just then. It had worked.
"We're coming in. 5 minutes. Need to be quick."
"Screw you, Idris,"
Ollie spat, voice shaking, but she was already working, trying to establish a link to the Vulture's systems.
"They're still rebooting the computer. No higher systems up yet."
There was a comms ping from the console.
"Hailing us,"
Idris noted.
"Say nothing,"
Rollo told him.
"Ollie, isolate the God's hatch controls. Can we blow our shipjackers out into space or something?"
"Depends if they have their wits about them. We're really doing this, are we?"
"We were never going to get our ship back without lives on our conscience, my daughter. And these murderers have signed the contract for what happens to them."
As he squinted at the displays, Rollo's face was hard as granite. "Have they sent an umbilical down to the Omaru?" Chris asked, over Idris's shoulder. She was right. Apparently the hijackers hadn't just been sitting idle after dropping from unspace, although what they were doing with the flayed hulk was a mystery.
"Just means they're divided, distracted."
Rollo's hand was on Idris's shoulder, painfully tight, as Idris pulled them closer. Their Bricator drive pulled them across the fabric of space, each operation slinging them along a new line as they homed in on the Vulture. All smooth sailing now, but if it came down to actual combat flying, they'd be rattled about like peas as Idris pushed past the dampener's tolerance. He felt a weird, unwelcome thrill to know that the Joan was more than capable of that kind of nonsense. He made the next grab, and the Partheni ship abruptly flipped 30 degrees from its previous course and hurtled towards their quarry. The comms requests were becoming more and more insistent, and then a whole new set of warnings lit up the board.
"They're hot,"
Idris called. His memory flashed to the war, hearing the warning yelled aboard colonial warships, or the Parsef equivalent from the lips of a Partheni officer. "Vous qui chaud?"
"Those going outside, helmets on."
Rollo followed his own advice. A few of Kittering's small arms flicked back past his crown and dragged a clear hood forwards and all the way down until it sealed over his belly. Kit and Rollo only had standard EVA suits, although they would both be going overarmed. Solace and Ollie would be the vanguard.
"You two play nice now. No time for not liking each other. I'm talking to you, my daughter. Oli and Timo, to you."
Ollie looked at him rebelliously. Perhaps she'd thought her snubbing of Solace had been masterfully subtle to that point. "After this, you can tell me what the hell your problem is anyway," the Partheni put in. She started back, as Rollo rapped a gauntleted knuckle on her helm.
"No lip from you, soldier. Not so long as you're part of my crew, see right?"
"Compris, mother," she responded automatically, and Rollo managed to chuckle.
"Mother, is it? Well, someone's got to look after you rabble of children."
Idris had been watching the Vulture's readouts, seeing the ship's energy reserves patched through to its ailing lasers. They hadn't been used much, only really intended for debris and hull cutting. They'd still make a mess of the Joan if they landed a sustained hit. The Scavenger's new masters had plainly decided that no comms contact meant hostile intent. The Vulture's beam split the void, reaching them before he could even register the discharge. He had to rely on the instruments to tell him that the lance of energy had curved away, splaying off in a rainbow spectrum of wasted light and heat, as the dark Joan's gravitic shielding deepened the curve of space just enough. He'd set his next bearing now. The drives were hurling the Joan along a heading that would bring them dangerously close to the Vulture god. The ship's laser stabbed out twice more, once piercing space where they should have been, the next just scattering away in impotent spectra. The near miss filled the space around them with colour. "I have the Vulture's hatch," Ollie reported. "Isolated it. They're fighting for control." But they didn't know the Vulture's systems like she did. "Open her up," Rollo directed. Idris almost missed the fine mist of frozen atmosphere that vented from the Vulture's side. It shifted the ship slightly, beginning a tumbling roll, but one so slow that it barely affected his calculations at all. He almost missed the body, too, a human shape that pitched out into the death sentence of hard vacuum, helmetless, writhing briefly. Murderers, he reminded himself. They were professional killers and thieves, and if their prey turned on them, it was only what they should expect. "They've established an atmosphere bubble," Ollie noted, as the surviving hijackers adjusted the Vulture's gravitic envelope. If they had any sense, they'd be suiting up, though. Nobody should be taking a congenial atmosphere for granted right now. He'd calculated his last 2 navigation points and put them into operation one after another. One moment, the Joan was shunting sideways, skidding through space as if to broadside the Vulture. In the next, he'd matched speed with his target, as though neither vessel was moving at all, as if they'd come to a halt alongside the Vulture god's open hatch. "Right then," Rollo said, squeezing his shoulder one more time. Then Idris had their own umbilical free, and Ollie took control of it, clamping its magnetic mouth over the Vulture's hatch. Idris had his helmet on by then, and Chris too. They were about to match atmospheres with the Vulture, which could be venting all its air into space in the next moment. "Going!" Ollie was first through, scrambling through the umbilical, using all of the Scorpion's limbs. "Clear!" came her voice over the comms as she reached the far end. Solace was already following, cradling Mr. Punch in her arms. Idris hoped she didn't have to use the accelerator much, because its projectiles would go through every wall and hull plate in the Vulture. That meant a lot of repair work, even in a best-case scenario. Then it was Rollo and Kit's turn to head through, and all Idris and Chris could do was wait for word of their triumphant victory. Or that was the plan. When the Hegemony Interceptor erupted from unspace, spinning end over end and broadcasting on all channels, he almost felt his heart seize. They had stutter-jumped too, right after him. How was that even possible? The Hegemony had some few species that could navigate like an int, but he never expected to find any out here in service to the Broken Harvest. The Vulture must have signalled them the moment the Joan appeared, triggering a desperate lunge through unspace to intervene. It looked as though it had cost them dearly. They were here, though, and that put the steel-toed boot into all parts of Rollo's plan. "Captain! Company!" And Idris was sending over the nav data, even as he watched the Interceptor's systems come back online. Rollo was silent, still in channel, but with absolutely nothing to say. Idris told him, "I'll deal with it." "You're what?" Rollo demanded. "Idris!" "Going to have to leave you for a moment. Ollie,
Let go of the Jones hatch controls.
Fuck me, Idris!
But she did so, and he pulled the umbilical the moment she had.
Hang on,
he told Chris. If there'd been time, he would have decanted her onto the Vulture, which might have been marginally safer. He twisted to look at her. Chris was wide-eyed, but there was more than fear on her face. He remembered she was a duelist, an aficionado of the fight. He located a navigation point that tugged them away from the Vulture into open space. This, even as the Harvest's own pilot aimed the bigger vessel towards them. Its tumble had morphed into smooth acceleration towards their target as its weapons powered up. Vukisho, he thought, and returned the favour, diverting power to his ship's lasers and the accelerator's magnetic rails. Then he was reaching out into space to bring them swinging past the Amaru's twisted bulk and hurtling back towards the enemy. The enemy. He had an enemy again. He didn't like it. Loathed it, in fact. Yet an ugly little part of him was awake now, like a cold arrowhead buried deep inside his mind. Solace. Solace had dialed her accelerator right down to minimise possible hull and component damage to the Vulture. For what that was worth, given the standard of Partheni tech, even at its minimum settings, the old ship likely didn't have enough walls to stop any of her shots. When the first of the hijackers stormed into view, all on his own, she could only guess the man hadn't really understood the situation. He was suited up and carrying a bulky projectile gun. She drew Mr. Punch's muzzle across his torso and hit him with at least 7 pellets, meaning she just about cut him in half. His gun went off like an afterthought, as his body pitched one way, whilst its erstwhile contents vomited out the other. The thunderous retort would serve as polite notice to anyone else aboard that trouble had come calling. Mr. Punch, despite the name Rollo had given the weapon, made an eerie singing sound as it ramped up more of its metal projectiles. The door ahead of them slammed closed as the Vulture's crew rushed down the short corridor from the hatch to the rest of the ship. Ollie was already in the Vulture's system, though, fighting to get control. "Kit," the remote specialist ground between her teeth, "get that airlock shut. I'm busy." "Confirmed. Yes, confirmed." The Hanny skittered backwards and took over a terminal. "Captain, take cover," Solace said, positioning herself in front of the main door. "Behind me and Timo, please." Rollo, who'd obviously had dreams of leading the charge, backed off reluctantly. "Got it," Ollie said. "Doors open." Then the gravity in the corridor shut off. Someone had tried to get clever with the gravitic drive, Solace realised. A ship's artificial grav was only a specialised function of its engine after all. Thankfully, this was what she trained for, and none of the spacers would be strangers to it either. The hijackers might just have shot themselves in the foot. Even as she thought it, the door hissed open to reveal a welcoming party on the other side. Their boots were clamped to the floor, and they probably expected to see a group of intruders in helpless freefall. What they did do right was start shooting, even as the door came up. 3 projectiles struck Solace. She felt the momentum of their impact, even through the complex plastics of her combat armour. Boots fixed in place, she swayed backwards, bending at the knee to absorb the muted energy of the strikes, one hand back to push herself away from the floor. 3 hostiles, 2 humans, and a Hanny. She was already aiming Mr. Punch one-handed, because she had a strong wrist, and suddenly the weight of the weapon wasn't an issue. Of course, what she hadn't factored into the situation was that she wasn't leading a squad of trained soldiers who knew not to get in each other's fields of fire. Ollie's Scorpion rushed past her on the ceiling, taking up almost all the space, saw-edged tail whipping left and right. One ratcheting limb wrapped Solace's helm on the way through, slamming her back against the floor. She heard another 2 shots from the hijackers before the remote specialist reached them. Abruptly, the air was full of blood, 1,000 little pellets of it, each accelerating away from the man Ollie had just torn into. Solace charged up her faceplate, repelling the droplets so they spun away in every direction. The other human hijacker had a leg pinned by one of the Scorpion's heavy work limbs. It looked more broken than trapped, but he also had his gun against the clear plastic of Ollie's capsule. Solace snapped off a single shot from Mr. Punch, puncturing his temple and the wall behind him. Hope there wasn't anything essential there. The Harvest's Hanny was retreating, sending out a wild spray of bullets from the gun clutched in its mandibles. The recoil sent the creature spinning backwards in freefall, but at the far end of the corridor it caught itself against the wall with 4 or 5 legs and started aiming properly. Ollie was right after it, apparently believing her Scorpion frame was entirely bulletproof. When she was just halfway, a lance of fire lashed across her, severing one of the frame's legs entirely. The Castigar was there, the big worm-like one with the weapon's mount hood, the one that had killed Medvig. Solace put a couple of pellets through it, but Castigar tissue was dense and unspecialised. Unlike humans, they lacked discrete vital organs. Accelerators weren't a good weapon against them. She settled for drilling her next 3 shots through the Hanny, sending its body spinning disjointedly into the top corner of the room. The Castigar's weapons hood swung towards her, and she braced herself for significant suit damage. Ollie was on it in the next second, the loss of one leg barely an inconvenience. There was a great blackened furrow across the Scorpion's back, but she must have rooted around the damage. She grappled fiercely with the alien, trying to bring her cutting arms and tail to bear, even as it wrapped its twisting length around the Scorpion and fought to aim its down weapons. "Go get the others! I got this fucker!" Ollie shouted, even as Rollo let out a roar of fury. Solace looked up to see a suited figure sticking its head out to see what the hell was going on. The suit was one of the vultures, but the face inside the helmet was none other than Mesmon, the Tothiats. Then he shut the door between them, abandoning his fellows. Rollo was already after him, yelling at Kit to get the door open. "No!" Solace shouted. They needed to give Ollie backup. Between him and Ollie, though, the captain needed her most. Solace cursed all civilians in war zones and ran after him. Once through the door, the sudden space of the drone bay caught her by surprise. She wasn't as familiar with the Vulture's layout as its crew. Rollo had dived behind a tangle of pipes and was shooting at a handful of suited figures entering through the ship's remotes hatch. It was connected to the Amaru, Solace realised. This was their salvage party, hurrying back on board the Vulture. She sent a scatter of shot in that direction, pure intimidation rather than a determined attempt to kill anyone. In response, 3 heavy impacts struck her like fists, lifting her from her feet and sending her cartwheeling across the bay into the wall. Rollo returned fire, though one of the pipes he'd been sheltering behind was now a jagged-edged stump. "Kit, can you give me graphitic access?" Her own voice was commendably calm in her ears, even as she scrabbled for purchase against the wall. She would have been a sitting target for those shooters at the hatch. Instead, Mesmon slammed physically into her. She saw 2 holes in his stolen suit, evidence of Rollo's marksmanship. They hadn't slowed him down at all. His mottled face, through the cracked visor, was all eerie calm. She clamped one boot to the wall for purchase and flipped him, slinging him across the drone bay. He somehow kept his orientation, levelling a hand cannon at her and hitting her with another 2 shots. Each bullet exploded on impact. Unarmoured, she'd have been a bloody mist by now. As it was, she felt the impacts like sledgehammer blows, bruise makers every one. Her heads-up was giving her all sorts of warnings about ablative tolerance and stress fractures. Partheni battle armour was good, but there were limits. So, return the favour. She levelled Mr. Punch and did her best to cut the Tothiat in half the hard way. One pellet did actually catch him in the leg as he bounced back from the wall, spoiling his return leap for her and spinning him away. She tried to track him, but he swung himself off in an unexpected direction, one hand hooking around the drone bay's empty control pod. Then he was speeding back at her from the other side, almost faster than she could register. Right little zero-G ballerina, aren't you? This time, she didn't throw him off, but grabbed him when he came in, with the full intention of breaking his neck. Contrary to popular opinion, Partheni weren't superhumanly strong. Raw muscle wasn't usually needed, except, it seemed, for brawling with renegade hegemonics. However, she had the assistance of her armour's servos and decades of muscle memory. She got a hand on his helmet and wrenched at it, yanking his head to one side. He stuck a boot to the wall behind her and used that purchase to hammer down a blow where her neck met her shoulder. Stupid infantile move. Except she felt it, and her armour's stress warnings redoubled. She felt the first worm of worry creep in through the cracks. She could see he'd hit her so hard he'd broken his own wrist, the hand bent at a crippled angle. Even as she registered his injury, the joint snapped back into place, the damage repairing itself before her eyes. Through the rents in his mangled glove, she saw skin seal and bones realign, even as he came in to hit her again. Need to update our database on Tothiat. She gave the servos all the reserve power the armour had, went for his neck, and felt something give with a satisfactory snap. When his next monstrous blow came in, she realised she'd actually heard the seal of his helmet give way. It came away in her hand, leaving his face pressed right up close to her own visor. His next blow was too much for his boot's magnetic seals, and he fell away from her, levelling his gun. She threw his own helmet at him, bouncing it off his forehead. "Gravity any time now, Kit?" "Working, working, working," in her ear from the Hanny. Mesmon's next shot blew a hole in the wall past her helmet, the propulsion sending him rocketing away from her across the room. Grimly, she lined up Mr. Punch and put a dozen pellets in him before he could change his course. The force spun him around 3 times, leaving a spiral of holes all over his body before it bounced him off 3 walls. And now to end the others, she thought, because surely they'd done for Rollo already and would be coming for her next. Yet Rollo was still over by the pipes, exchanging inaccurate fire with 2 hijackers, while a third brought something up out of the Amaru. The gangster was handling his find as gingerly as though it were a bomb rigged to blow. The other thugs moved to cover him. Despite all the fighting around them, apparently this was their priority. Then Mesmon was back, notwithstanding all the holes in his hide, and she realised she had a bigger problem herself. Idris. "Chris," Idris said, "there's a fold-out seat behind mine. Get it out, strap in." She was already on it as she asked, "What now?" "I'm going to push the tolerance of the ship's dampeners. I don't want you thrown around. he had the grabby drive reaching out for the universe again, dragging them at a tangent to the Harvest interceptor, which was lurching towards them in turn.
Let's see what you've got.
He fired their accelerators towards the Harvest craft, burning through 100 fist-sized pellets from the magazine, each one spun up to a speed beyond the dreams of ballistics. Their opponent was already using its drive to bend space about the vessel, so that every shot, still going subjectively straight, just swerved away. So far, so much as expected. Then the return fire was incoming, trying to track the fleet little Partheni package runner as Idris threw it through a series of abrupt changes of heading. You couldn't dodge something as fast as an accelerated round, any more than you could see a laser before it hit. But you could well and truly mess with your opponent's targeting. Plus, the void was very big, and the Dark Joan was a very small target. Idris had his own gravitic drive twisting space too, so the handful of shots that came near slingshotted around the Joan and were lost to the abyss. By that time, he'd closed with the interceptor on a jagged course, and the interceptor's salvos continued to land everywhere the Joan wasn't, Idris's deft hands feeding calculations to the ship. There were gaps in their enemies' firing too. He wasn't sure why, but his mind picked up the discontinuity.
Why not shoot back just then? Why that half a second when their guns cut out? Malfunction? Or strategy?
He brought them closer yet, reaching out with the bricator to snag the universe and yank the Dark Joan in. Close was relative, but 100 kilometres meant near neighbours in space. His laser flicked out, and he unloaded another burst from the ship's accelerators, the high, whining vibration of the weapons coming to him through the hull. The Harvest ship tried to match him, manoeuvre for manoeuvre, but its drive-to-mass ratio was far more mass than drive, and he buzzed it like a fly. The Partheni console helpfully picked out all its arcs of fire, and he chased the blind spots as it rolled and lurched, then dropped suddenly away, trying to get him in range again. A moment later he was too close, and the gravitic fields that had been fending off his attacks were clashing with his own. The whole fabric of the Dark Joan shuddered, and for a moment he lost control over where they were relative to the other ship. He'd almost calculated a solution when the interceptor's pilot reconfigured their gravitic field and sent the Joan hurtling away, like a cork from a bottle. The interceptor itself was punted in the opposite direction by Newton's inescapable boot. Partheni ships had what Idris thought of as a panic pedal to generate emergency shielding. It flipped all the gravitic drive's resources towards defence, and he stomped on it then, almost closing his eyes, as he waited for the Joan to take a hit. Then, a kilometre of space around them was coursing with the angry metal bees of accelerator shot. The missiles flowered away from them in a perfect rosette as the Joan's drives took the gravitational gradient of space-time and hauled on it like a sheet. The lethal barrage of fire fell away from them, raindrops down a window. Except the window was the universe, and down was in every direction. Something hit them like a slap, making the inside of the Joan boom hollowly. Chris yelped, and for a moment Idris thought she'd been hit. But this was no laser, no punching railgun round. She was just demanding to know, what the fuck? Because she'd never been on the wrong end of a gravity hammer before.
I guess they do have one then.
He really hadn't quite believed it, because serious gravitic weapons were for Partheni battleships and other big-ass militaria. But that was humanity. Apparently the hegemony were just giving the damn things away, even to their apostate gangsters. That had been a near miss, the interceptor's hammer striking the space the Joan was just vacating. Idris was still using the drive to ripple their gravitic shielding, eeling through the storm of shot the interceptor was sending their way. Their shielding couldn't take the concentrated gravitic force of a closer strike. Even another near miss might just flatten the spatial contours all around them, leaving them a sitting duck in a mathematically predictable volume of space. The harvest almost had them in the next second. Idris had the sense of being arrested in mid-leap, suddenly stationary, so the dampeners struggled, and he and Chris were both rammed sideways in their seats. A moment later, they were out of it and on the move. Again, the interceptor had missed its big chance to turn them into confetti. Same thing. Why stop then? What's the deal? He let the back of his mind chew at it, as he had the grabby drive sling them about a bit. Once more, he tried to exploit their blind spots, or at least minimise their attackers' lines of fire as they dodged. "The Amaru!" Chris shouted. "What?" That part of his mind they'd monkeyed with, to make him an int, was warning him that the gravity hammer was crushing space along their path, like a raging imbecile chasing a fly. "They don't—" Chris whooped again, as the whole ship shuddered and groaned around them. "Want to hit the Amaru!" It seemed ridiculous, because something had already hit the Amaru, with extreme prejudice. But Chris was absolutely right. The gaps in enemy fire occurred when that great scatter of accelerator rounds might catch the ruined freighter. Worried about their friends on the Vulture. But would that really warrant sending a near-as-damn-it warship after them via a dangerous in-system jump? What's so bloody valuable to them? Then, the gravity hammer came down. He had a moment to appreciate that he'd screwed up, and they were well and truly dead. Then he realised that he shouldn't have been allowed that moment. And now, 2 such moments later, he was still alive. The Jones damage console was lit up like it was some kind of Partheni festival, but they were still there, and the ship was responding to his commands. Segmentation. It was Partheni tech, developed at the end of the war. It had been brand new at Berlenhof, expensive as hell, and you had to build your entire ship around it. He remembered the Pythoness as it had come in towards the architect, a mere mote in the face of that jagged crystal landscape. All around them, other ships had been flayed away. The unseen hands of the enemy's gravitic fields had found them and sculpted them into tatters and flowers and murderous origami. One of his int classmates, in a ship up ahead, had been snuffed out into nothing, just gone into loose molecules and tormented strings of organic material. Then, the Pythoness had fallen under the architect's gravity field too, but the new tech had saved them, shunting the clenching force of the strike right down its segmented hull, focusing and concentrating that force until now. The dark Jones slipped from the interceptor's grasp like a lizard, leaving only its tail behind. The last 5 meters of the ship were just gone, sheared off and crushed into a knot of metal and plastic by the deflected force of the hammer's blow. But they were clear, and very close. He ran his calculations swiftly, taking into account Chris's revelation. He could unleash both the Jones laser and accelerators, then dart from blind spot to blind spot. He'd head for the point where all 3 ships lined up like a conjunction. The interceptor pilot was pulling its ship round now to catch them in its field of fire. He felt the judder as their graphitic shielding clashed against his own a second time. This time, it was expected. All figured into his calculations. Lessons from Berlenhof again. Idris had been at Ground Zero, watching the Heaven's Sword crew play tag with the architect. Their vast battleship was no more than an insect in the face of this enemy, as they calculated its hundreds of conflicting attempts to maul space around them. And the Heaven's Sword had gone down, of course. But this time would be different. Idris hit a blind spot, and the interceptor rolled away just as he'd foreseen. He already had the Jones accelerators running hot. His barrage of fire whirled harmlessly away by the gravitic torsion of the other ship's shield. Another blind spot. And now Idris wasn't shielding, but reaching out, predicting the defensive configurations of the enemy's shielding and matching them. He aligned the ships, reorienting the Joan to find a new down. The ship rolled uncomfortably around him and Chris as he brought them swinging far too close to the enemy's hull. He'd seen Partheni Zero fighters do exactly the same as a swarm, to bring their weapons to bear on larger targets. He was no Zero pilot, but then this wasn't the war. Make do and mend. The Dark Joan darted past the interceptor, heading into deep space. Next instant, the grabby drive had yanked it back, still yoked to the shifting graphitic fields of its target. Then came the moment he'd been waiting for. That heartbeat of stillness, when the enemy weapons stopped to avoid raking hellfire across the Amaru's warped hull, even though the wreck was nothing more than a glinting dot a world away. Idris unloaded everything they had, chewing up the Joan's own mass for ammo, emptying the laser's power reserves. He used the shuddering flex of the interceptor's own gravitic field so that, when the enemy tried to twist the Joan's attacks away, it took them into its heart instead, embraced them to its bosom like a lover. He saw their reaction drives blow first, then their remaining fuel reserves, a constantly extinguishing fire venting out into the hunger of space. Abruptly, the interceptor was spinning, turned from an arrow to a twirling baton by the force of the explosion. The Jones twin accelerators raked the length of the ship 3 times, automatically tracking along its length for as long as he maintained fire. His panel reported 307 discrete hits, like a proud child with a test score. But Idris was pulling away from the damaged ship, feeling abruptly sick at the surge of triumph he'd felt, the savage joy. For him, adrenaline went sour quickly. He located the Amaru and checked the Vulture was still attached. Then he scudded the Joan across the intervening kilometres at the ship's best speed, because the others would need him. Solace. Mesmon slammed a fist into Solace's helmet, hard enough to spatter her visor with his own blood, a resource of which he seemed to have an infinite supply. She grabbed him under his arms and tried to throw him away from her, but he held on, and they ended up kicking away from the wall, crashing straight into the knot of his confederates. They were all human, lightly suited for EVA duties, and sheltering whatever they'd brought up from the Amaru with their bodies. Her armoured knees rammed one in the back, hard enough to gash his suit. Another decided to get in on the action, grabbing her arm and giving the whole awkward tangle that was Solace Mesmon a completely new spin. Solace gave the man a murderous glare and drove her fingers ramrod straight into his throat. She felt the thin suit material flex, and then he was jerking away, kicking and strangling in mid-air, wrestling futilely with his helmet. She tried the same with Mesmon, missing his neck, but jamming a finger in his eye. At least it seemed to pain him, though nothing stopped the Tothiat. Then she had revolved to see the two remaining clowns by the drone hatch again, and they were pointing guns at her, trying for a clear shot. Rollo popped up and shot one dead, which served to distract his friend, who, Solace now noticed, had a rather heavier weapon. It was a big laser, a cutting tool converted for anti-personnel use, and the man blazed it around at Rollo. Solace caught her breath as it made a slaggy mess of the wall and pipes. The captain himself was an old zero-G hand, though, pushing off before the beam's wielder dragged it round to him. A second later, he sent enough bullets towards his enemy to drive the man into cover. Then Kit chirped in Solace's ear. "Access, go, go, go!" Mesmon put a rock-shattering blow into her side, but she hardly noticed, because she was no longer at the mercy of Newtonian physics. Gravity was back, and everything slammed into the floor. Everything except her. Solace had her wings again. The drone bay was an instant mess of crates, bodies, blood, and beads of molten metal, all of it abruptly remembering what down meant. She saw Rollo crunch onto one knee and twist over, cursing. The laser wielder lunged for the little box they'd retrieved, only to fall back as a shot from the captain scored the floor nearby. Mesmon had fallen, landing on his ass without dignity, then looking up to see the angel of the Parthenon descending on him with righteous fury. The shoulders of her armour boasted gravity handles. Ollie's Scorpion had something similar. They let Solace ride the gravity fields, inside or outside a ship. They let her, in this specific circumstance, kick Mesmon very hard in the head, sending him hurtling backwards along the floor, with his neck at an unnatural angle. She pursued, not at all surprised to see Mesmon's head snap back into place, sporting a bloody-minded expression. He scrabbled for a gun, but she knocked it from his hand and swung up to the ceiling to avoid his lunge. Then she flipped upside down to hit him in the neck, the jaw, the temple, pushing to see what his boosted physiology could endure. There must be limits to his healing, to the sheer energy his hybrid system could muster. Finally, Solace darted back again and shot at him with Mr. Punch, virtually amputating one leg and scattering a handful of punctures across the rest of him. Mesmon went down. The leg, despite all the tear along the dotted line work she'd just done, remained attached. And already she could see the fibres and ropes of his muscles knotting together like a nest of snakes. Still, he was down and obviously in pain. She'd just have to see how many parts were too many when it came to him reassembling himself, and whether his head would still curse her once she'd separated it from his shoulders. The laser caught her as she swooped down on the Tothiat, and her entire world dissolved into danger warnings and error messages. Solace aborted the attack instantly, using the gravity handles to scrabble backwards through the air, bobbing erratically. She had lost all the servos down one side, the plates of her armour half melted together by the heat. There was also a great deal of pain and blistered skin on the inside. But you could only heal from that if someone didn't kill you first, so she put it out of her mind. She swung around, trying to manage Mr. Punch one-handed, trying to find her new enemy. She found him, just as he rammed a new cell into his exhausted laser and levelled it at her, faceless behind his visor. Damn, she thought. And Rollo shot him, shattering that plastic mask and sending the man pitching backwards. Mesmon was already on his feet. She could barely believe it. She could also barely believe that the hegemony hadn't just put 20 Tothiat together and taken over the goddamn universe by now. But maybe they were all inveterate criminals who only obeyed orders when it let them break laws. She brought up her damage control. So much damage. She was half paralysed inside the crippled armour, and if she somehow got it off, then her training wouldn't be enough to beat him. The two of them faced off, or the three of them, including Rollo, but Rollo and his little gun weren't a big feature of this conflict. He'd have to practically force-feed Mesmon the barrel to make much of an impression. Then Ollie erupted into the drone bay, still fighting the lashing, coiling length of the Castigar. There were two more laser scars across the scorpion's metal hide, and the worm-like bulk of the alien was gashed and ragged. It left a smear of black ichor across the plates of the floor. Even as the pair of them burst onto the scene, the Castigar's head-mounted weapon spoke again, spraying the room with a scatter of bullets and scribbling nonsense across the far wall with its energy beam. Then Ollie finally secured a cutting claw about the head mount and ripped it off, taking a chunk of the creature's head with it. The clutch of tentacles still attached to the creature writhed in a frenzy, and its length whipped madly back and forth. Mesmon was slammed one way and Solace the other. The thrashing was pure reflex by then, and mostly post-mortem. Warrior Castigar died hard, but they still died. Unlike Tothiat, apparently, because Mesmon was scrambling up the scorpion like a monkey, making straight for the cracked capsule that held Ollie. One of her smaller arms snagged at his tattered EVA suit, and he ripped the limb off in one smooth motion. Solace levelled Mr. Punch, but, with only one fully functional arm, the chance of shooting Ollie was too high. Instead, she scrabbled against the gravity field and just flung herself at the Tothiat. Half her body was locked rigid, yet she could still pilot herself about like a remote, using her gravity handles. Mesmon was straddling Ollie's capsule, one hand cocked back to strike, when she cannoned into him. She almost tore him loose altogether and got her working glove about his head, digging her fingers into his flesh as hard as she could. With a snarl, he took her wrist and tried to break it one-handed, but he couldn't quite get enough purchase. Instead, he just jerked at her arm, pulling hard enough to slam her into the nearest wall. Simultaneously, he drove his other elbow into Ollie's clear plastic screen, cracking it into a webwork of crazed lines. Inside, the remote specialist's face was ashen, horrified. Solace was fighting to recover control of her own armour, so she missed the moment when Rollo vaulted up and put his pistol to Mesmon's chest, opening a fist-sized hole. The Tothiat slammed back, one hand still hooked about the latch of Ollie's lid. For just a second, Solace thought that was that. They'd finally breached the tolerance of the man's alien resilience. There was hardly any blood, though, and Mesmon arched forwards, keening loud enough for Solace to hear even over the yelling of her armour's alarms. He abandoned Ollie and threw himself on Rollo, knocking the man's gun aside and smashing him across the head. The blow was hard enough to break the captain's neck and visibly deform his skull. Solace's own cry almost deafened her, and it covered Ollie's shriek. A moment later, the scorpion had 3 different limbs on Mesmon, driving claws and clamps into his flesh. She was pulling him taut between them, as though she was going to tear him into thirds. And perhaps she would have done. But he wouldn't come apart. Solace could see the frame's servos straining, arms juddering and whining as they tried to maintain their grisly tension. Then, both doors of the drone bay airlock were grinding open to reveal a short umbilical, the one that connected the vulture to the flayed, airless sculpture of the Amaru. Immediately, the atmosphere started screaming out into the tunnel. Solace began skidding towards the open hatch, resisting with her gravity handles, because she just didn't have enough working limbs to do it any other way. What she did manage to do was swing herself, so that she had one foot on Rollo's body, even as Mesmon's dead compatriots spun or rolled past. They ragdolled bonelessly down the umbilical, into the open wound that was the Amaru, before being sucked out into the wider universe. "Kit!" she shouted, not even sure her comms were working. "Repair the envelope! Kittering!" Something skidded past her as she tried to maintain her position. It was a plain metal box, but some part of her remembered its provenance, and she grabbed it with her working hand. The thing Harvest had brought up from the Amaru, the answer to why Rollo had lost his ship and his life. Something important, worth killing and dying for. Then the hatch was fully open, and Ollie went through. Solace had been thinking of this development as another attack by Broken Harvest people. Perhaps another troop of suited goons were coming up from the wreck. But Ollie had control of the drone bay, and she was going to do for Mesmon one way or another. Clinging to the rim of the open hatch with the Scorpion's 4 feet, she thrust him out into the vacuum. Solace stared, waiting, seeing ice form in the Tothiat's eyes and at the corners of his mouth, as well as across the cracks in Ollie's capsule. He wasn't dying, though. He deliberately wrenched one of his arms free of the clamp that held it, leaving plenty of suit and flesh behind. In vacuum, his substance flared out in a mess of sticky strings before knitting back together. Ollie shook him, holding him with just one claw now. Staring at her, through the ice, Mesmon dug his fingers into the metal of her arm, twisting it. He wasn't going anywhere, Solace thought. Then he was crawling up Ollie's arm towards her, tearing himself from her pincer grip an inch at a time. "I'm coming!" Solace shouted into the comm, but Ollie snapped back, "No need!" and detonated something at the Scorpion's shoulder joint, shooting the arm and its burden outwards, away, into the void. Solace lost sight of Mesmon's face very quickly, but she hoped he was fucking livid about this. Ollie stayed at the hatch, watching to make sure he wasn't able to snag any part of the Amaru. From her satisfied look, apparently he wasn't. Then she drew back in and shut the hatch, and the Vulture God's much-abused atmosphere processors began to take up the slack. Wordlessly, she stomped over to Rollo's body, her frame sparking and shuddering with the damage it had taken. Soon after, Kittering came pattering in, stopping dead when he saw his captain. A little after that, Solace caught Idris's signal. The Harvest's interceptor was out of the fight. By then, Kit had secured the Amaru to the Vulture and made space for Idris to dock the Joan and come aboard with Chris, so he could get both ships out of there, so he could hear the bad news. As Idris ran through a scatter of hurried system checks, Solace handed the little box over to Ollie so she could prise it open. She had a burning need to know what was inside. It had cost them enough. It'll be nothing, she thought. It'll be drugs, gems, some stupid thing a crime lord would sacrifice his minions to secure, and get good people killed in the bargain. It'll do nothing but highlight our pointless losses. Then Ollie tripped the mechanism at last, and they all stared down at the contents. They really weren't drugs or gems or any other stupid things. They were either fakes, or they were holding the fate of worlds in their hands. Chapter 14. A Tale of Two Colonies. The colony at Lycos had been no more than a knot of hardy ecologists and xeno-agriculturalists before the waves of refugees arrived. Life on Lycos was hard, the struggle to tame enough land to support people constant, starvation an ever-present shadow. And then, in the year 48 after, the architect came. It had burst from unspace without warning. Back then, before the intermediary programme, it was always without warning, and descended on the planet with unmistakable intent. Lycos had few ships. Those that had dropped off the refugees had already been deployed elsewhere. Evacuating the colony was simply impossible. The people planetside had plenty of time to understand what was about to happen to them. The architect turned from a point of light, to a dot, to a fist, to a second satellite whose 1,000 mountain-sized spines stabbed accusingly down at the planet. And hung there. And hung there. The science station at the heart of the colony had turned every appropriate instrument on the architect, determined to gather and transmit what data it could before the end. And then the architect departed, leaving Lycos somehow whole and unmolested. For the first time in humanity's experience, the great gods of change and destruction had stayed their hand. The scanner records showed a signal emanating from the architect, solitary and singular as whale song, directed at a very specific point on planet. A flyer expedition hastily mounted discovered something. Later researchers would characterize it as an outpost. There was little of it left, and what was there was buried 20 metres down in Lycos's acidic soil. The remains of 3 chambers, interconnected, spherical, partly flattened by long millennia of compression. Certain artefacts of uncertain purpose, rods, crooks, and key-like objects, all small enough to be held in a human hand. Analysis of both ruin and rods failed to reveal how they were made, which in itself taught more than anything else. The fine structure of the materials did not conform to the rules of atomic bonds and molecular chemistry that applied to all matter discovered so far. Its substance was written in a language unrelated to the periodic table. Exact dating was similarly frustrated, and the site interacted with the geology of Lycos in inexplicable ways. The unknown creators were dubbed the originators. Later research would link them to the creation of the unspaced throughways too. Right then, humanity seized onto one key idea. Whoever or whatever they had been, the architects feared them. Even their million-year-old relics were enough to send the gargantuan destroyers away. In the wake of the Lycos discovery, a survey team on Charm Prime reported finding similar relics on that barren, blasted world. Charm Prime had been named by a real joker. The world was arid, devoid of life. The same hadn't always been true. There were signs of a thriving biosphere and some kind of civilization dating from at least 100,000 years before, including roads and the ground-down traces of ruins. The fate of the world and its inhabitants was unclear, but lingering areas of radiation raised some grim possibilities. However, in the midst of the largest and most intact ruin was what hazmat-suited archaeologists had labelled a shrine. It didn't seem to be made by originators, but the contents were uncannily similar to the objects found at Lycos. They had already been old, perhaps venerated, when the Charm Prime civilization had been bombing itself and its world into oblivion. Nobody wanted to settle Charm Prime, bar one apocalyptic religious sect. However, a short throughway linked that world to Caris, where a commune government had been taking in large numbers of refugees. Caris was a good world, able to support many fleeing humans. And when its government took possession of the originator relics, there wasn't much the Charm Prime faithful or the archaeologists could do. Scientific research and faith both came second to saving lives. Not long after, an architect did come to the burgeoning world of Caris. There was little attempt at evacuation. They trusted the originators to save them. They were mistaken. Caris joined the ranks of reworked worlds, another planet-scale martyr to the architect's craft. That was how humanity learned the second lesson on originator regalia. You cannot move them. Oh, on planet, certainly. But the moment mankind took these objects into unspace, they became just things, useless sticks and stones, objects of ritual significance only. Just another inexplicable mystery attached to the originators, that hypothetical ancient civilization which raised only unanswerable questions. Except the relics could be moved in a way that preserved their integrity. A few years after the loss of Caris, during the thick of the war, colonial diplomats finally disentangled the Essiel's most important message. It was what hegemonic representatives had been trying to communicate ever since humans first ran into them. The hegemony was asking humans to submit to their rule, not through threats, but via a particularly potent promise. The Essiel knew all about the architects, from before humans had even smelted bronze. They too had discovered the protection these long-gone originators could still provide. But they had discovered how to transport the regalia. Every single hegemony world was protected from architect attention. In return for the subservience and obeisance of their subjects, they offered life. When this became clear, human worlds began to open private channels to the Essiel. The hegemony began to acquire human subjects, one planet at a time. And what could the colonial governments do, precisely? It wasn't as though they had a better offer, right then? Chris. Chris had lived out of the vulture god for 4 years. She knew it backwards. She knew its sounds too, but they had always been the sounds of other people. Barney cursing recalcitrant mechanisms, Ollie clattering about in one of her frames as she worked on the remotes, the tap-tap of Kittering's many feet, Rollo's rich voice. Alone in unspace, the ship was ghastly. Her every step, every shuffle echoed against the metal walls. Idris had said, "Be still, close your eyes," as they dropped into the void. But that wasn't an option. Without those little scuffs and rustles from her, there was only the silence. And the silence was terrible, because it wasn't quite complete. She was alone on the vulture god. Or no, she wasn't alone. She'd read about this, watched mediotypes. Your mind populated the absence with a spurious presence. It was just sensory deprivation, operating on a hitherto unexamined sense. Pacing past the little cells of the crew cabins, Chris could sense there was something out there. When she moved, it moved. When she was still, it waited. A little closer every time, stalking her at its leisure. People went mad, tried to destroy themselves, tried to destroy their ships. The alternative would be coming face to face at last with it. and that was literally unbearable. You'd do anything to avoid looking into that mirror. And the fact that everyone who came out of unspace sane and hale reported the same delusion was not a comfort. Because Chris couldn't stop thinking, surely there was only one logical explanation to everyone having the same experience. That despite everything, there really was something out there. Unspace had a single and inimitable denizen, and she was trapped in here with it. Now she felt it creep closer, silent, utterly undetectable, imaginary, except that she knew it was there. She was playing a game as she walked through the vulture god, feeling that other take a step for every one of hers as it stalked her. She was in the god's command pod now, with its empty pilot's chair. It lurked, just on the other side of the door. She knew it, for certain. For God's sake, Chris, keep it together. Her hand had drifted up to the door panel of its own accord. She absolutely did not want to see what was there. Yet her hand wanted to remove the one thin barrier between her and it. And she wondered, what if this is what happens to those who end themselves? They look into its face. Or what if some who come out of unspace aren't even the same people anymore? Their minds twisted by this other. Her arm twitched convulsively, pushing towards the door control. I can't stop myself. She knew with utter horror that she was going to open the door. Then the world dropped out from underneath her. The vulture god wrenched its way out of unspace into the real, and she opened the door. Ollie was on the far side, in her scorpion, one battered manipulator extended to do exactly the same. They shared a wide-eyed stare. "Check in, please," came Idris's voice over the comms. "Here," Chris confirmed, and saw Ollie's lips shape the same word. Kittering and Solace followed suit, from wherever they had ended up in the ship. What if I'd been on the same side of the door as Ollie? She wondered, trembling slightly. It didn't happen somehow. As though people, no matter how alone, retained some knowledge of what space was already occupied. "Let's not do that again," she suggested, ship-wide. They'd wanted to get clear of Tarakuma as fast as possible, and bedding down would have taken precious time. Idris hadn't liked the idea, but they'd wanted him to just get them the hell out of there. Idris doesn't ever go into suspension. Chris felt sick at the thought, and simultaneously wretchedly grateful that someone would do this dreadful thing for her, so she'd never have to do it again. Inside the wreck of the Amaru, they found a compartment set into the wall of what had once been the hold. It was just large enough to hold the box the hijackers had retrieved. Inside that box, held in some manner of suspension, was a handful of corroded, broken-ended rods and a spiked disc, all apparently made of some ancient greenish-black stone. To the untutored eye, all that was available, they looked disturbingly like originator regalia. "Fakes," Ollie said flatly into a silence. "Must be fakes. You can't just lug them about. Everyone knows that." "Hegemonics can," Solace said softly. "No one knows how, but we know they can." They stared at the box, now resting at a slant on one of the command consoles. It was still open, displaying its impossible contents for all to see.
"This is—"
Idris started, and then stopped. Chris knew why. This was big. They had found something literally worth a world's ransom. What wouldn't a colonial government, a Hani Trade Consortium, or a Castigar World Council give for this? For protection against the architects, especially now. What wouldn't the hegemony give too to get these relics back? Assuming they were genuine. No, even if they're not. After all, how would you go about testing them? Money back if the architects destroy your world.
Inestimable value here,
Kittering spoke up, calculations scrolling down his arm screens too fast to follow.
Literally inestimable, priceless, priceless, invaluable, without value.
What are you babbling about? Molly snapped at him.
You could sell these.
She trailed off.
If we were Broken Harvest, maybe we could sell them for some stupid amount that was still stupidly low for what they're worth, Chris said. But we're just us. And the moment we tried to put these on the market, 1,000 different groups would work out we're far easier to just kill, even if we sold them for a song.
Arses, Ollie breathed, staring at their newfound treasure. Anyway, Idris put in, we have something else to do first. Spacer funerals weren't elaborate. There was no grand ritual to it, no protected ceremony, fancy hangings or pretty caskets. Most of the human race simply hadn't been able to pack those old Earth traditions when the evacuation call went out. And so, the Spacer's Wake tradition came about.
Captain Rollo Rostand,
Ollie announced. They were in the Vulture's drone bay, because there was more room there. It was a novelty for Spacers to have a physical body present. Not knowing what else to do, Chris had printed out Rollo a fresh set of shipboard clothes and dressed him in his father's old jacket. He had newly printed sandals on his cold, dead feet, and they were slightly askew. Chris kept wanting to adjust them, as though Rollo might get blisters wherever he was going. Ollie took a deep breath.
Born 73 after, on orbital Nexus 7 over Tourmaline, she said,
and looked around at the others.
Terrible gambler,
Chris put in dutifully, staring down at the man's body. He had been by far the best captain she and Idris had signed on with, despite his flaws, because of his flaws. No slave driver, no profit chaser, no margin cutter, and so never quite the successful man of business some of his peers were, but a far better captain to work under for all that.
Too quick with his fists by half,
Idris said faintly. He looked to Kittering, but the Hani was tilted forwards, screens dark and arms motionless. The silence stretched out, until Chris elbowed Solace. Ollie looked as though she would object to the Partheni getting a word in, but then scowled and subsided.
No sense of delegation.
And to her credit, Solace looked as upset as any of them, despite only having known Rollo for a short time. Chris wondered what they'd taught her to expect of a colony man with a command position. Nothing good, probably, so maybe meeting Rollo had shaken her preconceptions. Ollie sighed.
Our father he was, our grandfather, our uncle, a captain of his own ship, loyal to his crew and safe hands. Died in space where we all die, where he belonged. One of ours he was.
Chris mumbled the last few words along with her, adding this grief to the others stored up inside her, the way Spacers did, And some time in the future, there'd be somewhere to drink, some place that didn't need clear minds and constant maintenance to keep it together. And then the grief would get a round bought for it, and more than one, and have its edges dulled.
This is not correct, Kittering's translator piped up. Observation of set protocols is recognised and observed, but no, not for him. Grand tragedy of a lost nurse demands pledges of furtherance and dedication.
They stared at him. Chris glanced to Ollie, finding the same lack of understanding there.
He produced 0 offspring in continuation of his germline, Kittering's translator rattled, turning Hanny concepts into their nearest human equivalents. He dedicated himself to the nurturing of others, of us, of we. He nursed us. He was our teacher. Our teacher!
And there were nuances of meaning that just weren't coming through.
I pledge to him that when I give up myself to continuation, he shall be added to the pool of names. I dedicate 19 eggs to Captain Rollo Rostand.
Later, Chris slept on this, and on what she knew of the Hanalambra, and thought she understood. Right then, none of it had made sense, save that the little alien was as upset as any of them, and needed to express this in his own way, beyond the stripped-down envelope of a spacer's funeral, before they sent Rollo off to roam the universe on his last eternal voyage. And after that, there was the box. It was still on the Vulture's command console, open and waiting for them, its contents shimmering within a field Ollie had not been able to analyse. Some kind of gravitic interaction, was all she could say for certain. No idea how there's any kind of generator in that little box, and you don't feel any push or pull, even when holding the case.
Open it up, Chris suggested. See how it's done.
When the drone specialist looked at her, she shrugged.
If we find out, the information alone would be worth
every Tothiat assassin in the hegemony after us, Idris suggested wryly.
It's hegemony tech.
Ollie squinted at the box, as though trying to see into its substance.
You ever hear of transient component engines? The high-level SEAL stuff, not the toys they give to their underlings. They generate ghost fields in fluids, so that the substrate springs into the shapes they need. Infinitely reconfigurable tech. You need a toaster? It's a toaster. You need a cutting torch? It's a cutting torch.
They need a lot of toasters in the hegemony, Chris asked, intentionally trying to keep things light now the funeral was done.
Means, if you take it apart, the gubbins just splats out the bottom of the box and you got nothing. Even with top-flight lab equipment, nobody's been able to learn much from hegemony tech. And you can bet they protect this particular golden nugget with a lot of fail-safes.
Question, from Kit, and his screens flashed up.
ACLU's equivalents to hegemony.
I guess it's not officially hegemony, Idris shrugged. But what do the Esiel think about one of their own going renegade for a life of crime? Same as for anything. Nobody knows.
We can't just sit on this, said Solace.
It was her first contribution since the funeral.
Sure you've got a load of suggestions, Ollie growled.
If these are real, we have the tools to save a planet, Solace said. Idris glanced at her warily, sensing a slight distance that hadn't been there before.
Query as to which planet? Kit chirped. You don't understand. We have the tools to save any planet. If we can ship it out in time, the next planet an architect shows up at can be saved, just by getting this box groundside.
Solace went on implacably.
Assuming these relics are genuine, which they may not be. Assuming the field holding them lasts indefinitely, which it may not, Chris added. Aklu might have been desperate to get them back because it's about to run out of battery. Even so, Solace said, we have a duty. Let me guess, Ollie broke in loudly. This comes down to giving it over to the Parthenon. Slice it thin as you want. That's what this is about, no? You want to give it to Hugh? Solace wasn't backing down this time, meeting Ollie's angry stare. Or maybe the hegemony? Some Magdan boyer with deep pockets. Kittering, you've a buyer lined up? The Hanny's screens displayed bafflement, not following the subtext. We will sell the damn thing back to the SEL before it goes to your lot, Ollie said flatly. Now wait, Chris started, but Ollie sent her such a murderous glower that she bit the words back. Solace, face absolutely calm, gave that a moment to hang in the air before saying, I know that in the colonies they say a lot of things about my people. I've seen the Hugh propaganda too. We're warmongers, we're man-haters, we're unnatural, born in a lab, indoctrinated, programmed like machines. All that I've heard. And nobody remembers we died for the colonies, above 100 worlds, during the war. We were the line. And the softer edges of her voice were ablating off, revealing only steel beneath. Chris belatedly remembered this wasn't just third-generation ancestral pride. Solace had been there. She had fought in the war, faced the architects. We were the shield and sword of the colonies, the Partheni went on. And then, when the war was over, you started asking why we had to keep on being different to you. Why couldn't we just come back and be your wives and daughters again? You really think we quit Hugh because we had some designs on your planets? Because we wanted to line all your menfolk up against a wall and make everyone else like us? We left because you hated us and would have used your laws to break us if we'd stayed. She stood, jabbing a finger at Ollie. All we ever did was put our lives on the line for you, and you still hate us for it. That, Ollie spat back, is not why I hate your bloody kind. And Chris blinked, because she'd noticed the friction between the two, the scowls and frowns from Ollie. She'd taken it for a clash of personalities, the rigid soldier against the prickly spacer. Look at me, Myrmidon Executor Solace. Ollie twisted in the capsule of her walking frame, stump arms and stump legs shifting. Your precious eugenics wouldn't ever have made me, would it? You see a thing like me growing in your vats, you'd flush the contents out into space. Not fit for your perfect society, am I? Chris saw anger twist Solace's face, rage there for a moment like a trapped beast, then just go, leaving a hollow expression on her face. The Partheni sat down abruptly. What do you think we'd... Well, no, but... Solace's eyes were fixed on Ollie, and everyone else was silent. Eventually she said in quite a small voice, I don't know what to say. I mean, you're probably right. It would be before you were you, but with the fleet's resources we could... Chris waited for Ollie to go on the attack again, exploiting the breach. But the drone specialist had sagged back in her capsule, looking unhappy. Listen, there will be a war between us someday. Maybe even when I'm alive to see it. Your side doesn't want it. Hugh sure as fuck doesn't want it. But it'll happen.
There won't... Solace started, but Ollie just rolled over her words. A war, she repeated. And you'll win, probably. You have the best ships. But we colonials, we're awkward buggers. We won't just behave ourselves. So you'll have to make us better people, won't you? Just like your Parthenon is full of better people than us. And you know what better people means? It means that people who aren't like you don't have a future, if you win. So the Parthenon doesn't get this box. Solace took a deep breath. That wouldn't happen. We don't want to change people. You said yourself. We hate you, Ollie told her quietly. That's a real grand high horse. You can look down from on high, knowing that you're hated by dumb, regular, inferior humans. Gives you the moral right to do all sorts of things for the greater good. You're going to straight up swear to me that there's no chance, none at all, it'd go like that? There was quite a silence after that. Probably Solace should have been advancing all sorts of guarantees about the future intentions of her government. But Chris reckoned she was a fundamentally honest person.
I am actually starting to hope these things are fake, Idris dropped in, when the quiet had become unbearable.
Overwhelming possibility, agreed Kit. Chris watched the tilt of his mandibles as they whittled against one another. There was a language to the angles there. You could tell something of his mood, not Hanny moods in general, but Kittering in particular, because he'd been around humans for years and had taken something of them into himself. Right now, he was unhappy, plain enough. Then let's focus on that, if we have the real deal or not, Solace suggested. All right, I'll get me artifact verification tools out, shall I? Ollie snapped, then looked away. Fine, okay, not constructive. It's all right. Solace pressed her hands to her face briefly. Then she was abruptly bright, businesslike, everything else pushed away. If you do want to check their veracity first, I have a suggestion. And it's not take them to a Partheni assessor before you ask. Idris, do you remember Trine? Idris twitched at his name, then frowned.
Do I... Wait, you mean the research hive? That Trine?
Chris looked from one to the other as Solace nodded, sensing the submerged weight of their unspoken memories.
But they can't still be around. They'd have gone back to the assembly, surely. Whatever Trine is now.
Idris stuttered to a halt. The longest instanced hive of consciousness ever. Almost as old as we are, Solace said dryly.
How?
An expert's an expert. I was sent to consult with them years back. They've been working on dig sites across multiple jurisdictions ever since the war. I can find out where they are now. We can go there, if that's what people want. Explain, Ollie pressed. This was back in the war, sure, Ollie agreed. Who or what is Trine? A hiver?
After Lycos, studying originators became top priority, Idris explained. They set up a whole war department to find out how their relics repelled the architects. Needless to say, that's not something anyone ever found out. Then there was Caris, when we realised we knew even less than we thought. They flew a team from one site to the next, gathering data late on in the war. Partheni ships because they could get out of trouble best. Int pilots because we cut corners fastest. I hadn't thought any of those guys were still around, but... Trine was a hiver. Or, back then, Trine was just an asset of the archaeology team because hivers weren't people. But they talked like a person. They curated all the data for the others, which meant they basically knew more than anyone. It's hard to believe that instance of them is still around, honestly.
I think Trine intends to go on until the work's done, Solace said, which could well be forever.
And they can tell us if these things are real, Ollie pressed.
If anyone can, Solace confirmed. There is literally no greater expert on originator relics outside the hegemony. And I don't think we want to head that way, right? Chapter 15. Havea. The relationship between Tarakuma and the wider Council of Human Interests was a complicated one, and from Havea Mundi's point of view, it was entirely unsatisfactory. Officially, the system was in the heart of the colonies. It even had a seat on the council. In practice, it was what was called a ward borough, along with perhaps a score of other worlds. Tiny outposts, science stations, terraforming operations, or planets that had no interest in engaging with Hugh, but needed to be looked after anyway. Then, there were worlds like Tarakuma, where there were plenty of people, but no legitimate authority. Every year, some councillor or other said that Hugh should move in on Tarakuma, root out the gangs, lift the standard of living. There would be a study. The appalling cost of the operation would be duly reported, and the project would end up shelved until next time, when those same figures could be updated and represented. Havea knew full well that people in his line of work had a use for places like Tarakuma. He himself had arranged clandestine meetings there, received covert information via its informants, and hired operatives who wouldn't ever appear on the books. Some of his colleagues were completely at ease with that side of the job. He didn't judge them, nor did it escape his notice that several had ended up kicked out of the service after becoming a little too personally involved. That was the problem with associating with criminals. It led to Newtonian espionage. Each action produced an equal and opposite reaction, and you couldn't use without being used in turn. Tarakuma was the worst den of villainy that Hugh oversaw. Its position at a nexus of throughways had brought many sinners together inside one atmosphere, and Havea was bleakly aware that some of their dirty money stuck to the hands of high-up people in Hugh. Another reason it would never see reform. There was a Hugh station in orbit, hosting a reasonably equipped Mordant House sub-office. The department's formal name, the Intervention Board, was a bit of a joke in these parts. Nobody was intervening on Tarakuma. Heading up the Tarakuma office required someone who was simultaneously unambitious and grimly devoted to the service. Such was Albus Solier, who came to meet Havea at the dock.
"You're after Vulture God and the Imaru?"
she said, without even a hello or a formal introduction. A broad, very dark woman, 10 years Havea's senior at least.
"You've got them."
Havea guessed that was too good to be true.
"They've been through here. Some fireworks, some raised eyebrows, some very angry people down below. Interesting friends you've got, Agent Mundy."
"You've a dossier?"
"I've all the rumour and fiction you could wish. As to what we actually know, well, step into my office."
Albus grew plants for a hobby, or at least Havea assumed the spiky, faceted things were plants. Decorative enough, so long as you didn't end up cutting yourself on them. He drew up a stool as she misted them with something that smelled faintly of burning hair. Nothing about Tarakuma was nice. An aide came in with a slate, the promised dossier. He opened it up idly. There was a timeline, a cache of contacts, incident reports, and a longer and woollier file of perhaps and maybe.
"Let me summarise what we do know,"
Albus said, turning from her plants.
The Amaru and Vulture God turned up in system a couple of days ago, far enough out that we almost missed them. A Partheni packet ship went after them the moment they appeared, as did a marauder-type vessel from one of the local docks. They fought, and the Partheni won out, meaning the girls were punching way over their weight class, frankly. They docked at the Vulture Amaru and then jumped out of system. The marauder limped back later with casualties.
Who's the marauder registered to?
Do you honestly think that information is of any practical use?
She had linked to his slate and pulled up the relevant documents for him. Some shell company registered in Scintilla, where 1 million meaningless puppet enterprises had a fictional existence. Track back, he directed, and she walked him through the chain of events, layering the evidence on his slate as she spoke. He took it in, but the spectre of a Partheni military action within the colonial sphere was looming large in his mind. Then, one detail snagged in his brain, and he said, "Wait, they visited a what?"
A lawyer, of all things.
Albus showed him the Partheni packet runner parked up in expensive surroundings.
A dock rented by a prosecutor Livo Threnikos, ex-Scintilla dropout. One of the standard sorts of leech fat in these parts.
Havea sat back. The same Partheni packet runner had left Lungcrow, and according to his information, the Vulture's crew had been on it. So was the whole thing a Parthenon operation? And if so, what did they know about the architects? He tried to get a gut sense of just how big this mess was, and failed. Everything was just ghosts in the mist. "I'll need to get a packet ready, encrypted, for the next runner going anywhere."
"Facilities at your disposal,"
Albus confirmed.
"And?"
"Book me an appointment with this Threnikos," Havea said. He'd planned to go planetside in his media typist persona, but right now he reckoned there were better ways to crack the nut. "Tell the son of a bitch we want to talk about his tax returns." There were no local requirements to file returns. However, people in Threnikos's position did business off-world too, which gave Havea a cover. He couldn't say for sure that prosecutor Livo Threnikos had some skeletons filed away inside his tax returns, but something definitely had the man on edge.
"Nice view."
Havea had deliberately come dressed in Berlenhof standard clothes, printed at the Mordaunt local office. As always, they hadn't been able to properly tailor for his odd shoulders and wrong-sized feet, so nothing quite fit. Threnikos himself was dressed in a manner Havea recognised as glittery business pimp. It made Havea proud to be a little unkempt.
"Shows my polyaspera roots."
Stupid, but the thought gave him a little glow.
"It's better in the first few weeks of summer."
Threnikos cleared his throat, which sounded pleasingly dry.
"There's migration of some of the local wildlife."
Havea was supremely uninterested.
"Prosecutor Threnikos," he started, emphasising the title with some irony.
Sure as hell nobody on Tarakuma ever got prosecuted for anything.
"You wanted to check something?"
Threnikos had the fiction of his tax documents up on a virtual screen. He waved at them nervously.
"I'm aware that the entertainment expenses for my Amaryllis trip were somewhat high, but that's just how they—" "Prosecutor, I'm not averse to twisting your arm over—"
Havea consulted Albus's notes.
"What looks like 19 solid hours of brothel time? I mean, I could refer it for investigation, recommend a fine, or I could just assume that Amaryllis is a fun place and your clients like being put at their ease. However, if you answer a few innocuous questions, we can pretend I never spotted your epic brothelathon.
Threnikos was observing him, still very nervous, but not the nerves of your typical tax evader, or even someone with a weird fetish they didn't want raked up.
Can you put into plain language what you mean, Officer Mundy?
Havea checked the surveillance readings on his slate and raised his interference field. He didn't want this business recorded.
Threnikos watched this, then said, Mordaunt House?
Havea nodded.
Thank God for that. That's an unusually enlightened attitude to take, prosecutor. Most people aren't too happy to see us.
Threnikos finally dropped into his chair.
Better than actually having to go through the tax stuff.
He was trying to be cool now, but Havea could still see the tension in him.
I need to talk to you about some visitors.
Oh, I know exactly who you're here about, Threnikos told him, and if I'd known just how much trouble they were going to be, I'd have said no. Just an introduction, that was all they wanted. Who knew it would end with space piracy? I assure you, officer, I was acting entirely in good faith. A favour for an old friend, even, if you can believe that. Havea found it within the bounds of credibility.
You met with Kerry Almier, plus some shabby spacer and a Hanny Factor.
Threnikos glanced at the slate Havea showed him, picked out the face of Rollo Rostand and the shell pattern of Kittering.
Like I say, all above board, just an introduction. You probably won't believe this, officer, but just about everything that goes through this office is sunny side up. When my clients come to me, it's for the legitimate side of things. They've got the crooked stuff covered.
Introduction to whom? Havea pressed. He was getting twitchy himself now, seeing the man's nerves just keep mounting. It's not me he's worried about, so... That was the point when the office door burst open and 4 thugs came in. Havea whipped a gun out, a magnetic pistol that wasn't quite an accelerator, because it was hard to fit a metre of barrel in a concealed holster. 3 of the intruders were human, a woman and 2 men in rough ship-style clothes with reinforced jackets, all armed, all tough-looking, and there was something about the woman that suggested not entirely human. The 4th, leading the way, was a squat hiver frame, 4-legged and headless, their chest sporting 3 serpentine manipulator cables and what he could only describe as a rotary cannon. Threnikos was very still and not at all surprised.
Officer, these are my new clients, representing the Broken Harvest Society. They share your interest in my earlier visitors, and in anyone asking questions about them. And the currency your new clients are paying you in is?
Not skinning me and wearing me like a cloak, yes, the lawyer said.
Like I said, if I'd known the kind of trouble Kerry was bringing to my door. But I didn't. I had no idea.
Words spoken very clearly for the benefit of the newcomers, especially the woman, who was coming forward now, studying Havea.
Government man, she said. My name is Heremon, herald of the unspeakable Aklu, the razor and the hook. I am sent to tender you the most cordial invitation to confer with my liege and master concerning a commercial shipping matter, specifically the freighter Amaru, which has been stolen from us."
What a cordial invitation. Havea sat on the edge of Threnikos's desk and had his internal dispenser calm his heart. His gun was directed right at her chest, but Heremon didn't seem to care. Her own weapon just dangled loose in her hand. Of course, the Hiver's piece was basically light artillery that would turn the whole office into an exercise in Brownian motion if it spun up, so maybe she felt she didn't need to ram a pistol up his nose to make the point. Heremon smiled. It wasn't a nice smile, but there was at least a spark of humour there.
"We do hope you'll accept," she told him, making a fair attempt at a high-class Berlinoff accent.
Havea wondered whether to double down on the government card. To say Hugh Ritt ran thin on Tarakuma was something of an understatement, though. Besides, all that string of titles was a hegemony thing, which put them even further from caring a damn about his precious authority.
"Well, I'd be churlish to say no then, wouldn't I?"
He scratched at his jaw, activating his locator beacon and sending a message through his slate to Threnikos's linked desk system. When he left the room, it would send Albus his personal recording of this conversation, or that would be the ideal result, if nobody out-finagled him. Heremon actually swept a bow, like something out of a cod historical media type. Havea caught a glimpse of the segmented louse-roach-looking thing melded to her spine. Oh, right. He'd heard of the Tothiat, but that was as far as it went.
"This is it, right?"
Threnikos burst in, trying very hard to keep his voice steady.
"We're clear now. Your boss is okay with me?"
The Tothiat woman gave him a level look.
"I'm sure we'll be in touch, prosecutor. Now, Menhir, if you'd be so kind."
She offered him her arm. The Hiver took 3 metal steps back as he took it, keeping him in sight of their gun. The fact that it would chew Heremon to pieces too, if the weapon fired, didn't seem to upset the woman at all. They took him to a service port at the edge of the vertical city, and for a moment Havea thought they were just going to throw him down the chasm. His career might not have survived that. But there was an A-Grav platform waiting there, a hovering disc 3 meters across, with a profoundly inadequate railing. He stepped aboard brightly enough, sending a signal to his metabolic balance to up his coordination and response times, in case this became acrobatic.
"Mind telling me what this is about?"
he asked Heremon, as they ascended up the chasm and downwards through the social strata of Coaster City.
"The prosecutor and I were just discussing some taxation matters, so—"
He gave her a sidelong look, staked his life on his character judgment, and went on,
"If you need some help filling in forms."
He received the slightest twitch of a smile, which was reassuring. He didn't know how human Tothiat were, but a sense of humour seemed a good start. Then she said,
"Don't do jokes at our meeting, Hugh man. My master is not in the mood to be amused."
"This Aklu?"
"The unspeakable Aklu, the razor and the hook," she recited in full, with a hard look at him. "My master is not casual about his honours."
Which means precisely what the hell, exactly? Havea wondered. Matters had suddenly gone sideways as far as he was concerned.
"What does he want me for?"
"It's enough that he wants you."
Heremon looked away, and that, apparently, was that. There were another 3 toughs waiting at a higher platform. The atmosphere was thinner here, and the sunlight a hot glare against his skin. His medical monitor cautioned him about exposure times. He had no way to explain to it that the shit he was in counted as mitigating circumstances. His comms implant received a ping telling him the local office had his position. Havea didn't particularly want to become the focus of a firefight, but he was starting to feel curious now the initial shock had worn off. He scratched at his jaw again, casual as anything, sending the command, "Hold till my signal. Just hope I don't regret it." Not quite a prisoner, but far from a free man, he was cordially escorted to some concrete dump of a place, cracked and pitted and bleached by too much solar glare. Inside, he was brought into a scene of utter carnage. He missed the main feature of the room for some time, because the bloody foreground had his full attention. A couple of humaniform castigar and a dozen humans were standing around watching someone getting flayed alive. Havea just stopped, eyes bulging. He uttered a sound that he'd thought a career at Mordaunt House had ironed out of him. They had some luckless bastard strung up by his wrists from an A-grav frame, while a 6-armed golden hiver with a sad metal face vivisected the poor sod. They'd pinned back his chest and abdomen, opening up the ribs and holding them in place with clamps and vices. The victim's intestines and various other organs were spread out in an eerie halo about his body, floating in the A-grav field. He was somehow still alive, his blunt face locked in a savage grimace. His blood, and there was a lot of it, was also suspended in droplets. The nimble, darting arms of the hiver were gathering them to draw designs in the air, a sanguine litany of alien art. The most terrifying thing about this barbaric alien spectacle was that it wasn't quite barbaric or alien enough that Havea couldn't see the pattern. It reminded him of nothing so much as what the architects did to worlds. There was old history between the hegemony and the architects, wasn't there? The clam bastards had suffered and lost worlds for an age before they worked out their trick with the originator toys. Didn't it make sense, then, that the trauma of those cataclysmic days had wormed its way into their psyches and their art? But this... The victim groaned and gasped, and the hiver took hold of his elbows and spun him gently. His array of innards, though they were no longer in, rippled like serpents around him. The blood patterns undulated and formed new arrangements, a message that Havea was grateful he couldn't read. Then he saw the black and yellow arthropod thing melded to the man's back, and understood. Another Tothiat. He wasn't watching an execution, but a punishment for failure. Then he looked past the display and realised he had been in the presence of the unspeakable all this time. There was an actual real live Essiel right there, hovering in its couch, watching its will be done. The hiver stepped away from their work and daintily shook their arms, the skin of blood sloughing off them into the A-grav field, leaving their hands gleaming and clean. At some signal, a couple of watchers stepped forward gingerly, queasily even, and slid the victim away. His wounds were trying to heal, Havea saw, but the A-grav field and clamps prevented the man's bloody-minded resilience from doing its job. It must, he reflected, really, really hurt. A tortured, groaning sound shook the room, and the Essiel's array of arms flurried. The hiver took a light step forwards and regarded him with their frowning gold mask.
Crows gather, yet the shadow of the vulture passed above us, crossing past the bound of the horizon. Know this, mordant man, seek now to dip your beak, and you will meet the fury of our wings."
Havea blinked at them, then at the enigmatic bulk of the Essiel Aklu. There were no crows, no birds of any sort on the Essiel homeworld. They were an earth thing, long extinct, save where some planet had resurrected or transplanted them. The words were an attempt to give a human gloss to alien sentiments, and he translated all that flowery doggerel as "hands off, it's mine," and "mordant man." His tax officer ID wasn't fooling anyone, or likely the Broken Harvest had access to some back channel which had made him, even as he entered the system. Or else the divine Essiel could read minds? I mean, who actually knows for sure? "Well," and he addressed the bivalve master, not the cyborg servant, "it is, of course, an honour to be in the presence. You'll forgive me for not knowing the proper etiquette, but let's take the awe and respect as read, if we could." Another basso rumble from the creature, joined by a tortured groan from the flayed Tothiat. Havea was proud that his voice had been steady, devoid of either fear or awe. Before the hiver could start their rigmarole again, he added, "You were talking about something belonging to you that my people have no claim upon. I hope I'm not here to discuss that. I'm on Tarakuma for information. I came from Mordant House, as you say, because some spacers dragged a ship here recently, one that has been wrecked by architects. I imagine you appreciate why that's of interest to us." The hiver took 3 precise steps at an angle to him, arms spread in a fan that mimicked the rayed figure on the thug's banners. "The drivers of destruction that have brought demise to worlds are of no interest here. We seek what's ours, and let not Hugh or Mordant, nor the lords of the hegemony itself, step between us and our treasure." "No interest?" Havea echoed. "The architect's return is of no interest." He looked around at the audience of thugs and monsters. "You wouldn't raise an eyebrow if one of them arrived in the sky over Tarakuma?" They still seemed profoundly unimpressed, which was either criminal sang-froid par excellence or just utterly inward-looking stupidity. Unless this Aklu carted around its own originator defence kit. "Well, look, I don't know what you're seeking, but it doesn't sound like it's anything to do with us. I'm after bigger fish." The unspeakable Aklu actually shifted slightly in its couch, and he saw the whole assemblage hinge and flex beneath its weight. The trio of red globe eyes spread wider, as though trying to find a crack through which to weigh his soul. A long, slow vibration built through the room until the walls shook and everyone around him tensed. He saw hands go to knives, to guns. Haramon, the other Tothiat, stepped into a fighting stance, and Havea found himself matching her. He was ready to go down swinging, if that was all that was left to him. Died for the honour of Mordant House. Lousy thing to go on your permanent record. "Know this," the hiver chimed, their bell-like voice clashing with the mood in the room. "Not all the nations of the world may stand between the razor and its mark. We do not fear the tyranny of state, nor brook the bite of laws. What we shall do is that which we decree." "You're not afraid of us, right? I get that." Goddamn gangsters facing down the whole colonial government, apparently, while hiding in a bomb shelter on an armpit world. "You'll do what you need to get whatever it is that's been taken from you. I get that. Like I say, it's the prospect of architects destroying whole worlds that has us all flustered." On the basis that he was as screwed as he was likely to get, he wagged a finger in the hiver's face. "You put that in a respectful way, you hear, because I do not know the dance steps around here." To his surprise, the golden head revolved, giving him a moment of smiling regard from their other benevolent face before returning to the exaggerated frown. They paced through a half-dozen stylized attitudes, strutting before Aklu like a peacock, arms folding and fanning repeatedly. The SEL thrummed and belched, its own myriad limbs fluttering like a debutante's fan. "The compact is agreed and reverence given," the hiver announced. Then everyone relaxed, just like that. Everyone except the tortured Tothiat, anyway, who didn't really have the option. Hervea didn't like the sound of the words, which implied he'd just signed up to something, possibly as a representative of the entirety of Hugh and the colonies, but that ship had left dock and gone into the void. He'd just have to live with whatever misunderstanding had been perpetrated. "Maybe I agreed to give them back their jug shipment if we get to the Amaru first. Well, we'll see." Other heads would handle that. And that could actually happen, if someone felt the broken harvest would make a useful tool in some other Mordant House gambit. A back door into the hegemony was no small thing, even one that might slam shut on your leg without warning. Back at the local office, safely in orbit, he completed his report and fed back to Albus. It was her bailiwick, and she probably needed to know.
"An actual SEL?"
She shook her head, already updating the records on her slate. "Right, who knew?" They were eating colonial style, which meant working at the same time. Back on settled colonies like Berlenhof and Magda, people made a big show of sitting down just to eat. But this was the true colonial custom, and Hervea preferred it.
"Who knows how rogue this Aklu is?"
Albus considered.
"Or maybe going rogue is just like a midlife crisis for them. Or it's pathologically insane or ill or something we don't even have a word for."
"Well, it's doing a damn good job of playing gangster right now," Hervea said. "And there was some damn thing those spacers took that it was really pissed to lose, which backs up why they'd send a whole pocket warship to go meet the Amaru. I mean, there's a basic law of resources here, no matter who or what you are, and that's a considerable investment. Damn me, I mean, how many Tarakuman factions actually have military-grade ships to throw around?"
"Oh, enough,"
Albus said, with the air of someone who's reported the problem on multiple occasions to no avail.
"What's your next step? How can we help you?"
"The Vulture crew has an int, so they could have gone to spread panic anywhere with that damn architected wreck. And right now, the only way I can get news is via the packet trade. So I'll have to sit tight until I hear where they've docked, or we hear some other ship has been found turned inside out. Or, if we're really lucky, it won't be a ship, but a planet." In the end, he almost missed it. However, Albus's data crawlers were particularly thorough. He'd been looking for the Amaru, assuming nobody could miss something like that turning up on their doorstep. But the Vulture God crew had just ditched the wreck instead, stashing the thing in the deep void, doubtless until they could auction it to the highest bidder, if that was their plan. Although just what their plan was had become a wide-open field. They certainly hadn't shown up anywhere Hervea would peg as a hub of intergalactic intrigue or commerce. "I need you to send a priority packet ship.
I'm going to need an int pilot sworn to Mordaunt House if I'm going to keep up with these famies, he told Albus. The old insult for starving spacer pirates seemed particularly appropriate for the maverick Vulture God crew. Then he sat down to work out why in all hells the Vulture had just arrived at Jericho. Part 4. Jericho. Chapter 16. Chris. Kittering's quarters were away from the human crew, a little bubble of the Hanalambra homeworld. Here he could admix the atmosphere to his own tastes, adding trace elements he didn't need, that humans wouldn't appreciate, but that would remind him of home. Dull reddish lighting soothed his eyes, and whenever he wanted, he could play the staccato yattering and rapid percussion that was Hanny music. However, when Chris signalled him, she couldn't hear any music, and when his door irised open, there was almost nothing of him to be seen there at all, his things packed away in a row of plastic canisters. "I was wondering," she said, "if you'd stay or not." "This question is also being asked of myself," came the bland voice of his translator, in response to the rapid fiddling of his mouthparts. "The skirling of home is to be heard. Some day soon there is potential to fulfill, or else never to be fulfilled." Where his software had got the word skirling from, Chris had no idea. "Home and settle down?" she asked numbly. "That sounds nice." "The mournful and the joyous occasion," Kit confirmed. "The loss of a nurse recalls duty. Wealth enough exists for this." "Yes, you've made your pile," Chris agreed. Kit received a percentage of every pay packet he clawed in for the crew. On top of that, he had his landstep winnings, and even the pocket change he meant renting out his shell as a billboard. People who didn't understand them said the Hanny were greedy, but what the Hanny really obsessed about was giving their kids the best start in life. Hanny biology meant they didn't survive to see their offspring. A nest egg to pay for a good nurse was all they could provide. Kit had considered Rollo the Vulture's own nurse, no higher honour to a Hanny. She couldn't quite get her head around it, but she knew she was touching the surface of a deep friendship, a meaningful relationship between human and alien, on a level seldom reached. Kit and Rollo had been together for a long time before the current crew had met either of them. "I understand. Everyone will," she told the Hanny. "If it's time for you." Some human part of her kicked in then as she thought, "But you'll die. Don't go. Don't do it." Yet that was a human interpretation. Kit was the product of a different world and culture. Kittering was still and quiet for a while, his arms moving about one another without touching. His screens were a lucent grey that steadily lightened, as though a dawn was coming. "Soon," he said. "Soonness is relative. It is unsatisfactory to leave behind more questions than answers. When there are answers, perhaps then it will be the time." Chris was surprised at the sudden spike of happiness she felt, that Kit wouldn't be leaving them just yet. They were out in the deep void now, and at that very moment, Ollie was cutting the Amaru loose. It was, after all, the most recognisable piece of space junk in the colonies right now. Ollie would mark its position, so they could come back for it if necessary. In the infinite wastes of vacuum, away from the throughways, the odds of anyone locating it here were infinitesimal. "Jericho is out on a limb, location-wise," Idris told them. Only one throughway goes to it, kind of the opposite to Tarakuma. Even if I took us direct, it's a long jump. They were gathered in the command pod again, all 5 of them, and he looked from face to face. This is what we all want, is it? Chris touched his arm lightly, for a little solidarity. This Trine is an old friend of yours, aren't they? Acquaintance. Maybe. It was a long time ago. You know Hivers. But Solis says they never re-instanced. For what, 50 years or more? Ollie frowned. You'd think they're gone nuts or something. They're something of a test case. Solis was being careful around Ollie after their previous clash, speaking softly, not facing her head-on. Chris was surprised how shaken the Partheni had been by it all. Not what you expected from the genetically engineered elite. What have you told your people? Idris asked Solis frankly. That I'm following up a lead that may be of great import to us, connected to the wreck of the Amaru. Solis didn't meet anyone's eyes. I have not mentioned the regalia. I don't like the omission, and I am going to have to report this properly, but right now they might be fake, and then what would be the point in stirring things up? If Trine confirms the provenance, then I have to tell them. I have a duty. I'm sorry. She looked around defensively. Great talks are required between us in that case, put in Kittering. Parthenon has deep pockets. See right? The last 2 words were given Rollo's exact bantering spin, and Chris felt a catch of loss in her chest. The wreck's disengaged, and the Jones secured to us, Ollie put in. If we're going to Jericho, then let's go. The first thing Chris knew, Idris was triggering her pod's emergency wake-up protocol. They dropped into the Jericho system and were being hailed by a Hugh military frigate, demanding to know their business. It was, they were being told, not the best time to visit the system. Jericho was the last habitable world to be found by explorers from Earth, before there was no longer an Earth to be from. A survey team, exploring a dead-end throughway, burst into a virgin system. They found a planet a little closer than Earth, to a sun a little cooler than Earth's. Then they found a biosphere, crammed full of riotous life, whose biochemistry overlapped with Earth by at least 40%. An Eden, surveyors crowed. But then, the planet's biochemistry ate 2 of the landing party, and they quickly revised their estimate to a monstrous death world. But there were still scientific grants for that, and a permanent research presence was established only months before an architect appeared over the skies of Earth. That research team was intended to be the sole presence on Jericho, an opportunity to conduct pure research into a thriving alien ecology, untouched by humanity, save for the luckless surveyors. Then Earth fell. The polyaspora began, and Jericho received its shipments of refugees, same as everywhere else. Establishing a colony on planet was not the nature-reddened tooth and claw experience everyone had expected. Desperate humans in need of a home could tooth and claw right back, and twice as hard. Soon enough, settlers and scientists were developing crops for the Jericho soil, and curing all the problems caused when the local life messed up human bodies. The planetary population climbed to about 100,000, concentrated around the city that had by then given the planet its name. Jericho seemed fitting, because the first thing people had focused on, given the ravenous nature outside, was walls. Then, originator ruins were discovered. The original survey hadn't picked them up, because Jericho was covered in a dense quasi-jungle,
and the local life generated its own electromagnetic interference. Both factors made it a hard world to survey. But eventually, settlers had started bringing back stories of strange things from the interior, and the discovery was made. It didn't seem a priority until originator relics thwarted the architect attack on Lycos, and suddenly life on Jericho seemed much more appealing. Hostile wildlife beat having your world torn apart by a moon-sized alien. Eventually, the war ended, and Jericho's scientists, backed by the newly formed Hugh, asked everyone to please vacate so they could get on with their work. The Jerican settlers refused to be thrown out of their new homes, thank you very much. This led to the creation of the Jerican Resettlement Board and the ongoing attempt to relocate its colonists. This led, in turn, to the nativist movement's Jericho chapter, formed to protect the colonists' rights, and to make plenty of other trouble besides. Idris had burst into real space at what he fondly imagined was a discreet distance from Jericho. However, its entire system was buzzing with traffic. It seemed someone had turned the trouble up to 11. The colony planet itself should have been the crew's main priority, but the Vulture God crew's attention was caught by one of the outer planets. It was being pulverized into an asteroid field, and its debris trailed along the curve of its old orbit for over 100,000 kilometres. Idris brought up images. The planet was swarming with vast factory machines like city-sized flatworms. Past the ravaged curve of its horizon loomed a great bristling lump of mutilated-looking technology. This was a Nairamathi locust ark, the Jericho system's very unwelcome visitor. Humans ran into the Nairamathi almost half a century before Earth fell. The creatures roamed the throughways with an apparently insensate hunger, breaking apart worlds for raw materials and ignoring any requests to stop. For the next few decades, humans and Nairamathi would clash repeatedly. Nobody had any idea where the Nairamathi homeworld was located, or even if they had a governing body. They just turned up, devoured, and built more arks. So it went, until something even bigger than the Nairamathi came along. The joint human Castigar colony of Amraji were fending off one of the species' vast locust arks when an architect arrived to make the whole business moot. When the Nairamathi attacked the architect, that established the first common ground between the species. The Nairamathi really hated the architects, and the architects were why nobody had ever found the Nairamathi homeworld, which didn't mean finding a locust ark chewing up planets in the Jericho system was a terribly comforting thing. Current détente suggested that they wouldn't proceed to munch on Jericho itself, but they were a strange, lost species, and there were no certainties, all of which seemed beyond the pay grade of Jericho's lone military vessel, the tired old cruiser Samphire, which looked as though it hadn't had an upgrade since the war. As if to compensate for its impotence against the locusts, the Samphire was bombarding the Vulture God with demands instead. Ollie had set them up with a cover ID as the Jenny Kite, in case people were watching for the Vulture God. It was only meant to fool a cursory inspection, not a full-on military inquisition. Chris spent a few fraught minutes liaising with a suspicious Navy lieutenant who couldn't work out why a deep space salvage vessel would be touting for work out here. And he had a point. She'd eventually sold him on the story that, as there was so much damn junk floating about in-system, the Jenny Kite was here to scavenge crumbs from the Nairamathi's table. She had a feeling their details would be on the next military packet ship out of there.
They think we're in league with the locusts,
Ollie demanded disgustedly.
I mean, why all the suspicion?
They think we're nativists, Solis put in simply. All eyes turned to her. Why? Chris asked, and the Partheni gave her an odd look. Seriously? Jericho is on the Parthenon's red list. We don't come here. It's prime nativist recruiting territory. Apparently nobody else had known this. Chris herself had only just learned the potted history of Jericho, and as far as she was concerned, the place was a backwater armpit. Well, it wasn't the nativists who stole our ship or killed our friends, Ollie said flatly. Wasn't them came to steal our pilot either. Enough of that, Idris said sharply, or at least as sharply as he said anything. The Salvation Orbital's Kybernet is calling, Chris noted. We're docking there? It's closest to the dig. Idris had found some survey maps, which showed various arboreal topologies, lowland forests, upland forests, supermarine forests, polar forests, and although forest was a human term, it seemed fairly appropriate here. There's an elevator planetside there. It's probably the closest we can get. Direct orbit to surface flight isn't advised, because there's a crap ton of interference within the atmosphere. Partly the local life forms, partly the originator ruins, they think. These are the biggest anyone ever found, except they're all buried under the jungle, so no one's quite sure how big. What sort of interference? Ollie obviously didn't like the sound of that. Weird sorts, Idris said unhelpfully, but then sent over the data. Apparently the native life was constantly shifting the EM bandwidths they put out. Scientists reckoned they were competing to drown one another out or to locate their prey. But for this reason, the survey teams had recommended switching between algorithms to maintain communications. Why can't we ever go anywhere nice? The drone specialist complained. You know, maybe this time I'll stick in orbit, where I won't suddenly lose contact with my fucking legs. There were plenty of ships at Salvation Orbital. The elevator terminus was 90% dock, 10% a rat run of doors and compartments surrounding the elevator. A single thronging establishment was ostensibly an eatery, but seemed to be doubling up as a drug den, gambling emporium, and synthetic brothel. The hub was crowded, all elbows and shoulders, and the stink of unwashed bodies. Usually, Chris gathered, it was a ghost town. Right now, there were off-duty military and the crews of 20 ships all jostling for room. She saw the blue and white badge of the nativists proudly displayed on collars, on chests, even tattooed across the bare back of one scrawny drunken spacer. This can't just be down to the locusts, Chris hissed at the others as they pushed through the crowd. She had her slate out and was skipping through the media-type channels, searching the news. Blessed equity. There's timing for you, she spat. A hegemony diplomat turned up at Berlenhof a few days ago, suggesting that Hugh should cede Jericho. It should make good on its promises to evict everyone and hand the planet over. And why? Idris asked, incredulous. It's the originator stuff. The Essiel claim to be the old guy's heirs, or that's how it translates. And I guess Jericho's got ruins big enough to impress even them. Chris shook her head. Look, I need to get us passage down to the surface. Solis, I don't suppose your lot have any secret back way in? So now you're happy to be working with the Parthenon? Chris cocked an eye at her. Look, that was all Ollie, and she's not here. Ollie had a point, though, Solis said shortly. How we came about, maybe how we could end up. And jokers like this. A wave at 3 tables of nativist spacers, voices raised in a drunken chorus of, The green we lost, the fields of home. They spit on us, and it drives us further towards becoming that thing. I don't know what to say to her, Chris. That made two of them, because Chris didn't know what to say either. Except, wait, so you're saying there is a secret Partheni handshake? I have made contact with Trine, and they will authorise our descent. They can do that? They are senior researcher on the dig. Solace actually looked shifty, which was a new one. I think they're in some trouble of their own. You know nativists and hivers. Chris had seen plenty of anti-hiver propaganda in her time. Boots stomping on knots of squirming bugs. Discontent about the hive intelligences winning free from their creators. Nobody wanted their appliances demanding independence. Or that was the nativist message. So, are we just walking into more trouble if we head down there? Idris barked out a mirthless laugh. You know what we've got on the ship. I mean trouble. Us. Who'd have thought it? There was a distinctly hysterical tremble to his voice. Chris put a hand on his arm. You want to wait on the ship? It's no bother. Solace and I can... No, I'm sorry. He shook his head, embarrassed. Be good to see Trine again. Old times, Chris's slate pinged to say they had access to the elevator. She wondered who'd just been bumped and hoped it was either a betrayed activist or some pompous cult hierograve. They ended up sharing the elevator car with a real slice of the planet's current turbulent life. Biologists, hegemony cultists, Hugh military, colonial agriculturalists, and nativists. No guns were permitted in the elevator, but this was a wild frontier-type planet. Chris knew there would be plenty in the luggage compartment. Pills, people, Chris reminded the others as they descended, and popped her own. Most colony planets had their own version, a vaccination and antidote combination. Otherwise, a world could start killing you the moment you stepped onto the surface. Why's that guy looking at you? Solace asked Idris, making him jump. What guy? Don't look. Then how can I... Chris scanned the room from the corner of her eye, catching who Solace meant on the second pass. Half a head taller than the rest, and of decidedly healthier physique than the average colonial. His lips moved as he stared at Idris, talking into a communicator in his lapel. He wore a shapeless poncho that failed to hide the broadness of his frame, but Chris caught a glimpse of bottle green fabric at his neck. Where have I seen that colour? Ah, right. I don't want to alarm anyone, but he's Voyeni. Like the clowns who snatched Idris back on Roshu? She murmured. Can't be, Solace said. What are the odds? Their chief was spouting a lot of that good of humanity business when he was leaning on me, Idris pointed out, right out of the nativist playbook. It made a depressing kind of sense, Chris thought. The Magda Boyarin were the acceptable face of nativism, and Jericho was prime recruiting territory for the movement right now. We can only hope they have bigger fish to fry, Chris decided, nodding at the hegemony's cult members. She just hoped the betrayed and the cultists could keep their knives to themselves, at least until they escaped the elevator. Chapter 17. Solace. Jericho's anchor town was laid out in concentric rings, each showing the limit of a generation's ambition before the next influx of refugees arrived. Beyond the walls and the surrounding fields, the native plant life stretched away in clashing shades of yellow and indigo blue. Those trees moved, Solace knew, The fences kept up a modulated electromagnetic babble that repelled the local life, but the forest still made the odd slow rush for the barricades, overwhelming the fences until the farmers retaliated with chainsaws and flamethrowers. Even the trees were at war with people on Jericho. Then they were dropping the last 10 metres, the elevator car folding open so the bitter-scented alien air washed over them. Cargo crews were already descending on the elevator's freight compartments, using loading frames and A-grav to haul out the supplies, scientific equipment and luxuries that had come down the wire. People were staring at Solace's armour, but she wasn't going to be down here without it. She made a big show of going to the luggage compartment and bringing out Mr. Punch. She'd had the name printed onto the accelerator's barrel, a little personal nod to Rollo's memory. The inhabitants of Anchortown looked a hardy lot, whose fashion ran to long sleeves, heavy boots to the knee, and high closed collars. Sensible, given the wildlife, and a world away from shipboard clothes. "Get some new clothes," Solace advised Chris and Idris. "Lots of things here to bite and sting and get under your skin." That meant a visit to the printers, while Solace soaked up the atmosphere outside, scowling at anyone who looked at her twice. There were Hugh military on the streets, and she saw them arrest one local at gunpoint. Nobody liked it. Nobody stepped in. This close to the anchor point, Hugh still had its colony in hand. Likely towards the outskirts, it was a different story. And of course, those Hugh personnel looked at her just as hard as the locals did, and didn't look away as quickly. She was happy to see Chris and Idris emerge. Idris had purchased the drabbest, saddest long coat and boots she'd ever seen, but Chris had made an effort, sporting explorer chic and a new blue and yellow scarf to match the alien foliage. "I can't make contact with Trine," she told them. She'd been fitfully trying her comms since they got here, without any joy. "Can we not just go to their office?" Chris asked. Solace thought back and realised she might not have explained everything. "They're on a dig," she said. "I told you that." "I thought you meant, some project." Waving a hand vaguely at the city around them, a gesture that slowed as Chris realised her mistake. "They're out in the wilds. That's where the ruins are. We'll need to arrange passage, and I need to call Trine somehow and tell them we're coming." "Is that even possible?" Idris asked. He had a crinkle of discomfort about his eyes. Solace wondered if the planet's EM chatter was impinging on his int senses somehow. "They use the mother of all transmitter stations," Chris recalled from her research. "They cut through the background buzz via main force. I guess we go pay to put a call out." There was a transmitter office close enough to the anchor, beside a handful of seedy-looking shacks that claimed they could arrange expeditions into the wilds for you, though Solace assumed game hunting and smuggling eclipsed sorties for scientific research. Solace had kept in touch with Trine after the war, across the decades, when she wasn't in the freezer herself. Each time she'd woken, assuming that the hiver would have re-instanced, that the intelligence she contacted wouldn't be her old correspondent. Each time, she discovered that Trine had clung on, still the same. And now they were going to meet, and she had one hell of a surprise for the old academic. The transmitter station managed to establish a link on the third try, then lost connection twice while she was waiting for someone to find Trine. "Can't you just lay a cable or something?" she asked the acnid operator, who shrugged. "They eat it. Anything in the ground gets it," he said. "This planet. Oh, tell me about it." And then they had the line again, and a crisp, slightly fuzzy-sounding voice was saying, "Gold City dig to Anchortown.
Are you receiving me? Over.
Gold City, this is Anchortown, Solace said obediently. Communication for Asset Trine, over.
Delegate Trine is speaking, Anchortown,
the voice said, notably frosty, and she knew it was her old acquaintance, for all the voice was unfamiliar. A Hiver voice was a matter of what software they plugged in after all. Delegate Trine, this is Myrmidon Executor Solace, over. She found herself smiling.
Well then, we've both had a promotion, came that precise voice. Congratulations to everyone. You can't see me right now, but I've put on a tiny festive hat and am blowing on a little streamer.
Then static fuzzed up, and she lost the connection for a handful of frustrating seconds until their voice faded back in.
Repeat, over.
Repeat yourself, over, she pressed. Fuzz, hiss, buzz.
Saying you didn't come all this way for a party. Can it be the Parthenon has remembered me after all this time?
Trine, I've a matter befitting your expertise, something special. Face-to-face discussion only. Can I come to you? Over.
Can you fly in?
I'm told it's not advisable.
But you have a ship. Repeating, you have a ship, yes?
Solace frowned uneasily. I do. Over.
Better than nothing. Base of the elevator.
Fuzz, buzz, hiss.
Don't leave it longer. Est compris?
Compris, delegate.
Then done. Over. Out. Whatever.
And the static rose like a tide and ended the connection for good. Solace stepped back from the transmitter, frowning, because there was obviously something else going on. You couldn't sift a Hiver's tone for emotional cues, but either something was worrying Trine, or the Hiver was having long-term instantiation issues. I don't want to bring yet more trouble to the others, she thought. Yet, as she stepped out of the transmitter station, she saw they could find their own trouble. Chris and Idris had been cornered by none other than the Boyarin Paita Cheva Uskaro and a couple of his bottle-green Voyeni. As Solace strode over, she heard the Boyarin say, "What else is a man to think, finding the int here, but that he's had a change of heart, that he wants to do best by his species after all." "Step away, please," Solace grated out, not quite pointing Mr. Punch his way. Paita Uskaro glanced about him, and Solace saw plenty of black looks sent her way by those rubbernecking nearby. "Should I call those humourines over, Betho?" he asked. "Who will they back, do you think? I'm a citizen of the colonies with diplomatic credentials. You, on the other hand, are a foreign agent, and not even human." Solace blanked. It wasn't his words alone, but the fact the crowd were plainly in agreement. She was surrounded by angry faces who probably believed all the anti-Parthenon propaganda. That sisters bore male children but murdered them at birth. That they poisoned water supplies to make men sterile. All the usual. However, she had shifted Uskaro slightly away from the pair, and the lawyer took full advantage, shoving Idris forward with a brisk, "Enough, we're going." "I've not done with you." The Boyarin reached out and hooked Chris by the scarf, pulling the garment half off. Solace moved to club the man and his goons if she had to. But he'd frozen. The Voyeni hovered in confusion. Solace couldn't see what had happened. A moment later, she realised Chris had a knife out. But the Boyarin had stopped before he'd seen it, his fingers still caught in the scarf. "Well?" Chris asked him. He'd gone pale, and the artful scar on his face twitched. Solace had no idea what question he was being asked, and it seemed Uskaro didn't know how to answer. I can quote official protocols, so everyone can hear, Chris said calmly, quietly. But then, we're committed, Messenbruder. The boyarin stepped back, finally releasing her scarf. Solace magnified her field of vision through her visor and caught a glimpse of the pinkish line that encircled almost half the woman's neck. It was a thin cut, just like the blazon on the man's face, a very particular type of dueling scar.
Mesdames, Oscaro said coldly, our next meeting.
But Solace saw a faint glimmer of sweat on his forehead, despite the Jerican climate.
The hell?
Idris exclaimed as the man marched off. People were still staring at Solace, and suddenly facing down colonial scorn didn't seem much fun anymore. Just come on. Chris had her scarf arranged again, hiding the scar. Solace wondered what sort of bloody mess that duel had been, to give her such a trophy. Not the mannered little game of blades that the boyarin played. Messenbruder. Knife brother. You, she started, but Chris just brushed past, angrily. I've arranged transport. We've got a land car to catch, being as that's the only way to get to this damn dig site of yours. If we miss it, I really will end up having to knife somebody. Would you have actually... Chris turned on her heel, and Solace decided that she'd never doubt the woman's readiness to take up her blade again. As they left, someone bounced a rock off Solace's shoulder guard. Better that than face up to an angry Chris.
Can you configure that thing for chain shot?
The biologist asked Solace, once they were past the last fence. Why would I need to? She eyed him, clutching Mr. Punch protectively. He was a wiry man named Rebellin, with dyed blonde hair and a strong accent that said he came from somewhere else, far away from Jericho.
Your accelerator, he drawled, won't matter piss to the locals. Their fucking flesh is this viscous goop, and you've never seen the like, bastards. You send a pellet into them, just comes out the other side with its energy intact. Doesn't do a king's piss of a damage. Hereabouts we use these fuckers.
He showed her a chunky weapon with a barrel his fist would have fit inside.
Pops 'em with a beanbag, just about subsonic. Doesn't kill the bastards, but it makes a mess of them, and they don't like it. Do you get me?
Chain shot, right. Solace nodded. She made the necessary adjustments to Mr. Punch and glanced at the jungle, looming far too close on either side of the trail. A tracked ground car wasn't her preferred way of getting anywhere, but the locals wouldn't trust much else. Not between the planet's EM chaos and the way Agrav systems attracted aerial predators like some kind of mating call.
Mockery of an ecosystem, this bloody place, Rebellin went on easily. There's no actual species here on this godforsaken world, you know that? Just things that have a shape. And if that shape ain't working for them, they start shifting into something else. These trees are only going to stay trees as long as it works for 'em. Bastards will morph into fucking balls of teeth and attitude the moment the soil gets too poor.
Abruptly, he had his beanbagger levelled in both hands, staring suspiciously into the jungle, or perhaps at the trees themselves. Anything intelligent here? Idris asked faintly.
Official answer? Rebellin queried. Fuck knows, mate.
There were 6 others in the car besides Solace, Idris and Chris. Their guide, Yon Rebellin, 4 new dig staff and an academic. They'd started out around midday and had driven through the night, then all the following day, before they set up a camp. The day after that, back on the trail, a thing like a tree had hoisted a junior archaeologist out of the car. Chris and a couple of others hung on to the victim's legs in a grim tug of war, while Rebellin went for the attacker with a chainsaw. Eventually, Solace scythed down 7 entire trees with Mr. Punch. Presumably one of these had been the perpetrator. It felt like an identity parade gone horribly wrong, but at least their archaeologist was recovered intact.
That, Rebellin reflected later, is just bloody typical of this place. Whole new way of fucking you over since I was last out here.
They learn? Solace asked. The creatures here? From the human presence on the planet?
Sure wish they didn't, but yes, learn and evolve, was his response. Give 'em another 10 years, they'll be turning up wearing clothes and speaking Corval, and then eating people, because they'll still be the same nasty fuckers.
The next time they stopped to sleep, Solace got to see a gropola. Not a specific species, Rebellin said, but a predatory shape the locals took on. It came right into camp, and though it wasn't dressed or making conversation, its apparent arrogance seemed to fit with the biologist's gloomy predictions. One moment they were bedding down and setting out the proximity alarms. The next moment, this thing, half the size of the vehicle itself, had just sauntered into their midst. It was 3 meters tall and walked on 2 columnar legs, ending in thorned pads with jagged clutches of talons. Most of the front of it was mouth, easily big enough to slurp up any one of them, and it had a dozen tentacles like a beard reaching to the ground, all of them lined with vicious hooks. Its hide was a mottled blue-white that interacted weirdly with the yellow and azure foliage around it, making it leap out one moment, blend in the next. On either side of the mouth, there were big circular organs, probably not actually eyes.
Fuck,
said Rebellin. He had his beanbag gun to hand, but the thing was right there in the middle of them, an invitation for friendly fire accidents. A gurgling rumble came from the creature's innards. Its body language now spoke of someone who'd stepped into a neighbour's hotel room by mistake, almost abashed. Then Idris shifted, and something about his furtive, prey-like movement caught the Groppler's attention. "Idris," Solace cautioned, "you stay very still now." Idris was staring into that cavernous mouth. The tentacles swayed on a non-existent breeze, tasting the air.
"Any hot takes from the biology department?"
Chris hissed. Rebellin's eyes were narrowed.
"Fuckers have never done this before, far as I know."
He had his weapon levelled, but seemed reluctant to shoot.
"If I sting it and it goes on a rampage, that'll go bloody badly for us, I can tell you."
Solace brought her accelerator to her shoulder. "I am going to cut this creature in half now."
"Hold,"
said Idris hoarsely. He was staring at the Groppler, and although it didn't seem to have anything to stare back at him with, its attention was increasingly fixed on him.
"Mate, I'd move back now if I were you,"
Rebellin advised Idris lightly.
"Hold,"
he said again. His narrow face had lost all expression, and Solace had a sudden chilling flashback. Seen this before. She almost pulled the trigger then and there, out of sheer reflex. Berlenhof, the Ints trying to reach the architects with their minds. Idris, with his face utterly slack. Nobody home, because his mind was out there, flying across the face of a moon-sized alien intelligence. Everyone was very silent now, watching the intermediary face the monster. The Groppler stamped again, and its tentacles knotted and twitched, as though it was wringing its hands in embarrassment. Solace half expected Idris to reach out a hand and touch the monster's sagging skin, tame the thing, arrive at the dig riding a Groppler in fulfilment of some bizarre local prophecy.
"Mate," Seriously, Rebellin whispered. I don't know what you're about, but that bastard will fucking eat you up and crap out the bits it can't digest.
There's something... Oh,
Hell!
Idris sat down suddenly. It seemed to surprise the groppler as much as anyone, because it took a skittish step away from him. You ever get ints here, Mynheer Rebellin?
In this armpit place? Not bloody likely.
Then the groppler shook itself, like a man remembering a prior appointment, lurched sideways, to general alarm, and stamped off into the jungle.
Idris, what was that?
Chris demanded, sounding furious with him, though Solace could tell it was mostly adrenaline. The intermediary held his head in his hands, as though to physically hold it together.
Yon said the life here adapted.
All the bloody time, Rebellin confirmed. Listen, mate, like the lady says, what was that?
Originators, Idris said weakly. The ruins here. I bet the local wildlife keeps clear of the sites, right?
The big fuckers, sure.
The biologist nodded warily.
They don't like them.
Idris was abruptly running with sweat, despite the cool air. He looked absolutely wrung out with fatigue and nerves.
Don't know why, but they know how to detect them, sure enough. They're on the same channel.
As what?
Rebellin asked. But Idris had clammed up and wouldn't say more. Solace knew what he'd left unsaid. The originator channel carried some indefinable signal, one that telegraphed the location of anything from that ancient civilization, even a handful of leftover junk. It broadcast so that even a moon-sized planet destroyer, up in high orbit, could detect its presence, and would rather flee than risk a confrontation. It was the same channel that ints like Idris could access, that had let them touch the inhuman sentience of the architects and send them away. This planet hosted the most extensive set of originator ruins any human had ever seen, and here, the entire ecosphere was plugged right into that same channel, and was listening. 2 of Jericho's brief day and nights later, the trail finally led their grinding, complaining car to the dig site. They lurched abruptly over a rise and into a bowl-like crater, at least a kilometre across. As they did so, the dense foliage thinned out a little. The group was silent as they descended the incline. Laid out below, like the bones of time itself, was all that the originators had left behind. Chapter 18. Idris. In an eerie echo of the nearby human settlement, the originators had certainly liked their concentric circles when it came to architecture. Or maybe it was something to do with their technology, or something else entirely. Whatever their purpose, those circles were the last remnants of what might have been a city. Maybe. They were visible as striations in the grey, ashy soil of Jericho, where the plant life had been cut back. Or they could be spotted beneath odd swathes of off-colour vegetation. Each circle enclosed a weird mazework of buried foundations. It was as though the whole site was composed of a series of nested labyrinths, each only large enough for a 5-year-old to comfortably navigate. Idris could see where the archaeology team had been working, because a whole slice of the ruins had been exposed. The excavation currently extended down 2 metres, and Idris considered how much further down it might go. The thought of a half-mile of cramped subterranean labyrinth lurking beneath them made his insides twist. And yet somehow he felt it was there. The ruins seemed to be formed of eroded stone. Perhaps the chewing of the elements over countless centuries had given those structures their toothy, irregular texture. Yet the stonework of the exposed lower levels was no smoother. Maybe it's just what the stuff is supposed to look like. By this time, the ground car was winding around the outer circle, careful not to crush any priceless archaeological rubbish. Idris spotted some large dome tents nearby, big ones, with individual chambers podding out from the centre on spokes. They were lit up from within, now the sun was on its way down. The sunken basin, surrounded by tall forest, must mean night came suddenly to the dig site. What, Chris asked Robellin, keeps the damn grapplers and the rest from just chowing down on you all?
Half our generator power goes into creating big-ass EM static, the biologist told them. Fucks with our comms, all right, but it's like shouting into the ears of any bastard that wants to come at us. His grin slipped. Still, it's like your mate was saying. Nothing much big does come down there. They don't like it.
Do the ruins put out their own EM frequencies?
That'd be a tidy bloody piece of explanation, wouldn't it? No such luck. We've tested everything, and they're dead. They've been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, conservative estimate. You wouldn't expect them to have left the fucking oven on or something.
Idris stopped listening, because he was looking at the ruins. No, feeling the ruins. He could sense them, in the same way that he could sense the throughways and the nodes of unspace. Something was active there. It was a tugging at the edge of his mind, like someone plucking at his sleeve. There was a metaphysical weight to the whole area. It was baked into the structure, the shape, the weird maze-like arrangements, and the materials that nobody had ever been able to satisfactorily analyse or duplicate. Has the site ever had an intermediary here, working on the originator ruins? He asked.
An int? Don't think so, mate. Not that I heard, anyway.
Robellin spread his hands.
I mean, you fellas are pretty few and thin, right? Not as if there's a bundle of you at the Careers Bureau, wondering what you can do with your time.
Idris fell silent, wondering if he had a duty to tell someone about this. The liaison board, maybe. It would be a cushy job for some of their forced conscript ints to work in archaeology, rather than brave the trauma of unspace travel. But when the leashes were signed, even originator archaeology lost out to interstellar trade, espionage and military transport. There was probably no point. A handful of people were coming out from the tents to welcome the land car, and they eyed Solace warily. Probably no nativist hostility out here, but you wouldn't expect to find a battle-ready Partheni soldier on Jericho. Then the staff began unloading the car and hauling crates away, and Idris saw what must be Trine limping out to greet them. The Trine of his memory had been shiny and new, instanced into a frame that was broadly humanoid, faceless, and just about identical to their hive-built siblings. Back in the war, this had been standard for hivers, who interacted with humans. Once they were free to quit hue and humanity, hivers had started diversifying. This Trine's frame had 2 legs, thin and jointed like a bird's, and their torso was a barrel shape above a box pelvis, opening onto a whole cutlery drawer of folding limbs. Trine's head was a silvery bowl, containing a projected face. It was human, androgynous, middle-aged and cheery-looking, and a trick of the projection made it appear to be looking straight at you, no matter what angle you were at. The other thing Idris noticed about Trine's frame was how old and battered it was. Any polish was most definitely gone, and the metal body was covered in dents and spot repairs, off-colour panels cannibalised from other machinery. One leg was slightly shorter than the other. Only that array of arms had been kept polished and perfect.
Subtlety was never the Parthenon's strong point.
The precise, amused-sounding voice issued from somewhere within Trine's torso.
Myrmidon executor solis, as I live and fail to breathe. No Partheni task force behind you, about to take possession of the Gold City dig site?
Everyone could hear his comments, and Trine received a number of awkward looks from their colleagues.
This is purely for self-defence, delegate.
Solis also raised her voice to confirm to the camp that she wasn't a one-woman invasion. Mr. Punch currently rested on one shoulder, muzzle only threatening the first faint stars.
And that seems a necessity on this planet of yours.
Oh, yes.
Idris had never heard a hiver snicker before, but Trine had apparently felt it necessary to install the facility.
Our neighbours.
About our new friends, Yon Rebellin broke in, coming back for another crate. Your fella here, the skinny one, he's a surprising fucker. Groppler wrangler. May just have opened up a whole bloody can of research on us. Tell you about it when we've got stuff put away.
The hiver's attention now focused on Idris.
Mynheer Idris Telemier?
The statement trailed off questioningly. They might not think like humans, but as a product of human technology, hivers were good at putting on a nuanced show.
None other,
Idris confirmed weakly, knowing that Trine would be performing a compare and contrast with the young intermediary they'd known during the war, and finding far too few differences.
Long story.
Evidently, Trine agreed. But now, let us step over here and speak of matters utterly innocent and unconnected with subterfuge.
They took several canted steps towards the perimeter, beckoning with some of their arms.
You mentioned subtlety,
Solis pointed out, when they'd put 10 metres or so between them and the ground car.
Well, you did rather push that ship out and burn it,
Trine remarked tartly.
When is your ship due, may I ask?
Solis exchanged a glance with Idris.
It isn't. The EM interference, they said we couldn't fly because of it.
You said you had a ship,
Trine pressed, their ghostly face tight-lipped and disapproving.
I specifically inquired as to whether you had a ship. You equally specifically confirmed that yes, a ship was what you had.
We do have a ship. In orbit,
Idris put in.
I am not sure why you imagine that would be of any immediate use, Mynheer Telemier,
Trine told him sharply.
Solis, my dear, my love, friend of my youth, etc. Did you not consider that when I was asking about your ship? I meant that I might have need of one.
Trine, Solis said, with obvious patience. What's going on? Idris could almost read her mind. Have they gone crazy? After all, nobody knew how long a hiver could stay separate and instanced without rejoining the whole.
I have had 2 attempts on my life, these being the specific circumstances to which I am alluding,
Trine said shortly. The holographic face made a big show of looking suspiciously left and right.
I don't know what you saw in Anchortown, but the politics there have taken a very marked downturn in the last year.
Nativist recruiting drive, Solis agreed. We saw some of it. Trine made a dismissive sound.
Oh, it has always been thus, my good dear friend of my heart. But nativists are an empty hand. All they can do is a little light slapping.
I refer to those hands that carry a knife. You know the ones, dear heart?
The betrayed? Idris asked. I mean, they've got enough people to hate without bringing archaeology into it, haven't they?
You'd think, but no, Trine insisted. According to them, of course, regular humans could have won the war. But then Ince came along and made contact with the architects and made some nefarious deal with them, plus a bunch of aliens and the Partheni. The usual suspects.
Trine's chest arms waved about in mockery.
But even the betrayed can't get round the fact that alien artifacts saved millions, because architects won't touch originator sites with a long pole from orbit. As a result, the betrayed are starting to claim that originators were the humans, mankind's mystical space parents, or some such ridiculous supposition. They also claim that various traitor factions are even now pillaging originator sites and selling everything to the aliens, the hegemony, or whoever. There's no originator site bigger than this one, so the betrayed have been trickling into Jericho for a year at least. They hold the sincere belief that we, at the dig, are all traitors in need of a good knifing. And I, my dear, am both the sole non-human academic here and the highest profile originator expert. Or, as we call it here, I'm a target. We found a bomb in a crate of instruments I'd ordered. Someone spotted the tampering, thankfully. And a few months ago, someone came to our camp and shot my leg off, which was inconvenient.
Why are you still here, then? Solace demanded.
Because my good old former boon companion Myrmidon Executor Solace didn't bring her ship with her, Trine hissed. Look, you, my dear, I can't just leave. I'm not going to walk through the streets of Anchortown alone or jump into an elevator car with who knows what company. Which was why, my old comrade in arms, I rather hoped you were bringing your ship.
They said you couldn't fly out here. Solace almost shouted at them.
Well, you almost can't,
Trine snapped right back.
But if you time it right, you just about can. If you have a very good pilot.
We have a very good pilot, Solace insisted, then grimaced. Who's here with me and not on our ship?
Well, Trine said, with all apologies to your doubtless excellent piloting skills, Menhir Telemier, that's not a great deal of use, is it?
Can we raise Ollie? Idris put in. What are your comms here?
As of now, 0. They've put the night screen up to keep out the grapplers, Trine explained. Once the sun's up, we can negotiate for a gap in the EM noise to try and get a signal out. We'll have to route it to the transmitter station at Anchortown. They can send it up the cable to your vessel. It's an inexact science.
You'd think they'd just put in a focused beam signaller or something, Solace said. Blink tight light from Anchortown to here. I mean, it doesn't have to be a radio.
Oh, they tried. Just because we're not Partheni doesn't mean we're completely impractical, Trine said. Originator ruins do something to the light, my dear. Something interferes with the signal. Most of my colleagues said what they received was hopelessly corrupted, devoid of information.
What did the rest say? Idris asked automatically, suspecting correctly that he wouldn't like the answer.
That a message did get through, it just wasn't the one we'd sent. We got through a beam receiver a month. The nightmares, you know.
Trine's face waggled its eyebrows alarmingly, wide-eyed, and Idris decided he could have done without that. As Idris didn't sleep, he found himself on his own once the camp had settled in for the night. Without the others distracting him, he couldn't blot out the sensation any more. He'd felt it, the moment they came in sight of the ruins, perhaps even since he set foot on World. There was a presence to the originator site. It wasn't dead, though surely it had once been something far grander, and was now just a worn-down stub. Whatever had made this place what it was, whatever struck fear into the architects, it was still here. The silence he felt was the silence of something standing close, making no sound, not simply an absence of sound. And nobody knows this, except me. Perhaps there was a whole covert research programme on the subject, run out of Mordaunt House. But he thought not. There weren't enough ints, not enough originator sites, nobody to join the dots. Except him. He felt as though he was on the edge of a colossal revelation, wondrous or terrible, he couldn't say. And because no more understanding came, he just stayed on that edge. An exhaustion of suspense kept him strung out for hours, while dark turned back into dawn and then headed towards dark again. The camp, he discovered, worked for one day-night cycle and then rested for the next one. It wasn't something that fitted well with human diurnal rhythms, but since Idris had shed those, maybe he was better suited to Jericho than anyone else.
Basically, unless it's an emergency, we put the EM down for an hour every 2 days, so's people can call their loved ones. Or their pimps and bookies, Rebellin explained. Also, we need to upload and download the science, order supplies, get the news medios, all that. So it's usually chocker, is what I'm saying. You're getting a channel for your pilot, whether you can dodge the interference or not, wouldn't normally happen.
Is that right? Solace said. The tilt of her jaw suggested that Mr. Punch might have something to say about that.
Except obviously we know Trine's in a spot, and this is for him. And also...
The biologist shot a sly look Idris's way.
Your mate here, he's made a discovery. Something we never guessed was even there to be discovered, eh? Shows what a shower of fucking amateurs we are. Give us another bout of free and frank with him, then when we take the generators offline, you get first go on the transmitter. Deal?
Idris? And at least she was asking, not ordering.
I don't know what I can tell you,
Idris said to Rebellin. But sure. Then Rebellin gathered an audience of geologists, biologists, and Trine's dig team, and his interrogation began. They asked him all manner of questions about his int senses, how he reacted to the originator site, and on and on. True to his predictions, he had precious little he could tell them. The same odd guesses and failures of description, getting hopelessly mangled between mind and mouth.
Look, he explained at last, it's what being an int is, see? There's a place you feel and you go to, in here,
poking himself hard in the side of the head.
St. Xavier was born like this, and they made the rest of us like her, as best they could.
Seeing too many blank looks on young faces, he snapped out,
Surgery and implants and chemotherapy, and most of the time it kills you, you understand? We're not meant to happen. You wreck people's brains, trying to make something like me.
seeing their flinches or disapproving expressions and thinking, how is it you don't even know this? Kids, they're just kids. There was a war on, so of course they'd try anything. He reined himself in before he started going all crazy old man on them. Those of us that lived, there's this sense we have. Here inside, it lets us do what we do in unspace. But most of all, it lets us talk to architects, right? To say, hey, we're here. Stop doing that. You're... He let out a little laugh that sounded dangerously hysterical, even to him. You're killing us! Stop killing us, basically! Staring out bleakly at their uncomfortable faces. These ruins you've got here, they're speaking into that same space. And your grapplers and things, they hear it too. So yes, I can hear this place doing its thing, just by being here. That's what the architects hear too, I guess, when they come to these places. But I don't know why I'm hearing this. Nobody knows why. If we did, we wouldn't have to kill so many people to make a freak like me. He could tell they were disappointed, and it made him ashamed to be so useless, so ignorant of his own workings. Then Rebellin was there, putting a hand on his shoulder. Not a Spacer's usual quick tug for attention, but an attempt to give comfort. It's okay, mate, the man said, and Idris realised he'd been shivering like a hypothermic. Fuck me, I just thought Ints went through a secret training thing or... I'm sorry. Idris actually sniffled, like a child who couldn't do his homework. I wish I could tell you more about it. Look, it's good. Just the idea that the site works that bloody way at all, mate, Rebellin said. I'll make sure you get your comms time. Idris just felt more wretched with every word, as though the comms was a consolation prize, a trophy for turning up, no matter how dismally he'd performed. Desperately, he burst out, If it's any use, I can show you where the other ruins are. There was a loaded silence, and then one of the archaeologists asked, You can... what now? The rest of the ruins, unless you found them, but just haven't got to them yet. Menhir Ptolemy, my old acquaintance, what precisely are you offering to impart? Trine asked, stalking over. Only when I met the Groppler, there was a moment, Idris went on awkwardly. I just felt like a radar pulse went out from us. It sent a wave across the planet, and pings came back, mapping out, for example, there's a long avenue, that way. He pointed, knowing the direction without needing to think. And there's another place at the end of it. Must be 119 clicks that way. And look, is there a map? A satellite map. An hour later, and he'd drawn what he thought might be out there. If they could get a geophysics scanner working, or even manage a flight over the jungle, then they'd see the truth of it. And he still couldn't say how he knew it. In the intermediary programs labs, they'd used every damn instrument invented to search for how the information flowed from the universe into their heads. Nothing had worked. What they did was happening on some unknowable other level, just like unspace. After this revelation, the dig staff told Solace she could take as much time as she wanted on their comms channel, and she set about hailing Ollie up on the Vulture God. For the first 15 minutes, she was just shouting into the staticky void, frustrating for her, but downright chilling to Idris. Because, sitting at her feet in the comms tent, he felt like he could hear the whole planet listening, breathing down the open channel. the EM interference that was screwing with their transmissions was just the visible portion of a shifting buzz of chatter. The cacophony tugged at the edges of his mind, the local life exploiting the channels open to it by the originator presence. He wondered about the uniquely plastic form of life that had been evolving around these ruins for millions of years, supremely able to exploit its environment. Jerican biology might be more unique than even Rebellin had thought. It might be the only known biosphere that had developed to exploit unspace on a local level.
Let me help.
He pulled himself to his feet, and Solace moved away from the transmitter, annoyed by her failure. He skimmed the frequencies, trying to ride a conflicting tide of EM babble from the jungle, tree shouting over tree, monster over monster, tiny bugs screaming at each other, and a trillion other calls. There was a path through it, he knew, though it kept shifting. Solace had to fumble for it blindfold. But if he just let his hands do their thing on the transmitter, without his conscious mind intruding.
Anchortown to Gold City, receiving, over.
It was the distorted voice of the transmitter operator, tiny and far away. Solace lunged in to speak, as Idris did his best to keep the connection open. She almost asked that they be put up the wire to the vulture god, before remembering their Jenny Kite alias. A few touch-and-go moments later, and they had Ollie's voice on a slight delay.
About time,
the drone specialist snapped the moment she had them.
What the fuck are you doing down there?
There was more, but she cut out for a moment before Idris retrieved her.
Jenny Kite, we have trine but need evac. Over?
Solace said, as clearly and carefully as she could.
Yeah, you sure do,
came Ollie's static mushed voice.
Look, guess who Kit and I found docked right here? Remember the Raptorid? Belongs to that Magdan bastard who got Idris and the captain arrested.
Yes,
he's here, on planet,
Solace broke in. The interruption resulted in them losing the link for 5 whole minutes. Then they heard Anchortown Station's tremulous tones again and were patched back through.
Look, you're not the only one who can do spy stuff, Patho,
Ollie asserted belligerently, apparently as part of a tirade that had been going on for some time. Solace was gritting her teeth.
Gold City to Jenny Kite. Repeat. Over. Repeat what? Would you stop with the...
And they lost Ollie for another moment. Solace kept on patiently asking her to repeat until her voice phased back in.
I said that Kit hacked the Raptorid's comms. All that shit on planet means Ascaro's not using encryption.
Ollie, we are losing you every few seconds. What do we need to know? Over?
Oh, right.
Idris pictured the specialist swallowing her annoyance.
Did you get the bit where I said they were coming for you?
No, said Solace with some restraint. No, I did not.
They think you're here to grab this trine character,
Ollie said, static rising and falling behind her voice like surf on a shore.
They think you're stealing originator secrets or some damn thing. We're waiting in town for the hiver to come to them, but you taking off for the dig kicked them into gear, and they're on their way after you. Maybe 20 hours behind you.
Solace blinked, and Idris could see her doing the maths. He reckoned that meant any time now, if Ascaro's people had commandeered the same type of transport.
Ollie, we need evac, over. We need to get out of here with trine.
Solace met Idris's look. They both knew that wasn't likely to happen, given local atmospheric conditions. Ollie apparently had a different take on things.
Well, obviously, she said sharply. Been working on it since I knew you were in the shit. Sit tight. I will be with you as soon as I've finished refitting the Jones shielding. Wait, what do you... Seriously? The longer we're jawing here, the less time I'm spending saving your ass, patho girl.
And then Ollie had cut the line, leaving Solace staring angrily at nothing. The pair of them bundled outside and grabbed Chris. "We're getting company," she announced to Trine, Rebellin and the dig staff. "Armed nativists from Anchortown, coming for Trine." Everyone stared at her, Chris included. "We're going to need a defensive perimeter," she said. "Just as well the jungle's just stubble close to the dig, or—" "Solace, mate," Rebellin put in awkwardly. You do understand we're not soldiers, right?" She blinked at him. "You're serious about this? There's a squad of bloody gunmen on their way," he pressed. "So I'm told. They've tried to kill Trine before, right?" Idris looked from face to ashen face. "Solace," he said hollowly, "we can't stay here." "It's not the most defensible position," she agreed, not quite understanding his point. "But this is where Ollie'll come looking for us."
"If we stay here, people are going to get hurt. It's not their fight. We've just screwed them over by turning up."
"Not entirely true, mate," Rebellin said. "I mean, Trine's one of ours, right? And they'd have come sooner or later, I reckon. But beanbag shooters aren't going to be a whole lot of fucking good if these clowns have real guns."
"They will." Solace stood very still, and Idris imagined her mind working like a military machine, breaking down the problem. How much weight did the Parthenon give to civilian lives exactly? Colonial civilian lives at that.
"I hear vehicles,"
someone called, voice twisted in panic.
"They're coming!"
"Chris, Idris, Trine," Solace said. "With me. We're going to head up the trail and then into the jungle. We'll break their advance and then fall back. We'll hope to lose them in the trees and circle back in time to meet the Joan, if Ollie can get it down here. Compris?" They nodded, although Idris felt it was anything but compris. As plans went, it was a series of unknowns tied together with string. "These guys, they're likely Voyeni, house guards for a Magdan Boyarin," Chris told Rebellin. "They'll be all very pushy, arrogant. Probably won't just go mad with bloodlust, though. So give way and tug your forelocks. It's us they're after." "With luck, they'll just leave you alone," the Partheni added. "I'm sorry. That's all I can give you." Chapter 19. Idris. Solace settled them 2 meters into the trees, where they could get a glimpse of the Anchortown trail from cover. Chris was plainly unhappy being even that far in. After all, they'd seen Jerrican trees in action. Idris himself was strangely calm. He didn't feel he had some magic rapport with the planet's unpleasant ecology, and one abortive Groppler attack didn't make him the archdruid of Jericho. He knew they were very close to the buried avenue he'd felt stretching from Gold City to the next originator site, and was really hoping the originator construction would keep away the nastier predators. He might be wrong, though, which might make them dead. What Trine thought of this development was anyone's guess. They'd turned their face off, so its glimmer wouldn't give away their position. The sound of oncoming engines had grown steadily louder in fits and starts. It sounded to Idris as though the vehicles were trying to make best speed, but falling foul of the vegetation. He could distantly hear a shouted argument. Maybe the bad guys were more concerned with each other than a potential ambush. He had lost sight of Solace completely. Then 3 vehicles came into view along the trail, 2 open-cabined cars on balloon tyres and a big enclosed truck behind them. The lead vehicle had 4 men hanging onto it. The second had traded half its crew for a significant toothy gash in its flank, suggesting some manner of groppler had put the vehicle on the menu. The men seemed a mix of local mercenaries and Voyeni thugs. Idris had assumed that Solace would pull some kind of highwayman stunt. She'd step out, point Mr. Punch in their direction, and they'd surrender in the face of her sheer panache. Instead, she opened by just shooting up the lead vehicle and its occupants. She still had the accelerator set for chain shot, and it made a hell of a mess of the car's hull, tearing through metal and plastic and just about slicing both engine and driver in half. The rear end of their vehicle flipped over the front and hit the dirt. The 2 Voyeni who'd been reclining back there were flung forwards, which put them out of Solace's eyeline and likely saved their lives. The second vehicle, damaged as it was going slowly enough to steer clear of the wreck, and its crew jumped and hit the ground running. Solace began pot-shotting at them from the trees, individual pellets punching clean through the skewed car they were trying to hide behind. Then men began to pile from the big vehicle at the back. There were at least 6 in the first wave, and they started shooting into the trees indiscriminately. Idris kept low, glancing back to check that the others were doing the same. Trine was crouching, with their humanoid legs uncomfortably akimbo, chest close to the ground and propped up on their arms. The local mercs had projectile launchers and beanbag guns, but the Voyeni had magnetics and a couple of true accelerators. They would cut through Solace's armour as easily as flesh. Even as a particularly savage salvo shredded the native life over Idris's head, Solace was suddenly kneeling by him. "Come on," she said. "Fall back." "But we can't," Chris objected. "The dig crew." "Not to the dig, not yet. We'll go further in. Hope we lose them. Come on." Solace gestured emphatically, then raised Mr. Punch again. As Idris scrambled in the direction she'd indicated, he heard the weapon's high, ringing voice toll 3 times. He hauled himself over a rise, slipped, and rolled helplessly down the other side, until Chris caught him. "Ow!" "I was concerned that I would be the most inept fugitive here, old comrade," Trine observed acidly. "Thank you for sparing me that." Despite their limp, they were keeping pace well enough. Solace slung herself back over the ridge towards them, turning to send another few shots back towards the pursuers. As soon as the pellets had left Mr. Punch, she was already moving. She dropped into the cover of the ridge before the answering salvo could shred the leathery foliage where she'd been. Then they were stumbling deeper into the forest, squeezing between close-grown trees, tripping over roots that twitched and writhed beneath them. Not trees, remember? Just monsters who've got a good tree thing going on right now. He hoped the Voyeni ran into some trees that were considering an aggressive change of lifestyle. He heard shouts behind them. Solace turned and sent a handful of shot back that way and shoved him onwards. "Disappointed," he panted over his shoulder, "with the Parthenon war machine. Aren't you supposed to be as good as 100 colonials or something?" He couldn't see the expression behind her visor. "Low on ammo," she said curtly. "All that chain shot. Don't want to get down to fists." A moment later, and he thought he'd lost track of Chris and Trine entirely. But it was him going off course. Solace had to snag his arm and haul him back on track. Then Chris yelled out a warning, and there was gunfire dead ahead, whickering through the crowded spaces between trunks and hacking out explosive splinters of not-quite wood. Solace forged past, and he saw 2 scars appear on her armour, the force of the impact sending her stumbling left. Just projectile shot, nothing that would cut through her protection, but worse could come next. "Go!" she ordered the 3 of them. "Go! Keep going! I'll catch up!" Chris looked rebellious, but she had literally brought a knife to a gunfight. And it wasn't enough. Another yell from Solace sent them plunging deeper into the jungle, struggling up a rise using twisting roots as a ladder, and startling a pack of metre-long hopping things. The air whined with tiny specks of life, swarming in glittering helices wherever the sunlight broke through the canopy. And all around them, the locals were ramping it up, a cacophony of clattering and booming, as various monsters registered their displeasure. "Idris, where are you going?" Chris shouted, and he realised he'd just gone off again. He'd veered to the top of a rise, stubbled with trees standing out like hairs on a fright wig. He slithered halfway back down, whacking his knee hard on a trunk he swore had lurched into his path. This damned planet! Chris and Trine were waiting for him. From somewhere behind, he heard a scream, and then sobbing. A man's voice, not Solace. "My old acquaintance, my fellow veteran, would you just not?" Trine demanded testily. They had abandoned an upright posture entirely for the rough going, using all their arms to skitter about, legs arched high like a grasshopper's. And then Idris's lips moved, and he said, "This way." The words came from the part of him he wasn't quite on speaking terms with, the same part that knew unspace and had touched the mind of a destructive god. "What?" Chris looked up the rise. "No way! We need to stay low." His mind filled with attempts at explanation, but he didn't have the words and they didn't have the time. "Just this way." And then he was off, trusting that she'd follow him, and Trine wouldn't want to be left alone, trusting that Solace would find them. Trusting himself, which was a hard thing to do at the best of times. Ints go mad. Everyone knows that. And nobody knew it better than an Int. When Idris reached the top of the next rise, he risked a look back and saw movement below. Solace had spotted them and was running their way, pausing for a moment to send a single shot back, then picking up the pace again. Off to her right, a sudden fit shook a couple of the trees as return fire lashed at them. Then he was scrabbling past the rise and running too, flat out running over the treacherous ground, Chris and Trine following behind him. Something had a hook in his mind, and he battered through the clutching foliage, bounced off spiny trunks, and fell headlong. He wrenched himself up from roots that tried to find out what he was made of and whether they could eat it. It'll be real funny if there's just a monster at the end of this with its mouth open waiting for me. Hilarious. Then he saw a shadow through the trees, huge and grey. For a moment, he thought it really was a monster, but he was pelting headlong, too fast to put the brakes on. He ended up slamming into a rough, overgrown wall and sitting down hard. Beside him, Trine scuttled to a halt, with Chris a dozen paces behind and gasping for breath. "What have you found?" Trine's clipped voice issued from their torso. "Menhir Telemie, you creature of remarkable surprises. What's this?" "Defence," he got out. "Walls." And then Solace was coming, virtually scooping up Chris on her way. It was an originator site, just a single structure, but it was tall, not just buried foundations. It reminded Idris of the abandoned shell of some marine mollusk. He could make out 3 concentric sets of walls, with random holes in them, ending in jagged rock teeth about 3 meters up. The jungle had overcome its originator squeamishness here, and trees had grown up close to the walls. Vines snaked over their pitted substance, as though questing for meaning. "This'll do," Solace decided. "In!" "The scientist in me," remarked Trine,
protests against using a once-in-a-lifetime discovery as a defence against gunfire. But not too much.
And they were hurrying themselves inside, even as they said it. Solace found a breach in the wall at around the right height, and was ready when the first of their pursuers could be glimpsed through the trees. She sent off 3 pellets, one after another, the retorts hanging in the air. "How many of them left?" Chris asked. "At least 7, Solace cited, but didn't shoot. "You hear a ship out there?" "Not yet. And even if Ollie can get the Joan down here through the EM, she'd go for the dig site." "We can find some way to signal her. We can set fire to the jungle."
"Jerrican substances don't burn, my friend. They desiccate without even smoke," Trine remarked.
"This planet really is good for absolutely nothing," Solace growled. She sent out one more shot and was rewarded by some alarmed shouting. "Well, they have us pinned here. The walls are good, but not a permanent solution." "Wait. Listen," Chris was saying. To Idris, it seemed as though she was receding. Not physically, but along some other axis entirely. They all were. Which meant, of course, it was him, not them. Something to do with the structure around them was screwing with his head, expanding his consciousness, and he wasn't comfortable with that at all. He sat down, backsliding down the abrasive structure of the wall, ripping up his tunic. None of the others noticed. "Is that the Joan now?" Chris was saying. "I wish all these fucking monsters would shut up for a second." They shut up. Idris whimpered. Because he'd done that. Not intentionally. But Chris's demand had passed through his brain, into the building around them, and then out, into the world. He'd somehow turned it into a shout, and every single bloody denizen of this monstrous jungle had stopped in mid-croak, mid-bellow, mid-shrill, because it wanted to know what he was, and precisely how edible. Chris started. But the Voyeni had taken the quiet as the cue for an attack. In response, they were now rushing through the last few metres of tree cover, shooting as they came. Solace drilled one through the head, then dropped Mr. Punch because a big Voyeni had surprised them. He ducked around the wall with a magnetic pistol raised before him. Solace went for the barrel, twisting it from his hand with servo-enhanced strength. He picked her up and slammed her against the wall. He was tall and broad enough that she looked like a toy in his grip. Then she rammed an armoured knee into his sternum and chopped at his neck with the blade of her hand. He dropped her, but another man was behind him, then another. Idris stared down the barrel of a massive projectile gun and literally couldn't move. His body was frozen with fear, his mind away with a multitude of horrible alien fairies. Chris knifed the gunman in the hand, and the gun went off, bullet ricocheting back and forth within the walls before spanging off Trine's body, its momentum almost spent. Then the knifed Voyeni had his own blade out, something closer to a machete, and hacked murderously down at Chris. She dodged in the limited space, feinting at his face to keep him back. Idris felt as though he was watching a media type of unlikely events, things that had happened to someone else. His mind was filled with 1,000 living things, linked through the broken tower to the whole electromagnetic life of the jungle. The jungle was like a brain, he thought, but a brain at war with itself, fighting for dominance, neuron against neuron. Feels like my brain, then. This forested brain wouldn't do what he wanted, though. It had its own business, after all. Except, this tower was something like a transmitter station. Not in any way the operator back at Anchortown would have recognised, but it had been raised to boost and send signals. And right now, the only signal was him. Perhaps there were ways that his wishes and the drives of the biosphere outside might coincide.
Hold them off,
he tried to say to it, but knew that no words had escaped his clamped-tight jaws. Solace had sent her opponent into Chris's Voyeni, then swept the pair of them out of the entryway. They were coming right back in with reinforcements, but she was keeping them out. Idris could only wonder at the economy of her movements. The Voyeni were trained thugs, the products of expensive schools in brutality and intimidation. Solace had been engineered as a soldier, mind and body. She was also encased in top-flight Partheni armour and trained from childhood to fight. There were too many of them for her to go on the offensive, but she was holding. Someone howled outside, a human voice, in mortal terror. Idris felt vomit rise in his throat, because in some way he was outside too, breeding that terror. It was his fault. Someone else howled, and then it stopped, because a mouth that was half tentacles and half hooked teeth had closed and ripped its target in half, grinding the remains down a gullet lined with backwards curving blades. Now there were more shouts and shooting, not aimed at the tower this time. Idris was carried along helplessly, linked to the monster he'd found. He moved from victim to victim, as his champion took one horrifyingly long stride after another, hunting this intriguing new prey. He didn't even know the nature of this beast. His connection was from the inside to inside. He just caught flashes of the various horrifying parts of it, without grasping its doubtless equally horrifying whole. Solace had her back to the wall, waiting for the next opponent. But they'd spotted something else to worry about. Chris caught sight of it first and recoiled from the opening. Later, she'd tell Idris about something with a sack of a body, suspended on too many tall skeletal legs, stilting along as though jerked with strings. It was high up in the canopy, its leg spans stretching between the trees. And it was plucking up human shapes and shearing them apart, then picking over what was left, as though trying to read a future in the entrails. "The Joan!" Solace shouted suddenly, and Idris, sightless within the ruin, was none the less aware of the new intruder in the sky. He felt the biosphere bend towards it, a great roaring chorus of EM washout, only to meet the ship's gravitic shielding. Ollie was flying the vessel without instruments, without anything. She had the hatch open, he realised in horror. Their would-be saviour was sitting in her scorpion frame at the hatch, looking out, wired into the pilot station, flying the whole circus by wire and guesswork. And she couldn't see them, buried as they were in the jungle. But she would have a comms channel open, he knew. He'd heard her signalling the dig site, hoping to cut through to reach them. Perhaps she even received brief moments of rebellion swearing at her, telling her that her crew wasn't at the dig, that they'd... "I don't know what's going on out there, but the Mercs won't hold off forever," Solace said. "We need to signal the Joan, and simply hope she can get low enough for us to get aboard."
"We need to signal. That's why we came to a signalling station."
At this point, the thoughts were just sliding about his head like unsecured junk on a ship's deck. He had no idea what he'd known before coming here, or what he knew now. Communion with the outside world, with the jungle, was eating up all his mental capacity. A broken, millions of years old signalling station, the bulk of it buried beneath him. Its intricate shell-like structure extended into the earth for 1/2 kilometre. And it wasn't dead, because Originator Tech couldn't die. Every part of it cast a shadow outside the real. Even the little trinkets and rods the hegemony carted about and used to claim whole planets. The very construction and substance of this ancient tech pointed to its function and meaning. There was a world locked away inside this stuff that nobody had ever guessed at.
This is a signalling station. So, signal.
It was such a trivial use of what he'd found, but it was the only thing he actually needed from it. And like any unknowable demon power, it was best not to ask for too much.
Be careful what you wish for.
He signalled Ollie, flagging their location in the clearest way he possibly could. That was all he did. The forest exulted in that moment, for 100 metres in every direction, every monster, tree and buzzing thing shrieking, howling and trumpeting. But that was incidental. The whole EM babble around them became one single message for just that second, a means to an end, burning their location into the Jones flight computer. The last remaining Voyeni took potshots at the Joan when she came lurching down, veering and hovering clear of the trees, while Ollie lowered a chain-link ladder. Solace returned fire, burning the last of Mr. Punch's ammo. She stayed groundside until Chris and Trine had scrambled up the ladder. Then she threw Idris over her shoulder and put a foot on the ladder so Ollie could retract it. Idris, sure as hell, wasn't in any position to climb up on his own. Chris.
So,
Ollie yelled as her frame fought with the closing hatch.
Idris, good to take over for me.
Chris risked a look at the pilot and saw that his skin was waxy, his face wild-eyed, as if he was on a really bad trip.
I don't think Idris is going to be doing anything useful for a while. OK, fine.
Ollie shouldered past her and Solace and set her frame to crouch in the centre of the passenger compartment. It took up most of the available space.
I'll just keep doing his job as well as mine, shall I?
That's not fair, Solace objected.
Didn't ask your opinion.
Ollie looked wiped out herself. Her Scorpion was physically wired to the pilot's console with heavily insulated cables, and the inside of the dark Joan fairly crackled with electromagnetic fields. Chris guessed that she'd jury-rigged the packet runner's gravitic engine to run interference with Jericho's natural EM field, but she'd still had to somehow keep basic ship operations going. It obviously wasn't exactly a barrel of laughs keeping on top of it.
Bloody patho-tech doesn't help. You don't make it to be monkeyed with,
Ollie added, sending Solace another filthy look. The Partheni didn't rise to it.
This your hiver friend, are they?
And hello to you too,
Trine said. They were looking woefully at their damaged leg, which was bent at an awkward-looking angle.
May I at least assume your vessel has an adequate workshop?
Medvig's tools will be good enough for you,
Ollie said curtly. Then the Joan had cut free from Jericho's atmosphere, and they were heading for the beacon of the Vulture God.
Kit'll be panicking, the specialist predicted. Been out of all contact for way too long. Vulture, this is Joan. We're coming in.
The last faint vestiges of the upper atmosphere burned about them, as Ollie accelerated the packet runner to a respectable speed, clipping around the planet's curvature. Chris glanced at the nav console and decoded the readouts there.
We're not going to the elevator hub. Look, we were getting some attention there, Ollie told her. And then there was the stuff Kit scavved from the Raptorids' comms. We could have sat tight and hoped the Jenny Kite ID would cover us. But who knows whether that Magden turd hired someone with 2 good eyes and half a brain. So we reckon we wouldn't want to fuck about with permits when time came to scoot. Didn't know who might be beating on the hatch, see right?
Right, Chris agreed.
Vulture, this is Joan. Kit, tell me something useful.
Ollie let herself sag back in the frame, flying the ship with her eyes closed. Now her sensors and instruments were clear of interference.
If it's dodged round the planet, the EM will mess with our signal,
Solace suggested.
Yeah, maybe.
The specialist sounded unconvinced.
Kit, you crab bastard, speak to me!
You can't say that, Chris told her, knee-jerk.
He doesn't care.
You don't know that, and just don't. And knock off the patho stuff while you're at it. Ollie stared at her, obviously working up to an acidic comment. Then, just as visibly, she backed down.
Fine. Can I just call him a honey bastard then? Oh, god damn!
They'd picked up the vulture. Hunched over it, like a predatory bat, was the sleek, double-pronged shape of the raptorid. They could see that it was clamped to the salvage vessel, and there was an umbilical connecting the two.
We have comms contact, Ollie noted tonelessly. Turd wagons hailing us.
Open it up, Chris suggested. Give it to me. I'll talk.
Give it nothing until we've heard from Kit.
I know. She stepped over the part-folded limbs of the Scorpion and dropped into the pilot's seat. After the chase and fight through that carnivorous forest, she didn't need any of this.
Good day to you, crew of the Vulture God. I assume we don't need to bother with your false alias.
It's a real alias, Chris said. Just a false name. Pedantry wasn't going to win her any diplomacy awards, but she wasn't in the mood for niceties. Identify yourself.
I think you recognize my raptorid?
She recognised the voice now, too, though she wouldn't give the boyarin the satisfaction of showing it.
And you are the attorney. I remember you. We were having such a pleasant exchange before your warrior dyke broke in. You have the honor of speaking to the boyarin Paitochevo Oscaro. I, on the other hand, am unfortunate enough to be addressing a crew of wanted criminals.
He doesn't half like the sound of his own voice, Chris thought.
Now, I'm going to suggest that you divert course and come dock with me, Madame Attorney. Bring your int client too. Otherwise, your carrion bird is going to take a long dive down the gravity well.
I'm not entering any manner of negotiations until we've spoken to our crew on the Vulture, Chris said. If you think the ship is leverage enough, think again. There was a pause, then Oscaro broadcast on an open channel.
Vulture, you may speak.
They received a frenzied babble of scritching and scraping through the comms, together with a great dump of text and images. That certainly looked like Kittering's handiwork. Ollie sorted through it quickly, decoding a long complaint to find the hidden details Kit had secreted within the message. It was an old Hanny game.
2 guys with him. Hauled him over and locked weapons on him before he could do anything. He's not exactly a pilot, poor bastard. Still alive, though.
So, what do we do? Chris asked. I don't see Solace fighting her way over to the Raptorid and ending the lot of them. Idris? She looked back to see the intermediary sitting with his back to the hull, looking ill. Anyone we can hail? He croaked.
No friends hereabouts, Ollie said.
We could fight. I'm full on ammunition now, Solace said quietly. We suit up, in case we're hit. I shoot their hull full of holes, take out some key systems.
That's how you'd do it in the Parthenon, is it? Chris asked her frankly.
In the Parthenon, I'd have at least 3 others with the same kit and training as me. And then, yes, we'd go in and do exactly that, with full confidence. Right now, with just me, maybe not ideal. But the man wants to enslave Idris, and he's hardly going to let the rest of us go, given the trouble we've caused him. You have other ideas?
Yes, Chris insisted. There's always other options. Let's give talking a chance. The Boyarin likes to talk. And if they take Idris intact, and we leave this alive too, we can spring him sometime. We work out a rendezvous. Idris can take whatever damn ship they put him on there, and we'll have pirates waiting. We know some pirates. She faced up to Solace's raised eyebrow. Well, we do. Alive is better, is all I'm saying. Give me a chance to talk to them. We talk. We've lost our best chance of fighting it out, Solace said, but in a tone that said she was knuckling under. Raptorid, we are coming in, Ollie reported in venomous tones. Of course you are, Uscaro said, vastly pleased with himself. I will hand you over to one of my people while I take care of the bigger picture. Small people for small matters, right? The specialist's face looked like thunder. Idris? Chris asked. He looked at her without much expression. Pick a system, Solace encouraged him. I'll have a team there on standby for as long as it takes. The moment they give you free access to a ship's controls. And then I'm yours, rather than theirs, he murmured. Solace looked away. Chris searched for anger, frustration, even guilt on her face. She found none of it. Instead, there was an unexpected misery. By that point, I don't think I could ask my people to go to those lengths, including attacking a colonial ship, to then come away with nothing. But isn't the Parthenon better? Better us than the Magdans, surely. We'll go get him, Ollie said bluntly. Us. We might use pirates, crooks, whatever. But we wouldn't be starting a fucking war.
Solace, old comrade in arms,
Trine put in.
I am less than enthused by these developments.
As for you, Ollie started. But then Chris barked out, Hold! Who's this? She'd been keeping an eye on the pilot's board, and the Joan had some eager early warning systems. What now? Ollie turned her attention to the piloting feed and caught up. Someone else is out there. Some other ship.
Friends, I don't suppose?
Trine asked hopefully. You don't suppose correct. We got no fucking friends round here, Ollie told them. They're hailing the Raptorid. Oh, bless your skittering little feet, Kit. He's still acting to their deck, even though they're looking over his shoulder. He's sending us the traffic. Listen up. Raptorid, came a thin, slightly nasal accent. Chris reckoned it came from somewhere central and settled in the colonies. This is Morden's Hammer, requesting an address with the respected Boyarin Uscaro of Fifiacello. Idris jolted to his feet, hard enough to crack his head on the curved side of the hull. That's got to be a very poor joke, he got out. Isn't Mordant? Chris started uncertainly. They're saying they're the secret police, he said. And when that didn't seem to make much sense even to himself, he added, the blatant secret police. When Mordant House throws its weight around, they show it in the names of their ships. Over the comms came the sound of the operator, sounding cagey.
Morden's Hammer, this is Raptorid.
The noble boyarin would ask for your credentials and to what he owes the pleasure of your presence.
Nativist bastards a little leery when the actual authorities turn up, Ollie muttered. I guess the whole of Hugh doesn't quite belong to them yet, then. There's some kind of ID coming through. Looks genuine? Idris? I'm no expert. If you think it's sound, probably it's sound. Wooden house. Oh, damn me. He looked sick with the thought. They're here for me.
You somehow failed to mention that the Hugh Spook Squad were after you, ever, Chris noted, guessing that at least half of this was his normal paranoia. Sure enough, he hesitated.
Well,
I mean, it's not like we haven't gotten mixed up in a whole world of other pain recently, she pointed out calmly. Maybe it's not all about you.
Raptorid, this is Agent Havea Mundi of the Intervention Board. I claim eminent domain of the vessel you are detaining and all of its crew. I appreciate your assistance in holding them, but kindly repatriate any you might have taken aboard and decouple. Your cooperation is noted, and Mordaunt House always remembers.
The words came over without much inflection, all business and no threat, until you read between them. Oh, he's got our man Oscaro's number, all right.
Hailing us now,
Ollie said, and that same calm voice came to them.
Partheni Packet Runner Dark Joan, it is my sincere belief that you are not carrying diplomatic personnel or restricted data that places you outside jurisdiction. Therefore, I am requesting that you follow your original course and dock with the Vulture God, which I am taking under my control. Please do not deviate from that course.
Chris brought up an image of the Hammer, which was cruising in at some speed. It was a blunt-nosed vessel, with a heavy head and a bulky Taurus body. As close as you could get to being a light fighting ship without painting her up in navy colours. Chris could even see 2 banks of heavy accelerators ready to shred any ship that didn't fall into line.
How are the Jones shields? Could we survive that? She asked, indicating the weaponry.
For a short period of time, Solis confirmed, but we're massively outclassed here, and the Vulture can't handle that kind of firepower at all.
The Raptorid's backing off, Ollie noted. They don't fancy it either, and they're tougher than we are.
They don't want to be on the Mordaunt shit list. And neither do we, Chris said hollowly.
We already are. Look at the fucker they sent after us.
Think about what we've been involved in recently. You think Hugh didn't sit up and take notice the moment word came that we'd hauled an architect-touched ship into Lungcrow? Chris demanded. This doesn't have to be our trouble. We just need to be frank and honest, and not assume they're going to screw us.
They are going to screw us, Ollie insisted, but I don't see what we can do other than bend over. Kit's out there, and he's not even a colonial citizen. He's utterly fucked if we just hightail it away.
A glance was exchanged. Ollie to Idris, Idris to Solis, Solis to Chris. Trine's holographic face just gurned through a series of frustrated expressions, looking at all of them at once.
Hammer, this is the Dark Joan. We're coming in, Chris confirmed.
Better than being at the mercy of the Magdans. Maybe. Possibly. Chapter 20. Havea.
Havea Mundi?
Asked Kerestina Sulin Almier.
Wait, like the ragman? The travelled opinions guy?
Havea stared at her. It wasn't often someone managed to wrong-foot him at the very start of an interview, but here he was. And that was the drawback of having a public ID under the same tagline as his spook work, certainly. But it was rare his two worlds clashed when he wasn't personally bringing them together. Moonlight, he said. You can assume I'm wearing my other hat here. Oh, right. The woman still seemed entirely at ease, chatty, eager to help. I like your stuff. That's very kind of you, Havea said automatically, shaking off a touch of the surreal. It was just the two of them and the recording rig, here in the heart of the Mordaunt's hammer. The interrogation room was intentionally spare, just metal frame furniture and bare walls, adorned with only a little tracery of machinery, enough to suggest the room might have other purposes than hosting a friendly chat. Almier didn't seem to have noticed. Mesdames Almier, you can imagine what I'm here to discuss. I'd hoped to talk to Captain Rostand, but I understand Broken Harvest killed him. Yes, while you were retaking your ship from them. Some might say that was a little out of the league of a salvage crew. Some didn't know Rollo, she told him with a hard smile. Also, some might not have had a Partheni ship and soldier to hand. Havea had the irrational impulse to school her in how to behave under interrogation. Play down the Parthenon involvement, or at least make me work for it. And she was a lawyer, wasn't she? Accredited out of Scintilla, of all places. A very odd start when you ended up working the spacer circuit. And he'd read her file, read all of their files, where they'd existed. Almier had more detail in hers than the rest, coming from a settled background rather than being born to the spacer life. A nasty business for her there, at the end. Expensive blood she'd ended up shedding, even if it was all legal under Scintilla's ridiculous dueling codes. What happened to the Yamaru? We stowed it, in the deep void. I mean, you could talk Idris into taking you there, or we could nip back in the Vulture and bring the whole thing back to you. We have our own intermediary navigator, he said, so don't think you can just vanish. He was trying hard to be the bad guy interrogator, the looming shadow of Mordaunt House, but she seemed blithely unaware of it. He'd been minded to go in heavy-handed, with accusations of them selling out Hugh to the Parthenon, all of that. But it was hard to put the screws on when she was being so damned cooperative. Easier right now just to keep a regular police hat on and let her talk, see what spilled out on the table. So, why were this Broken Harvest mob involved? Something he had a personal stake in finding out, given the unpleasant interview he'd just managed to survive. Said the Amaru was their ship, or was carrying their cargo, she shrugged. Or, maybe, I mean, just the wreck itself has a price, right? Who wouldn't want the chance to go over an architect's leavings? That's why we picked up Delegate Trine, after all. We wanted to know just what we had, now we had it. Recoup your losses. Her mildly reproving look actually made him feel bad about the words. Our losses are 3 dead friends, many a Monday. But we still have to make a living. And if we could sell the thing to you, to the Parthenon, to some Hanny consortium, I mean, architects are everyone's problem, right? Even the hegemony would be interested. Probably that's where Aklu the Hook's buyers are. He let himself blink at her without any sign of recognition. Who? Oh, well. She flexed her fingers enthusiastically. Agent, let me tell you about the Broken Harvest's top dog, because that is really worth an opinion piece. He had tried to interrogate the Hanny, whose colonial trade permits transliterated his name as Kirk, although his human colleagues referred to him as Kit or Kittering. Havea suspected strongly that the alien was leaning heavily on the species' communications barrier to frustrate any kind of questioning. And although Mordaunt kept a few Hanny on the payroll, he hadn't had time to requisition any. So, one useless suspect. Delegate Trine turned out to be another dead end, not even a member of the Vulture crew, but an academic with a list of colonial qualifications as long as a human arm. The problem was the delegate in front of their name. Hiver assets would have been fair game under the reciprocal agreements between Hugh and the Hiver Assembly. Delegates were a different matter, a rank awarded sparingly by the Hivers and only conferred upon individuals of particular significance and knowledge. Hugh had agreed not to prod one without going through slow official channels. This in return for the Hivers respecting Hugh's own diplomats and, not to put too fine a point on it, their spies. It turned out that the Dark Joan really had been transporting someone with diplomatic immunity, but their credentials had been Hiver Assembly rather than Parthenon. Ollian Ollie Timo was another matter. They'd got her out of the Castigar engineering frame by a careful mix of reason and veiled threat, although it hadn't done much to take the fight out of her. She turned up in a six-legged walker instead. Havea's crew had done their best to scan it for hidden weapons, but the thing was a mess of clashing parts and incompatible tech, and spacers were so damn ingenious with their jury rigging. For all they knew, the whole thing could have been a bomb, or a homemade accelerator cannon.
"Well?" she demanded. "What then?"
Her finger stumps flexed, and the feet of the walker scraped on the metal floor like fingernails on a board. "I will have some carpet put down when we hit dock," Havea vowed, hiding the way the sound wormed into his head. "Mesdames Timo, you know why we're here."
"I'm saying nothing."
"You're a colonial citizen, mesdames. You resent your government taking an interest when it looks like the war's back on." Meeting her bluntness with bluntness was probably the best tactic.
"Not my government. You know spacers get no say in what goes on in Berlenhof."
"Tell me about the Amaru."
"I'm telling you nothing. Not one word. On advice of my lawyer."
"Mesdames Timo," Havea said calmly, "I have just had a perfectly pleasant and informative conversation with your lawyer."
"Then you don't need me, do you?"
"Let's change topic then. Tell me about the broken harvest."
"Those fuckers,"
she said, forgetting instantly that she wasn't telling him anything. She proceeded to describe the cartel, their SEL leader, their Tothiat enforcers, and a great deal more, without any real prompting from him. "I suppose it was this Mesmon who was taking part in the anatomy lesson when I was there." "So fine, you don't like them," he concluded for her. "I've had my own run-in with them, as it happens, while on your trail. This Mesmon who killed your captain—"
"We did for him, the bastard."
"You didn't." And he saw her face go still, and then clench like a fist. He told her what he'd seen, the way that the unspeakable Aklu punished failure in its more durable servants. She didn't like Mesmon being alive, but he could see she didn't mind him being alive and flayed, and she appreciated both the warning and the mental image of the Tothiat's torture. "So, tell me about the Parthenon."
"Those eugenicist fuckers," she snapped. "Oh, that's what's got your panties twisted, is it? That figures."
She hunkered forwards in her walker, with a twitch of her limb stumps.
Let me tell you exactly what I think of those turds.
Which led him on to what he reckoned was going to be the toughest interview. They had not persuaded the Partheni to take off her armour. She wasn't quite under arrest, although Hervea had broad powers when it came to foreign operatives in colonial space. Her ID was good on the surface too, but stank of espionage the moment he turned a spook's practised gaze on it. He had 3 Marines in with him, also armoured, and all with accelerators. If anything kicked off, they would end up riddling the hammer's hull with holes, and also anyone who got in their way. Hervea's pessimistic assessment of anything kicking off included himself being used as a human shield, and he was, as a rule, averse to death by friendly fire. It's never that friendly, let's face it. At least she'd agreed to leave her own gun on the Vulture. Sitting down, he opened with, "Well now, Myrmidon, you're a long way from home." She nodded, watching him. Everyone told you how impossible Partheni were to read, but it wasn't true. The warrior angels were humans too, perhaps their biggest secret. They really weren't machines or perfectly bioengineered superwomen, although both nativists and the Parthenon had unintentionally colluded to hide these facts. Right now, this one, Solace, was tense, a little antagonistic, but he could tell she was worried too. Worried for herself? Concerned about Partheni interests? He didn't think so. "I'm anticipating that this interview is going to consist mostly of belligerent silence, Myrmidon." He'd half expected her to deny the rank, claim she was renegade, freelance, some other fiction. She just let it go by, though. "But look, you'll understand that your mere presence has put your fellows in even more trouble. My superiors see a possible architect presence, and then they see the Parthenon in its shadow. You don't need me to tell you that relations between Hugh and the Parthenon are in a particularly fragile state right now. Half my friends in the colonial reserves were on standby for active duty, even before your friends pulled their stunt at Luncrow. Your government is making a lot of demands on Hugh right now, Myrmidon, and we both know there are plenty in mine who are reaching for their guns too." No denial that the Parthenon was still her government. No protestations of having gone rogue. She was trying to be impassive, but he'd seen the twitch when he talked about the others being in deeper shit just because she was around. "I'm no nativist," he told her. "I don't automatically assume anything the Parthenon does is inimical to human interests, because we're all human, right?" The tiniest nod, small enough that maybe she didn't realise she'd made it. And the Parthenon had its own nativist equivalents, its hardliners, and so maybe Solace wasn't one of them. Always preferable to deal with non-fanatics. "This is where you give me at least the cover story of why you